When Xianxia was in the unknown land, he had spent most of his time cultivating his sword path. He had used his sword path to increase his strength and raise his cultivation base. Since he needed 10 days to half a month to absorb a beast king's life heart, he could not spend all his time on absorbing the life heart. Most of the people present on the scene had witnessed Xianxia's sword path earlier. The cavalrymen did not even have a chance to fight back before they were killed by him. Although Xianxia was powerful, it had only dealt the killing blow. Everyone was shocked when they saw Xianxia controlling the longevity sword over such a great distance. The 49 swordsmen wanted to attack but were shocked by the fierce sword that slashed at Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi in a frenzy. The 49 swordsmen were also sword experts, but none of them were capable of learning Xianxia's control over his sword. The longevity sword released a storm of terrifying energy swords and continued to slash Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi until the protective energies completely shattered. Following that, the longevity sword did not hesitate as it pierced at its target's vital points. Blood splattered everywhere in just an instant. The energy swords danced in the air. Boom! Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. No matter how one looked at it, with Fan Zhong's tremendous strength and Xianxia's perfect support, the two brothers should have lost their birth charts. However, up until now, he did not see the appearance and disappearance of the brothers' Thousand Realms whirling avatars that indicated the loss of birth charts. Xianxia waved his hand, and the longevity sword flew back to its scabbard. Then, he said, they should have a way to protect their birth charts that are even stronger than puppets. Yuan Lang shook his head. No. Lu Zhou looked at Yuan Lang and asked, do you know something? Yuan Lang knew this was a golden opportunity to get close to the big shot. If he did not take advantage of this, he would be disappointing his parents, ancestors, and Qin Renyue. Hence, he hurriedly explained, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi are connected. Their lives have long merged as one. They were experts of Great Jin in the past. When they were in Great Jin, they cultivated a life-sharing technique. Not only do they share their lives, but they can freely transfer their lifespans as well. During the battle on Mount Shao, Meng Mingshi led a troop and defeated Great Jin. After that, the brothers pledged allegiance to the Emperor of Great Qin and became his right-hand men. Yuan Lang continued to say, this secret technique is similar to the parasitic technique, but it's much more advanced. Ji Wenzi could share fatal injuries with Ji Wuzi, and in turn, lessening the injuries. Apart from that, they can also transfer the injuries to other parts of their bodies. Even if you decapitate them or stab their hearts, they can still survive. To be precise, not only their lives are connected, but their 8 extraordinary meridians are connected as well. They're like certain worms. Worms are also sometimes known as earth dragons. The common worms are cylindrical in shape, and they have no bones. Some worms can even grow back the parts that are cut off. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi's technique is even better than that of those worms, Yuan Lang said. He hoped his explanation was not too difficult to understand. He turned around and saw that Lu Zhou and the others were rather calm. However, little Yuan's reaction was slightly exaggerated. She was plugging her ears with her index fingers. Xianxia said politely, thank you for answering my question, sir. Yuan Lang shook his head. It's nothing. Mingshi brought out his separation hook as he said to Yuan Lang, tell how to kill them. Yuan Lang said sheepishly, I don't know about that. Mingshi felt slightly speechless. After a moment, he said, then, based on your explanation, does it mean it's impossible for them to die? At this moment, Fan Zhong flashed over toward the sky above the Zhao residence. Then he unleashed another palm seal. Boom! It landed accurately on Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi, causing them to spit out blood. Upon seeing this, Fan Zhong nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Brother Lu, don't call my master that. He's not your brother, Mingshi said. There was no lack of people who wanted to get close to their master, after all. Usually, Mingshi did not mind having more of this kind of people. However, he really disliked Fan Zhong, who maintained a neutral stance and acted according to which way the wind blew. Fan Zhong was embarrassed and did not know what to say. Don't be rude, Lu Zhou finally said. With that, Ming Shiyin took a step back and stopped talking. Fan Zhong said, "It's just a small matter. As a venerable master, if I take offense at such a small matter, wouldn't I have lived in vain?" Lu Zhou raised his head and said, "Since you helped me, I'll naturally treat you accordingly." To be able to order a venerable master around was something unimaginable in the Green Lotus domain, after all. Fan Zhong pointed at Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi and said, "These two are from Great Jin, and they cultivated a life-sharing technique. It's not easy to kill them, but it's not impossible." Upon hearing these words, a smile bloomed on Ming Shiyin's face immediately. "All right, forget what I said earlier. It's fine. I didn't take offense." "So how do we kill them?" Ming Shiyin asked eagerly as he brought out the separation hook again and wiped it with his sleeve. How could Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi stand listening to others casually discussing how to kill them? Alas, although they felt suffocated, there was nothing they could do. After they stood up with great difficulty, they looked at Fan Zhong with a hint of disbelief. "Venerable Master Fan, you?" Fan Zhong turned around and interjected, "Don't blame me. You didn't tell me who's here when you invited me over." "If I had known it's Brother Lu," Ji Wenzi said, brimming with unwillingness. "But you promised His Majesty." Before Fan Zhong could reply, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "I want to see what you're capable of." Lu Zhou waved his hand and imbued half of his divine power into the fiend monk's hand seal. Zhou Ping, who was still struggling, suddenly felt an energy that was much stronger than before pressing against him from all sides. "No!" Crack! 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared and disappeared. Boom! Zhou Ping crashed to the ground. "General Zhou! General!" The winged cavalryman quickly flew down and surrounded Zhou Ping. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1A, 500 merit points. If Lu Zhou still could not destroy a birth chart with almost half of his divine power, then it would not have made sense at all. Zhou Ping's eyes shone with fear at this moment. Primal chi surged in the air before they returned to heaven and earth. Everyone felt chills running up their spines. Even Zhou Ping, who had 17 birth charts, could not withstand a single strike from the old man in front of them. Although Fan Zhong found this hard to believe, he had no choice but to believe it. After escaping from the battle at the Pillar of Destruction, he had received news about Tuoba Siqing and Yi Zheng's deaths. At that time, he did not believe it, so he sent people to investigate the matter. In the end, he found out that the person who caused the deaths of Tuoba Siqing, Yi Zheng, Tianwu, and Lord Jinnan was none other than the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion from the Golden Lotus domain. Now that he witnessed Lu Zhou's attack again, he even had a feeling that Lu Zhou could defeat him with just a palm strike. As venerable master, Fan Zhong should have been very confident. However, he had suffered too much recently, and his confidence had been worn thin. At this time, Lu Zhou walked out with his hands on his back and said, "I said that I wanted a birth chart each from both of you as punishment." "Fine. 1 birth chart it is," Ji Wenzi said through gritted teeth. "That was before. Now I want 2 birth charts from everyone," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. Ji Wenzi's expression stiffened. "This?" Seeing that Ji Wenzi still dared to hesitate, Zhao Yu shook his head and said, "Are you really stupid, or are you just pretending to be stupid? Your birth charts can be restored, but if you lose your life, then you really have no way of restoring it." At this moment, Yuan Lang said, "They don't have birth charts. That's how the life-sharing technique works. Just like how worms don't have bones, they don't have birth charts. All their birth charts have fused with their bodies," Yuan Lang explained. "Then tell me how to kill them," Ming Shiyin said impatiently as he raised the separation hook in his hand. "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Yuan Lang smiled awkwardly and stepped back. "Don't be angry. Weapons have no eyes after all. Anyway, the school of Taoism has talismans that can suppress the life-sharing technique. Once the technique is suppressed or destroyed, killing them is even easier than killing an ordinary 1,000 realms whirling avatar." Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi sat on the ground limply. Their faces were pale. Mingshi nodded before he said, "In fact, it doesn't matter if we kill them or not. We can dismember them a few times a day to practice our weapons. This is a rather good idea. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi." Mingshi held the separation hook and rushed over. Upon seeing this, Ji Wenzi hastily cried out, "Wait! Wait my ass!" Bang! Mingshi sent Ji Wenzi flying with a kick. Ji Wenzi could have avoided the kick, but he knew if he tried to avoid it, he would likely suffer a greater loss. When he landed, he felt an excruciating pain in his chest. Fanned by his pain, the flames of fury rose in his heart. This group of people did not play by the rules at all. Zhou Ping was unreliable. Fan Zhong was unreliable. Everyone was fucking unreliable. After Ji Wenzi calmed down, he endured the pain and said, "Old sir, I only have my life. I want to exchange for my life with a secret. Do you think you have a right to negotiate?" Mingshi scoffed. At this time, he felt that all the anger that had built up in his chest had finally been vented. He could still remember how arrogant the other party was before his master appeared. Unfortunately for those people, the table had turned. "Stand down," Lu Zhou said. "Huh? Master, you can't trust these people," Mingshi said. Filled with a sense of urgency, Ji Wenzi did not even state his conditions and quickly blurted out, "There's a huge secret regarding young Master Zhao's golden token. Zhao Yu." Lu Zhou looked at the golden token in his hand, inwardly surprised. What secret? The former emperor had 4 golden tokens made. Each of the golden tokens contained a treasure map, Ji Wenzi said. Indeed, Lu Zhou had found the golden token strange earlier. No wonder it was light and not made from solid gold. As it turned out, it held a secret. Lu Zhou closed his fingers around the golden token. Crack! The golden token cracked easily. A piece of cloth was wedged into a narrow crack in the token. Lu Zhou pulled the piece of cloth out to have a look. Indeed, it was an incomplete map. Based on what he had seen, the piece of cloth should be a corner of the map. "How come I don't know anything about this?" Zhao Yu exclaimed in surprise. Ji Wenzi said, "This should have been given to you by Madame Qi, right?" Zhao Yu did not refute these words. "What treasure does the map lead to?" Mingshi asked. "I don't know. Madame Qi knows about this though. Is this the reason why I survived time and time again?" Zhao Yu instinctively took a step back, filled with disbelief. "Madame Qi didn't tell you anything?" Ji Wenzi asked. Zhao Yu shook his head. Not only did she not tell him about the golden token, but she did not tell him anything. Lu Zhou, who had a basic understanding of the situation now, said, "When your mother wakes up, you can ask her about this." "Madame Qi is awake?" Ji Wenzi exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhou looked at Ji Wenzi with a piercing gaze and said, "Since you don't want her to wake up, why didn't you kill her?" "This. Tell me the truth, and I'll allow you to leave," Lu Zhou said. His instincts told him there was more than meets the eyes with the treasure map. Ji Wenzi replied, "His Majesty couldn't bear to see her die." Upon hearing Ji Wenzi's words, Zhao Yu began to laugh. "How funny! What are you saying?" Everyone sighed. There were many things that could not be explained or understood. In a way, if it were not for the Emperor of Great Qin's protection, Zhao Yu would have died long ago. After all, there was no need for so many people to put on a show in front of Zhao Yu. Moreover, if Zhao Yu was unaware that those people were acting, it could not be considered as acting anymore. Lu Zhou said, "In that case, convey my message to your emperor. Tell him to come and see me." Ji Wenzi was briefly taken aback. However, he had learned from his mistakes, so he quickly said, "All right, then." Ji Wenzi endured the pain and asked, "Can I leave now?" Lu Zhou waved his hand. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi supported each other while dozens of cultivators followed them to the horizon. Zhou Ping looked at Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi, who had flown away, and cursed inwardly. It was Ji Wenzi who had caused him to suffer today. Lu Zhou turned and looked at Zhou Ping. "You should stay for the time being." Zhou Ping's heart sank. As expected, it was not so easy to leave. After a moment, he said, "All of this is orchestrated by Ji Wenzi. I was just helping him seal his cultivation," Lu Zhou said. Zhou Ping sighed and pushed the person beside him away. After coughing twice, he said firmly, "I can stay, but my brothers have nothing to do with this matter. Let them go. Otherwise, I'd rather self-destruct using my qi." "Are you threatening me?" "I'm just trying to survive," Zhou Ping said. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion retreated. The 97 winged cavalrymen were all brave warriors who had fought on countless battlefields. They said in unison, "We're willing to die together with our general." Swoosh! The 97 cavalrymen kneeled in unison. This made people look at them in a different light. Initially, they thought the cavalrymen's cultivation bases were a little higher than average, so it was not surprising they could sweep through 10 nations. Now, it seemed like their unity played a part as well. At this moment, hundreds of soldiers flew over from the distant sky. Fan Zhong glanced at them and said, "The Royal Army." What did it mean for hundreds of soldiers from the Royal Army to come at this time? It did not take long for the Royal Army to arrive above the Zhao residence. "Leave this to me," Fan Zhong said. Just as Fan Zhong was about to fly up, Lu Zhou said, "There's no need." At this time, Lu Zhou was slightly angry. He could not let matters slide for the third time. He raised his hand and tossed out something purple into the sky. When Fan Zhong sensed the biting chill, he exclaimed in shock, "Infinite grade!" When the purple glazed ceramic flew out, it was as though the coldest winter had arrived at the Zhao residence. The hundreds of people were wondering what was going on when they saw a flash of light nearby. Swoosh! Time seemed to freeze as a biting and bitter cold swept through the air and shrouded the hundreds of people. When everyone regained their senses, they did not see what happened. All they saw was the hundreds of soldiers who had now turned into ice sculptures. Boom! The ice sculptures fell to the ground. Zhou Ping and the 97 winged cavalrymen. Zhou Ping and his winged cavalrymen knew that the old man in front of them was very strong. He was so strong that even the venerable masters were respectful toward him. However, the earth-shaking infinity-grade weapon still shocked them. It was beyond their imagination. Since time immemorial, those capable of ruling a country were not without means. The Emperor of Great Qin had his mysterious and profound cultivation base, and he had Zhou Ping and his winged cavalrymen as one of his trump cards. After all, if he did not have any trump cards, he would have long become a chess piece for the few venerable masters in the Green Lotus domain who would be at the mercy of others. Moreover, the Emperor of Great Qin had sent many of his capable men to the unknown land to search for resources, treasures, and opportunities. For all these reasons, Zhou Ping felt that Great Qin was strong and immovable. Great Qin was even strong enough to contend with a venerable master. However, at this moment, Zhou Ping felt as though his fantasy had been shattered. As it turned out, Great Qin did not even have the right to negotiate with the old man in front of him. Zhou Ping stumbled back, and his men quickly supported him. He could only watch helplessly as the ice sculptures fell from the sky. "General, I'm okay." When Zhou Ping raised his head again, no traces of the royal army could be seen. In the sky, Lu Zhou looked at the merit points he had accumulated from this. He did not gain much. He shook his head and said tonelessly, "Too shabby, Fan Zhong." Naturally, no one knew Lu Zhou was talking about how shabby the number of merit points he obtained was. They thought he was referring to the royal army. In the Green Lotus Domain's cultivation world, the royal army did not have many interactions with the top cultivators. The cultivators at the top who pulled the strings behind the scene were the venerable masters, free men, elders from the major forces, and so on. As for the royal army, their duties required them to keep the weaker cultivators and ordinary people in line. However, this did not mean they were weak. After all, the Emperor of Great Qin stood behind them. The Emperor of Great Qin was someone whose cultivation base remained a mystery to this day. At this time, Zhou Ping finally regained his senses. After all, he was born and raised in a military camp. His mental strength was very strong. At this time, he was already planning his next step. Finally, he said, If you want to kill me, then so be it. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhou Ping before he said, Zhou Ping stays. The others should get lost. Lu Zhou did not think he had the time nor the energy to keep an eye on so many people. It was fine to take one person hostage. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Ping did not let his men speak. He hurriedly said, All of you get lost. General. Zhou Ping pushed everyone away with grim determination. Everyone staggered back. Upon seeing Zhou Ping's determination, the others could only sigh before they flew up into the sky along with their warhorses. Zhou Ping only sighed in relief after all his men left. Mingxirin said, I really can't tell that you're so loyal to your men. Loyal? They're a bunch of good-for-nothings. If they die, others will say that I'm useless, Zhou Ping said. After someone sealed Zhou Ping's cultivation as Lu Zhou had ordered, Fan Zhong finally landed on the ground. Then he said, Brother Lu, I've heard so much about you. Lu Zhou bluntly asked, What do you want? It's nothing. I just came to visit you, Fan Zhong replied. Aren't you part of the reinforcement that Ji Wenzi called over? Zhao Yu asked. Fan Zhong. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll remember this favor. I won't ask anything about the matter between you and Ji Wenzi. Fan Zhong was delighted by these words. He hurriedly said with a smile, Brother Lu is truly magnanimous. Among the 4 venerable masters in the Green Lotus domain, Fan Zhong was the one who behaved least like a venerable master. If Lu Zhou did not see him use some lightning-fast method to bring Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi back earlier, Lu Zhou would have thought he was very similar to his 8th disciple. Lu Zhou said to his disciples, Since there's nothing else, see the guest out. Fan Zhong. Before Fan Zhong could say anything, Lu Zhou had already turned around and left. He called out, Brother Lu, Venerable Master Fan, it's best if you don't disturb my master. He's been in the unknown land for so long so he's physically and mentally exhausted. He doesn't have the time to speak to anyone now. Fan Zhong could only nod. Then, he cupped his fists at Mingxirin and said, I hope you'll convey my message to Brother Lu. Please tell him he's free to come to my training hall as a guest. Farewell. With that, Fan Zhong vanished into thin air. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi flew in a sorry state. Even the cultivators they brought with them looked at them with pity. Fortunately, the Zhao residence was not far from the royal palace. As soon as the brothers arrived at the royal palace, they requested an audience with the Emperor of Great Qin. In the main hall, the Emperor of Great Qin sat high up on the dragon throne, lost in his thoughts. He had thick eyebrows, a pair of huge eyes, and a slight beard. He did not don the dragon robe. If one did not know better, they would think he looked like a butcher who slaughtered pigs. However, his eyes were deep and spirited, containing the aura of someone used to standing above others. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi kneeled in front of the emperor as soon as they entered the main hall. When the Emperor of Great Qin saw the bruises and blood on them, he could not help but ask, Your cultivation bases are profound. How did you end up in such a state? Ji Wenzi rose to his feet before he said, Your Majesty, a survivor from the Meng clan has resurfaced. A survivor from the Meng clan? The Emperor of Great Qin was stunned. Your Majesty knows my ability best. I swear on my head that Meng Mingshir's descendant has returned. Instead of using the word survivor, Ji Wenzi corrected himself and used the word descendant instead. The Emperor of Great Qin said, Meng Mingshir only had one son. His son passed away before reaching 30 years old. Where did this descendant come from? Although Meng Mingshir's son passed away at a young age, he was a womanizer who sowed his seeds everywhere he went. I remember there were a few young errand boys in the Meng residence in the past. In hindsight, they must have been Meng Mingshir's descendants, Ji Wenzi said. The Emperor of Great Qin nodded slightly. Ji Wenzi continued to say, It's his descendant who killed General Shi. Apart from that, Ji Wenzi recounted what had happened at the Zhao residence earlier. When the Emperor of Great Qin heard that even the venerable master was reduced to a lackey when he arrived, his frown deepened. Bang! The Emperor of Great Qin smacked the armrest as he said, I have no conflicts with any of the venerable masters, but Fan Zhong actually dares to oppose me? Is that old man really stronger than a venerable master? Ji Wenzi nodded. Yes, I didn't expect it either. I suspect he's the one who killed Tuoba Siqing and Yizheng. The Emperor of Great Qin frowned again. After Ji Wenzi finished speaking, he and Ji Wuzi kneeled down in unison and kowtowed as they said, We've failed our mission and failed to bring General Shi's murderer to justice. Please punish us, Your Majesty. I don't blame you for this. Rise to your feet. The Emperor of Great Qin said. The Emperor was not as angry as Ji Wenzi expected him to be. Thank you, Your Majesty. I've sent the royal army to pick both of you up at the Zhao residence. Did you see them? The Emperor of Great Qin asked. The royal army? Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi looked at each other in confusion and shook their heads. When they returned, for the sake of safety, they had used a shortcut. The Emperor said, Forget it. Since both of you are injured, you should both rest and recuperate. Ji Wenzi said, Young Master Zhao has found out about the golden token secret. One part of the treasure map in his golden token is now in the expert's possession. It's fine. The other 3 pieces are with me. Even if we have all the pieces now, we still need her to speak. At this time, these things aren't important, the Emperor said before waving his hand, dismissing the 2 brothers. However, Ji Wenzi said, I have another matter to report. What is it? I took matters into my own hands and called General Zhou over. Initially, I wanted General Zhou to intimidate those people and catch the murderer. However, I didn't expect. General Zhou has now fallen into the tiger's mouth. His life and death are hard to predict, Ji Wenzi said with a sigh. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Great Qin's expression changed slightly. He furrowed his brows and said, I didn't hear you clearly. Repeat what you just said. Ji Wenzi said, I took matters into my own hands and called General Zhou over. Initially, I wanted General Zhou to intimidate those people and catch the murderer. However, I didn't expect. General Zhou has now fallen into the tiger's mouth. His life and death are hard to predict. Unexpectedly, the frown on the Emperor of Great Qin's face eased. He rose to his feet and left the dragon throne. He walked down the stairs with his hands on his back as he asked, You called General Zhou over? Upon hearing these words, Ji Wenzi hurriedly pulled Ji Wuzi down to kneel next to him. His body trembled as he kowtowed with all his might. As blood flowed out from the wound on his forehead, Ji Wenzi cried out, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. The Emperor's expression was incredibly frosty at this moment. He watched as the 2 brothers kowtowed with all their might for a moment before he walked over and placed his right hand on Ji Wenzi's shoulder and his left hand on Ji Wuzi's shoulder, signaling the 2 brothers to stop. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi stopped kowtowing, but they did not dare to rise to their feet. They did not even dare to meet the Emperor's eyes. The Emperor patted their shoulders and said, Rise to your feet. Ji Wenzi said in a low voice, Thank you, Your Majesty. After rising to their feet, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi were still nervous. They still did not dare to meet the Emperor's gaze. Upon seeing this, the Emperor said with a smile, Both of you are my right-hand men. How can I blame both of you? You've both made great contributions to Great Qin and had removed many thorns from my side over the years. I've seen your contributions, and I admire your abilities and courage. You're both one of my best trump cards after all. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi's heads remained lowered. None of their thoughts could be seen on their faces at this moment. Ji Wenzi should have been delighted and pleased by these words. As an official, his achievements and positions were incredible. However, at this moment not only did he not feel happy, but he could not dispel his nervousness at all. He kept clenching and unclenching his hands in an attempt to dispel his nervousness. The Emperor raised his hands again and patted the 2 brothers' shoulders meaningfully. Then, his eyes that were flashing coldly suddenly narrowed as he said, However, who allowed you to touch my bottom line? In between his words, streaks of energy like claws shot out of his fingers as he ripped Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi's arms off. The arms crashed against both sides of the walls in the main hall before they fell to ground with a muffled thud. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi did not feel any pain until their arms fell to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out of their wounds as they cried out. The delayed pain was like a volcano erupting, assaulting their minds, bodies, and hearts. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi retreated at the same time. They had just let out a scream when they suddenly saw the Emperor's eyes that were like a snake's at this moment and hurriedly forced their scream back down their throats. They quickly fell to their knees again. Ji Wenzi said as he kowtowed, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die for dirtying the main hall. I deserve to die." The cold glint in the Emperor's eyes finally disappeared. He placed his hands on his back again as he turned around and said, "Make sure this doesn't happen again. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi continued to kowtow loudly. The Emperor closed his eyes after he returned to his seat and massaged his temples. "Leave." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi took 3 steps back and were about to leave the main hall when they realized they had forgotten something. They hurriedly picked up their respective arms before they quickly made their way to the entrance. However, just as the 2 brothers arrived at the entrance, a eunuch hurried into the hall and fell to his knees before he said, "Your Majesty, more than 200 soldiers from the royal army have been killed." When night fell, various stories about the royal army turning into ice sculptures near the Zhao residence had already spread in Xianxia City. Hundreds of them died and all kinds of stories were spreading, but not one of them was accurate. In the early years, there were rumors that Madame Qi had won the favor of the Emperor of Great Qin and gave birth to Zhao Yu. Later on, for some reason, Madame Qi was thrown into the cold palace, never to be seen again. Rumors spread again about how Madame Qi was femme fatale who bewitched the Emperor. When it rained for 3 months, destroying many fertile lands, the disaster was blamed on her. Nevertheless, the Emperor did not believe in such superstitions. After a few years had passed, Madame Qi fell seriously ill and could not get out of bed. From then on, her illness deteriorated. On the other hand, after Zhao Yun was born, he was conferred the title of duke. However, he was not given any land or a fiefdom. Lu Zhou was unaware of the rumors, nor did he care about them. After he returned to his room, he brought the purple glazed ceramic out. After confirming its ability was now on a cooldown period, he put it away. Sometimes it was important to display his strength. He could have ordered any one of his disciples to deal with the royal army or used another method to deal with them, but he needed to show his grandeur. Otherwise, he would not have been able to intimidate the others. Moreover, he had just upgraded the purple glazed ceramic to the infinite grade, so it was a good chance to test it out. It was a good chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Finally, Lu Zhou brought out the scriptures of sermons. He mobilized his primal qi and used it to move the 26 letters to form the words, "The bright moon shines over the sea." There was a flash of light before Lu Zhou could open the book again. As soon as he opened the book, he felt a surge of power from the book. The power was clearly that of the heavenly writing. There seemed to be wisps of white mist, blocking the words on the pages. Lu Zhou silently changed the mantra for the power of sight. Just like that, wisps of mist were pushed away. Following that, he felt as though he had entered another world. It was so beautiful that he was unable to extricate himself. The words on the page weaved together like a painting, forming humans, mountains, and rivers. Then they weaved the vast galaxy and the universe in a state of chaos. While Lu Zhou was immersed in the book, he vaguely heard a voice saying, "What Tao are talking about? What Tao are you preaching? It's all nonsense. No matter how much you cultivate or how much you preach, they're all useless. There's no cultivation path, so why force it?" The words echoed in his ears briefly before they vanished into the vast universe weaved by the words. All of a sudden, the words turned into golden scripts and flew into Lu Zhou's head. Ding! Obtained an open heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou regained his senses and closed the book before he muttered under his breath, "What a good book!" He had only read the book for a short time, but he could already sense the vast power contained in it. As for why it was similar to the power from the heavenly writing or how it became the heavenly writing scroll, he had no idea. Who left this book behind? Lu Zhou muttered under his breath. Perplexed. He found this matter unbelievable. After dismissing his thoughts, he continued to read the book. The more he read, the more he was filled with a great ambition to guide the cultivation world and open up a new cultivation path. However, for some reason, not long after, the tone of the book turned gloomier and gloomier. Sermon? Lu Zhou muttered to himself. At this moment, he suddenly recalled he had enough reasons to believe Ji Tiandao was the one who sealed the book. After all, the 26 letters and the password was similar to the sealing technique on the memory crystal. The seal was not strong, but it was enough to destroy the book if someone were to open it by force. Lu Zhou looked at the new heavenly writing scroll he had just obtained. Open heavenly writing scroll. Use. The book not only contained the open heavenly writing scroll, but it also contained the experience of its owner. The book had been through many hardships and held many stories. Soon enough, a few sentences appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. With infinite deductions, it's possible to know and not know, to see and not. There are all kinds of changes in the laws of nature that are known by all living beings in this world. The golden scripts continued to weave in his mind. Lu Zhou could feel the surging power from the world the book weaved, rising like stars past the mountains and rivers into the starry sky and the universe before leaving the book and entering his body. Lu Zhou kept chanting the sentences that appeared in his mind. The comprehension process was very smooth. It was as though he had done this 1,000 times. He kept this up the entire night. The next morning, the book closed on its own before turning into an ordinary book. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and inhaled deeply. The power of infinite deductions? This time, he had a better idea of the heavenly writing power. Was the power of infinite deduction similar to having foreknowledge of the future? Observing the changes in the sky and deducing from it. Making deductions from the slightest thing. Deductions aren't like predictions even though they're similar. These were just Lu Zhou's thoughts, so he still needed to test the power out. When his gaze fell on the book, he decided to use the new power on the book. He closed his eyes and silently recited the mantra for the new heavenly writing power. Golden scripts appeared and landed on the book, but there was no reaction. Does this mean there's nothing to be deduced from still objects? Or perhaps, it's still in its initial stage, so it's still not very powerful. Lu Zhou decided to test the power on himself, but similar to before, there was nothing. What about my disciples? The power of sight was limited to his own people. Perhaps the power of infinite deduction was the same? Lu Zhou chose his final disciple, Conk, who was also known as Luo Shirin and came from the unknown land. He chanted the mantra for the power of infinite deduction, and the power surged out from his 8 extraordinary meridians and converged on his eyes. As expected, Conk soon appeared before his eyes. Conk was playing the 9-string zither in the sky. It was rather dark. However, before he could see anything else, the scene cut off abruptly. What? It consumed so much divine power. Lu Zhou felt incredulous. After the system upgrade, he thought he would not face this problem anymore. After all, he could now observe for a long time when he used the power of sight. He had deliberately kept an eye on his usage of the divine power earlier. He did not even use 1/10 of his divine power. He decided to try again. He chanted the mantra again. This time he saw Conk sitting in the room, playing the 9-string zither. Many scenes flashed past his eyes, and they all had one thing in common. She was playing the 9-string zither in all of the scenes. Lu Zhou wanted to increase his output of the divine power to change the scenes when he realized the scenes had stopped changing. In the end, he had no choice but to cut off the power of infinite deduction. What am I supposed to deduce from that? Or is that deduction? Deduction was not foresight. This meant that nothing was set in stone. The scenes he had seen were likely just endless possibilities of what would happen in the future. Lu Zhou thought this kind of deduction was rather useless. He could also deduce that someone was going to drink in the morning or urinate in the afternoon. How useless! In the end, he decided to take his time to explore the ability. After all, there were very few chances for him to use it now. Most importantly, it consumed a lot of his divine power. Now that he was in the Green Lotus domain, he had to be cautious and could not simply waste his divine power. Subsequently, Lu Zhou used the purple glazed ceramic to recover his divine power. When he brought it out, he remembered it was in a cooldown state, so he had no choice but to use the Pillar of Impermanence. The range should be smaller, Lu Zhou muttered under his breath as he pressed his hand down. Bang! The Pillar of Impermanence sank into the ground silently. After passing 2 birth trials, Lu Zhou's strength was now different from before. He adjusted the speed to about 20 times faster and adjusted the range to only cover the room. With this, the divine power that would take 7 days to be fully replenished was replenished in just 6 hours. The time was even shorter since he did not fully deplete his divine power before this. When Lu Zhou was done, he called up the system interface and looked at his lifespan. For now, there was no need to worry about a lifespan. Let's try the lucky draw. Lucky draw. Ding! Used 50 merit points. Obtained. Striking technique. A hook blade technique. Hook blade technique? Apart from Old Fourth, is there anyone who has a use for this? Subsequently, Lu Zhou ordered someone to bring him a brush, ink, and paper. He wrote down the hook blade technique in detail before he asked someone to send it to Mingxirin. Then, he continued to try his luck with the lucky draw. He was thanked 10 times for his participation before he finally gave up. At this time, he noticed a new notification in the system panel. Hidden secret. Investigate the secret behind the golden token. It had been a long time since a decent mission had appeared. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised by the appearance of a mission this time. Golden token? I've taken out the hidden piece of the treasure map inside. What other secrets are there? In fact, Lu Zhou did not want to interfere too much in the Green Lotus domain's affairs. Although he did not think he was a particularly kind person, he did not want to bring trouble to the Golden Lotus domain because of his actions. The Green Lotus domain's overall strength was much higher than the Golden Lotus domain's, after all. If the Emperor of Great Qin was vicious and a tyrant who could not distinguish right from wrong, things could get ugly for the Golden Lotus domain. Moreover, coupled with the imbalance, it was even more likely for humans to clash. However, with this mission, it seemed like he had no choice but to deal with the Emperor of Great Qin. The next morning, after Fan Zhong left the day before, the 49 swordsmen left as well. At this time, Zhao Yu went to where Lu Zhou was staying and said with a bow, "Old sir, the palace has sent a decree. His Majesty ordered you to enter the palace." "I won't see him." Lu Zhou transmitted his voice from his room. "I knew you'd say this, so I've already rejected it on your behalf," Zhao Yu said. Creak. At this moment, Lu Zhou walked out with his hands on his back. He looked at Zhao Yu and asked, "What's the matter? You don't usually look for me for no reason." Zhao Yu smiled sheepishly. "My mother's complexion seems better. I'd like to ask you to have another look at her. Your mother will be fine as long as she gets enough rest." Zhao Yu was overjoyed upon hearing these words. "When my mother wakes up, I'll kowtow to you 3 times. No, I'll kowtow to you now." Zhao Yu had just knelt on the ground and was about to kowtow when Yan Zhenluo rushed over from afar. After he landed, he said, "Pavilion Master, the Emperor of Great Qin is here." "I'm not seeing anyone," Lu Zhou said as he waved his sleeve. Then he turned around and entered the building again. The door was shut tightly behind him. Yan Zhenluo and Zhao Yu exchanged a look. At this moment, the Emperor of Great Qin, who was sitting in the dragon carriage, had already arrived near the Zhao residence. Soldiers and cultivators surrounded the carriage, so the commoners could only watch from afar and discuss among themselves. Many of them speculated that the reason for the Emperor's visit had something to do with the deaths of 200 soldiers from the royal army. Zhao Yu cleared his throat and rose to his feet before he said, "Well, if the old sir doesn't want to see anyone, then he doesn't have to see anyone. However, the person who came is the Emperor of Great Qin," Yan Zhenluo said. "I know. He's your father." "I know." Yan Zhenluo felt strange. Why did it feel like he was scolding Zhao Yu? At this time, Zhao Yu said, "I'll see him alone. After all, the Zhao residence's affairs have nothing to do with you." "All right." Yan Zhenlua nodded. He thought that Zhao Yu likely would not need the Evil Sky Pavilion's help. After all, even a tiger would not eat its own cub. Hence, he did not object to Zhao Yu's words. The newly recruited helpers in the Zhao residence naturally did not dare to stop the Emperor of Great Qin. When he alighted from the dragon carriage, the helpers had already lined up near the entrance. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi supported each other and obediently stood at the side. The Emperor turned to glance at them and saw that their arms had been attached. Then, he nodded and looked at the entrance of Zhao residence before he said with a sigh, "It's been a long time since I last visited." A eunuch standing at the side stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty has many matters to attend to. How could you have the time to visit? I believe young Master Zhao and Madame Qi will understand your Majesty." The Emperor of Great Qin swept his eyes across the helpers as he asked, "Where's Zhao Yu?" As soon as the Emperor of Great Qin's voice fell, Zhao Yu walked out with quick steps. However, he was alone, and his expression was abnormally solemn. When he walked down the stairs, he lifted the hem of his robe before he respectfully kneeled and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Emperor of Great Qin's expression did not change. He looked like how a normal father would as he smiled and said, "I haven't seen you in just a few days, but you've grown so much." Zhao Yu did not raise his head and remained kneeling. He looked at the ground as he said, "Your Majesty, no one in this world can grow up in just a few days." The Emperor seemed slightly taken aback by this answer, but he smiled and said, "It's possible for a talented cultivator. I'm not a talented cultivator." There was tension as soon as the duo met. The eunuchs at the side did not dare to interrupt the father and son moment. The Emperor of Great Qin did not seem angry. Instead, he let out a long sigh before saying, "I've indeed neglected you and your mother." "I daren't imply that," Zhao Yu said. "I heard an expert is staying in the Zhao residence. I'm very curious, so I want to meet him." "Where's he?" the Emperor asked. Zhao Yu replied, "He's currently resting, so it's inconvenient for him to meet guests at the moment." "There's no reason for him not to meet me," the Emperor said. "The old sir said he's not seeing anyone," Zhao Yu said. This time, the Emperor no longer bothered with Zhao Yu. Instead, he flicked his sleeves and walked up the stairs. Zhao Yu rose to his feet and followed after the Emperor. He knew he could not stop the Emperor. Several cultivators rushed in and cleared a path in the Zhao residence. The Emperor walked around the Zhao residence unimpeded. It was as though he already knew where Lu Zhou was staying. He walked past many courtyards, followed by his personal guards, eunuchs, and palace maids. They formed a long line behind him as he walked. When he stopped, everyone came to a halt as well. At this time, he called out, "Ji Wenzi." "Yes." Ji Wenzi tapped his toes lightly and flew into the air. Primal qi shrouded him as his nose twitched. The smell from every direction assaulted his nose. After a moment, he pointed in a direction and said, "Over there, Your Majesty." The Emperor continued to walk with his hands on his back toward the direction that Ji Wenzi had just pointed out. He continued walking unhindered until he arrived in front of a courtyard. A swordsman dressed in green robes appeared in the air above the courtyard. He held his sword in his hand as he looked at everyone calmly and said, "My master has already said he won't be meeting guests today. Please return." Ji Wenzi moved to stand next to the Emperor and whispered something into the Emperor's ears. The Emperor nodded. "Are you the sword expert who killed 3 winged cavalrymen with just a strike?" "Yes," Yu Shangrong replied. "You killed my men. Do you think it's reasonable for me to punish you?" the Emperor asked. Yu Shangrong nodded. "It's reasonable." The Emperor smiled. "Interesting." After saying this word, he vanished from where he stood. It was as though he had teleported. Naturally, no one caught his movement at all. When one's speed reached its peak, it would create the illusion of vanishing into thin air when one moved. However, one would definitely leave fluctuations of energy in one's wake. Strangely, that was not the case for the Emperor of Great Qin. In just a blink of an eye, the emperor appeared half a meter in front of Yu Xiangrong. A trace of surprise briefly flashed in Yu Xiangrong's eyes. However, he maintained his composure and the faint smile on his face. An expression of approval could be seen on the emperor's face as he said, "You have extraordinary courage." Today, the emperor of Great Qin wore his dragon robe. The dragon robe was red and black and embroidered with golden threads. It looked dazzling under the sunlight. "You flatter me." Yu Xiangrong knew he had met an expert today. A true expert. "Very few people are able to catch my attention," the emperor said with a smile. "Do you believe I have 10,000 ways to kill you?" Yu Xiangrong shook his head gently. At the same time, a voice rang from below. "Do you believe I have 10,000 ways to kill you?" Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi gulped and instinctively took a step back. At this moment, Zhao Yu ran in and said, "Old sir, I really can't stop him." "Stop him?" A disappointed expression appeared on the emperor's face. "It looks like I've raised an ingrate." When Ji Wenzi had recounted the incident, the emperor found it hard to believe. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. After being the ruler of a country for so many years, the emperor had long learned how to mask his thoughts. He only said, 10,000 ways? Really? Do you want to try? Creak. Lu Zhou, who was dressed in a gray robe, walked out with his hands on his back. He did not use the exaggerated speed of a cultivator, nor did he cast any ostentatious technique. He walked out like an ordinary person. Everyone outside the building collectively retreated. The emperor's eyes darkened before he vanished from sight again. However, to Lu Zhou, the emperor's speed was nothing. After all, with the divine power and the heavenly writing, he had gained insight into the power of the Tao. Since the emperor of Great Qin could use the power of the Tao, it seemed like he was a venerable master at least. The emperor landed across from Lu Zhou. The duo studied each other's appearance, aura, primal chi fluctuations, and so on. After a long time, the emperor finally said, "I believe you, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi." The two brothers really did not know what the emperor was trying to do. Was the emperor frightened? Lu Zhou said, "I didn't think you'd be so hasty. Something has happened to my royal army and generals. As their master, how can I do nothing?" The emperor said as he waved his hand. Two eunuchs hurriedly carried two rattan chairs that had been prepared earlier into the unique and quiet courtyard. One was placed on the right and one was placed on the left, but they were separated by more than 10 meters. This time, the emperor did not use his cultivation. Instead, he walked toward one of the chairs before he raised his hand and said, "Please take a seat." After Lu Zhou took a seat, the emperor said with a smile, "I actually can't see through you." Lu Zhou did not bother to waste words. Instead, he bluntly said, "I've already said I won't be seeing any guests today. If you insist on doing this, there won't be a good outcome for you. Ji Wenzi has already told me everything. Did you think I came to seek revenge?" Lu Zhou remained silent. The emperor laughed before he said, "As the ruler of a country, I can tolerate anyone and anything under the sky." Lu Zhou did not take the emperor of Great Qin's words seriously. He shook his head and said, "So you only can't tolerate Zhao Yu?" Everyone had a weakness, and the emperor of Great Qin was no exception. Everyone in the capital knew of the relationship between the emperor and Zhao Yu. They knew that the father and son did not have a good relationship. However, they did not know the reason behind it. In the royal palace, whether it was the civil and military officials or the eunuchs or the palace maids, none of them would mention Zhao Yu or Madame Qi if it were not absolutely necessary. Accompanying the monarch was akin to accompanying a tiger, after all. Sometimes, one wrong word was all it took for one to lose one's life. Lu Zhou naturally did not have such considerations. There was nothing he could not say. The emperor smiled before he said, "Indeed, I've neglected him all these years. However, it's not by choice. After all, as the emperor, I can't live a carefree life. I carry the weight of the world on my shoulders. If you can't even manage your family, how can you manage the world?" Lu Zhou said. The emperor was briefly rendered speechless by these words. After a moment, he nodded and said, "You have a point." Lu Zhou said, "I don't like beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." The emperor said at a speed that neither hurried nor slow, "I came for 2 reasons today. First, I wanted to visit the Zhao residence. Second, I wanted to meet the Golden Lotus expert whom I've heard about." Lu Zhou nodded. Then, after rising to his feet, he said, "You've accomplished both things, so you can leave now." When the eunuch standing at the back heard Lu Zhou's words, his expression looked rather unnatural. He really wanted to scold Lu Zhou. The Zhao residence was the home of the emperor's son. If anyone should leave, it should be Lu Zhou. However, he knew it was not his place to say anything. After years of accompanying the emperor, if he still did not know when was the right time to speak, he would have lived in vain. Moreover, he knew that among venerable masters or those who were stronger, status and positions no longer meant anything. The only thing that carried any meaning was absolute strength. As for the soldiers and cultivators who followed the Emperor of Great Qin here, they did not have such complex thoughts. They only listened to the Emperor's orders. They would not do anything without the Emperor's orders. The Emperor chuckled upon hearing Lu Zhou's words. Then he said, "Actually, there's no need for you to be like this. Now that I'm here, I might not come again in the future. You came all the way to the Green Lotus domain from the Golden Lotus domain, and I'm the ruler of the Green Lotus domain. If I leave now, are you sure you won't regret it?" If Mingshi were in Lu Zhou's shoes, he would not have hesitated to turn around and leave. Initially, Lu Zhou planned to study the power of infinite deduction today. However, now that Emperor of Great Qin was here, he had to put that aside. It was not a bad idea to investigate the secret behind the golden token. Moreover, based on the way things were going, it was possible that he did not even need to do much to complete the mission. Lu Zhou had to admit the emperor was quite different from what he had expected. After a moment, Lu Zhou sat down again. The emperor smiled upon seeing this before he said, "I'll be more direct. I won't waste your time, nor will I waste my time." Following that, he raised his voice slightly as he continued to say, "Zhou Ping has been punished enough. He's my subordinate, and Great Qin still needs him." Lu Zhou nodded. "I can let Zhou Ping go in exchange for the 3 golden tokens in your possession." The emperor was stunned by Lu Zhou's condition. He had put the matter regarding the golden tokens on the back burner for such a long time that he had gradually forgotten about it. He did not even order anyone to investigate the matter. After a moment, the emperor shook his head and said, "Although Zhou Ping is important, he's not worth 3 golden tokens." Lu Zhou remained silent. He knew the emperor had his own plans. The emperor thought about it for a moment before he said, "I can give you all 3 tokens in exchange for another person." Lu Zhou cocked an eyebrow. "Who?" "The survivor from the Meng clan," the emperor said. Lu Zhou frowned. Then he flicked his wrist lightly. Palm seal sailed in the air. The emperor's expression remained unchanged even though he was taken aback by Lu Zhou's sudden attack. He raised his hand and unleashed a palm seal as well. Bang! The golden and green palm seals collided and vanished into thin air. It was as though a gust of wind had blown past, causing no harm and creating no ripples. Lu Zhou said clearly, "His name is Mingshi, and he's my 4th disciple. Not to mention 3 golden tokens. Even your throne isn't enough to exchange for him." The emperor was slightly surprised. He did not expect Lu Zhou's disciple to hold so much weight in Lu Zhou's heart. A few moments before this, a few figures had flown over and landed behind Xianxia. Among them was Mingshi. When Mingshi heard Lu Zhou's words, he was greatly moved. His eyes reddened as he said, "Master's words are really too touching. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Little Yuaner, and Conk. Don't look at me like that. What I said came from the bottom of my heart." Mingshi said, "Is everything from the bottom of your heart nonsense?" Yu Zhenghai said as he looked at Mingshi from the corners of his eyes. "Eldest senior brother, I've learned my lesson," Mingshi said before he fell silent. For a time, silence reigned over Lu Zhou's courtyard. The emperor continued to maintain the faint smile on his face. It seemed rather incompatible with his burly physique and valiant appearance. How could someone who managed to become the emperor of a country be simple? After a moment, the emperor called out, "Ji Wenzi." Ji Wenzi walked over and respectfully asked, "Your orders, your majesty?" "Tell me about the Meng clan," the emperor said. "Yes." Ji Wenzi bowed to the emperor first before he bowed at Lu Zhou. Then, he slowly said, "General Meng was one of His Majesty's right-hand men. His Majesty appreciated his talent and entrusted him with important tasks. He had 3 troops at his disposal. At that time, Great Qin was powerful and was allied with 20 forces, causing trouble for Great Qin. The people of Great Qin suffered and lived in poverty at that time. General Meng, General Shi, and General Bai had a very good rapport and managed to defeat Great Qin at Mount Shao." After a brief pause, Ji Wenzi continued to say, "However, later, General Meng mobilized the 3 troops and tried to stage a coup. He tried to force His Majesty to abdicate the throne and tried to kill the emperor. Fortunately, General Shi and General Bai managed to kill him in the midst of the chaos. Then, His Majesty displayed his shocking strength to intimidate the troops before peace finally returned. His Majesty was merciful and didn't intend to punish all the members of the Meng clan. However, the members of the Meng clan continued to spread rumors and colluded with foreign forces. Old sir, if you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the streets of the capital. Listen to the people's truthful words about the Meng clan. If I'm lying, I'm willing to pay with my life," Ji Wenzi said before he kneeled on the ground. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai pointed at Ji Wenzi from afar and asked, "Second junior brother, do you think he's really stupid or is he pretending to be stupid?" Yu Shangrong replied with a smile, "In my opinion, we can't judge a book by its cover. However, if he's truly stupid, then it'd be too boring." At this moment, Mingshi jumped down from above. Then, he pointed at Ji Wenzi and said, "These are all your words. You can naturally say whatever you want." Everyone, including the Emperor of Great Qin, turned to look at Mingshi. Upon seeing Mingshi, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Then he said, "I'll give you the 3 golden tokens, 10 stalks of mystic life grass, 5 mystic microstones, and 5 high-grade life hearts in exchange for him." In the Emperor's eyes, there was nothing that could not be agreed upon as long as the benefits were great enough. He had said these words because 1, he was trying to probe Lu Zhou, and 2, he was very interested in the young man who possessed the great void seed. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and said in a deep voice, "Up until now, you still don't know your place." Swoosh! A flashing golden palm seal imbued with a considerable amount of divine power shot out. The Emperor smiled. "I want to seize this chance to see your strength." After saying that, the Emperor vanished into thin air again. Bang! The palm seal shattered the chair. "Retreat! Spread out!" Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, the Emperor appeared in front of Lu Zhou. Just as he struck, Lu Zhou struck with another palm seal. Bam! The energy from the collision swept out several thousand meters in just an instant. Upon seeing the seemingly ordinary palm seals, no one dared to be careless and took a defensive stance immediately. In a battle between experts, it was easy for them to destroy the world. Those who were the closest to the battle would also be the ones who would be greatly affected. The 2 palm seals continued to push against each other. However, after a moment, the expression of the Emperor of Great Qin changed slightly. He could sense a powerful and inscrutable force from the heart of Lu Zhou's palm seal. Hence, he hurriedly withdrew his palm seal. Guarding the country. The palm seal flashed and suddenly shot back to the Emperor's palm before it turned into a streak of light and shot out again. Lu Zhou felt a mysterious and profound force from the streak of light. Boom! The streak of light crashed against Lu Zhou's palm seal that had been imbued with his divine power. A horizontal wave of energy, resulting from the collision, swept out like a tsunami in all directions immediately. The Emperor of Great Qin, Ji Wenzi, Ji Wuzi, the cultivators, and the soldiers flew back at the same time. What a powerful force! Defend! The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion erected their protective energies and used their weapons to withstand the energy from the collision. The buildings within 1,000 meters were leveled in just an instant. Everything was in a mess. The Zhao residence was teetering on the brink of complete destruction from this wave of energy alone. Lu Zhou and the Emperor of Great Qin faced each other from afar in the sky. Lu Zhou had imbued a quarter of his divine power into the palm seal, and yet, it only managed to tie with the Emperor. It was far from enough to injure the Emperor. Based on this, it could be seen that the Emperor was not inferior to venerable masters. In fact, the Emperor was much stronger than Tuoba Siqing. The Emperor said, "Perhaps, you're the person who caused the imbalance. It's been a very long time since there was an expert from the Golden Lotus domain." At this moment, Zhao Yu roared from the ground, "What on earth are you doing?" The Emperor looked down and said to Zhao Yu, "Zhao Yu, go and check on your mother. If she dies, you'll be the one responsible for her death." Zhao Yu retorted. He thought this would make the Emperor think twice. Alas, the Emperor said, "If she dies, then so be it." "You!" Seeing that Zhao Yu was about to argue, the Emperor frowned and pressed his hand down with the force of a mountain. Boom! A mysterious force slammed down on Zhao Yu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Take him away!" the Emperor of Great Qin ordered. Understood. Two palace experts immediately flew toward Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu turned pale with fright and endured the pain as he cried out pleadingly, "Old sir! Help! Help me!" Zhao Yu was not sure if Lu Zhou would take action. After all, outsiders usually would not interfere in a father and son conflict. After all, as the saying went, even a tiger won't devour its cub. Up until now, the Emperor had really not harmed him. At most, he would be imprisoned now. To Zhao Yu's surprise, Lu Zhou launched 2 consecutive palm strikes before flying toward the 2 palace experts. The 2 palace experts turned pale with fright, caught off guard. They hurriedly raised their hands to block the palm strikes. Boom! Boom! The 2 palace experts were sent flying immediately. With that, Zhao Yu hurriedly ran over to join the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion. All the cultivators sighed and shook their heads as they looked at Zhao Yu's miserable back. His actions were no different from slapping the Emperor's face. As expected, the Emperor was furious. "Is it worth it for you to do this for him?" Killing intent surged from Lu Zhou's body as he shook his head and said, "I've given you many chances, but you don't know how to cherish them. You refuse to take the easy road and insist on doing things the hard way." At the same time, an advanced and enhanced reduction card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. The Emperor of Great Qin was incredibly perceptive. When Lu Zhou's hand moved slightly, he felt a subtle change in Lu Zhou's aura. With this, he brought out what seemed to be an object made of white jade. Then he calmly said, "I don't want to fight you. It's too late." Lu Zhou decisively crushed the advanced and enhanced reduction card. A translucent and inscrutable energy began to form in his hand. At this moment, the Emperor of Great Qin felt unprecedented danger. It had been a long time since his heart had raced like that. His instincts told him that he needed to strike first. He hurriedly waved his hand, and the mysterious streak of light appeared again. Swoosh! The Emperor vanished and reappeared above Lu Zhou. The light in his hand was blindingly bright, causing everyone to squint their eyes. The world turned white for a second. The Emperor's speed increased to the point where it seemed like he could travel through space. It made him seem like he had turned invisible. Even Lu Zhou could not capture his movements. This was the power from the law of space. Critical block card -1. Lu Zhou immediately recited the mantra for the heavenly writings power of infinite deduction. Perhaps it was because he had just studied the power of infinite deduction or his rich combat experience, but he instinctively cast the power of infinite deduction. Soon enough, a miraculous sight appeared before his eyes. He saw all the possible locations of the Emperor of Great Qin. Front, back, left, right, east, south, west, north. The scenes flashed past at top speed. However, he did not see the power of the reduction card in any of the scenes. It was not until he looked at the upper left corner that he finally saw it. At this time, the power of infinite deduction was cut off. At the same time, the Emperor's voice rang in the air. "I order you to get down." Lu Zhou had deducted from the heavenly writing power the location of the Emperor. He directed the vortex in his hand in that direction immediately. At the same time, he moved back. The Emperor frowned. "What's this?" 5 vortexes shot out and surrounded the Emperor before hitting him. He grunted before he felt a bone-chilling cold seeping through his entire body. He wanted to use his grand technique to leave, but it felt as though death was tightly gripping his legs as a pair of black hands grabbed his leg, preventing him from leaving. It was the same for his arms, for large black hands restrained his 4 limbs, immobilizing him. He struggled with all his might, but it was futile. All of a sudden, an even bigger black hand suddenly reached out toward his heart from the void. Meanwhile, in everyone's eyes, they only saw the Emperor's limbs seem to be pulled taut by something invisible. They could see the fear, anger, panic, despair flashing in his eyes at this moment. Buzz! The Emperor's astrolabe appeared at this moment. Although the astrolabe was not big, everyone clearly saw the pattern on it. 36 triangles flashed briefly before 22 distinct lights shone. 22 birth charts? Everyone was shocked. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, 2 life hearts flew out of the astrolabe. Following that, 5 distinct lights on the astrolabe dimmed immediately before they vanished. It was as though they were never there before. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the 2 life hearts flew into his hand. At this moment, the Emperor of Great Qin finally regained freedom now that death had left. The Emperor's fearful expression was rather unsightly. The white jade in his hand suddenly vibrated before it turned into a streak of white light and shot toward the royal palace. "Someone from the Great Void? I'll wait for you." At the same time, the dragon robe fluttered and fell from the sky. "Didn't I say you won't have a good outcome today if you persisted in acting that way? Why didn't you believe me?" Lu Zhou thought the Emperor of Great Qin would be smart and sensible. If not necessary, he did not wish to make any enemies during his time in the Green Lotus domain. Lu Zhou glanced at the dragon robe that finally landed on the ground before he swept his gaze across Ji Wenzi, Ji Wuzi, and the palace cultivators. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi kept retreating. As for the cultivators, some of them sat limply on the ground, some of them turned pale and fainted, and some of them simply retreated with trembling legs. Lu Zhou said, "Don't let them leave." After Lu Zhou gave the order, Xianxia leaped forward with a swoosh and landed in front of the crowd. It bared its fangs and glared at them. Mingshi stood on Xianxia's back and stared at the crowd with a smile on his face. The separation hook in his hand glinted coldly. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi's cultivation bases were higher than Mingshi, so they could definitely escape from him. However, they had not forgotten what had happened the last time they tried to escape. They could not bear the price of trying to escape again. Just a while ago, perhaps, they still had the support of the Emperor of Great Qin. However, they had no one to support them now. Everyone saw the Emperor run away. After a brief moment, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi dropped to their knees with a thud. They obediently surrendered. "That's more like it," Mingshi said with a smile. Lu Zhou said, "Just detain 2 of them. Everyone else can scram." The cultivators were at a loss when they heard these words. They did not know if they should leave or not. After all, grand cultivators had strange temperaments. What if they were killed as soon as they turned to leave? "My master has already shown mercy. Why are all of you still here? Hurry up and scram," Little Yuaner said fiercely. Except for Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi, the others hurriedly left. All these weak underlings did not have any use as hostages. In fact, there might not even be any use in holding Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi hostage. Lu Zhou landed and looked at the 2 brothers. "Did the Emperor's 22 birth charts boost your confidence?" Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi kept waving their hands as they said, "No, no. He's the Emperor. We're only following orders. After all, even if he wants us to die, we can only acquiesce. You're experts and masters of Great Qin. The Emperor of Great Qin destroyed Great Qin, so you should have held a grudge against him. Lu Zhou did not understand why the two brothers would switch allegiance. A smart person knows how to choose who to follow. If you're willing to accept us, we'll follow you to death without any hesitation, Xianxia said. You've misunderstood. You're not qualified to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou said. If it was possible, Xianxia and Zhu Wuzi felt even worse than before. They were not like fishes on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Lu Zhou looked at the two brothers who wore unsightly expressions on their faces as he asked, "Tell me the truth. Did the Emperor go to the Pillar of Destruction?" Xianxia did not care about anything at this moment and hurriedly answered in full detail. Yes. He went to the Pillar of Destruction in Bushi and obtained great void soil there. What else? Lu Zhou asked. A lot of mystic life grass, profound microstones, fire lotuses, snow lotuses, blood ginseng, heavenly soul grass, illusion stones, the great void soil. Xianxia kept rambling. He did not even miss the unimportant details. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yu said angrily, "Did you say he has a lot of fire lotus, snow lotus, and blood ginseng?" Xianxia naturally understood why Zhao Yu was angry. He turned around and kowtowed to Zhao Yu as he said, His Majesty prohibited us from talking about this. Young Master Zhao, please calm down. It was said that a tiger would not devour its own cub. But what the Emperor of Great Qin did was even more infuriating than if he were to kill his son. Xianxia did not say anything. In fact, he also did not know the reason behind the Emperor's actions. He could only bear Zhao Yu's anger with an aggrieved expression on his face. Mingshi said angrily, "Why the hell do you look so aggrieved? Where's your confidence and arrogance from before?" Lu Zhou asked, "Since the Emperor is a venerable master, why didn't he try to get rid of the other 4 venerable masters and unify everyone under Great Qin's banner? After all, he's clearly very ambitious. The equalizers from the Great Void serve as a deterrent. Previously, he relied on some ancient secret technique to suppress his cultivation base to the 17 chart stage. However, after the imbalance, he no longer had any scruples. However, he didn't expect Venerable Master Tuoba and Venerable Master Yi to die." Xianxia replied. "What's that white jade in his hand?" Lu Zhou asked. "It's called the White Dragon Jade. It's a fusion-grade sacred relic," Xianxia said. Then, after sneaking a look at Lu Zhou, he added, "I don't know anything else about it." "What else is there?" Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia replied, There's an ancient formation in the palace. If it's not necessary, I suggest." "Suggest what? Who cares about the formation? It's just like a piece of paper in front of my master. Who are you trying to frighten? You're just a frog living at the bottom of a well that's trying to give advice." The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion shook their heads speechlessly. They could all see how irritable Mingshi had become ever since coming to the Green Lotus domain. Everything irritated him, and he was always angry. However, considering his identity, relationship with the Meng clan, and what some of the people here did to him, they could understand him. "Why, you're right. Please forgive me, old sir." Lu Zhou continued to ask, "Are there any other experts in the palace? Apart from the 2 of us, there are 4 great guardians and chief eunuch Gao Cheng. Their strength isn't inferior to those of free men. However, in front of the old sir, they're not worth mentioning," Xianxia said. There were no changes in Lu Zhou's expression, but inwardly, he was wondering how he should deal with so many experts. He knew this matter could not be rushed, and he had to consider everything carefully. Now that he had poked the hornet's nest that was the Emperor of Great Qin, he had to carefully and completely solve this problem. Otherwise, the Golden Lotus domain would be in danger. Finally, Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Considering your performance, I'll spare your lives for now." Xianxia was overjoyed. "Old sir, why don't you take us in? We promise to do our best and stay loyal to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Let alone both of you, even if the Emperor of Great Qin kneels in front of me and begs me, I might not accept him. Moreover, you betrayed both Great Qin and the Emperor." What do you know about loyalty? Ji Wenzi was rendered speechless. Now that his character and loyalty had been proven to be problematic, who would dare to keep him by their side? Lu Zhou did not understand why the emperor would keep these two people by his side. Take them away, Lu Zhou ordered. Wait! Ji Wenzi raised his hand. Lu Zhou felt that Ji Wenzi was still harboring secrets, so he said, Speak. Ji Wenzi gulped before he said, I want to negotiate with you, old sir. I know I'm not qualified to negotiate, but I just want to live. If you kill me, you won't get anything, right? Ming Shirin was about to curse. He could not believe there was such a shameless person. Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop Ming Shirin before he said, I'll give you a chance. However, if the information you provide isn't valuable, you'll die. Ji Wenzi looked to the left and the right before he pointed at Ming Shirin and said, Tell him to leave. Ming Shirin was about to leap into a fit of rage when Lu Zhou said, Leave. All right, I'll obey you, master. If you need me, just call me. I'll come immediately, Ming Shirin said as he retreated to the distance. Ji Wenzi hurriedly suppressed his aura before he transmitted his voice telepathically. I remember one time I went to the palace to see the emperor. At that time he had just finished showering and was about to change. I remembered smelling the smell of the Meng residence. The smell of the Meng residence? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow before gesturing for Ji Wenzi to continue. I'll never forget that smell in my life. It was the smell of blood and death. Unfortunately, before I could smell it further, it vanished completely, Ji Wenzi said. Are you saying that the emperor slaughtered everyone in the Meng residence? Apart from the smell, the fact that the emperor had showered and was just about to change indicated that it was likely he was cleaning up the bloodstains. Ji Wenzi shook his head and said, That's what I thought initially. However, when His Majesty summoned me into the room, I didn't find anything unusual. Lu Zhou asked, Is your sense of smell very good? Upon hearing these words, Ji Wenzi could not help but swell with confidence. He said, I have 14 birth charts, and 7 of them are related to my sense of smell. Isn't that just wasting the space in your birth palace? Although it's just one ability, it has many uses, Ji Wenzi said. If it were a truly excellent ability, Lu Zhou might have taken it for himself. However, not only did he have the power of smell from the heavenly writing, even if he did not, he thought it was not worth it to sacrifice so many locations in the birth palace just to boost one ability. Ji Wuzi chimed in at this moment. My brother once saw Bayan near a lotus pond in the southern mountain. Bayan has a keen nose and can be considered almost peerless. However, it's still no match for my brother. Lu Zhao naturally knew Bayan's abilities very well. Indeed, its sense of smell was exceptional. However, its sense of smell was still second to its defenses. In fact, since he did not think it would be of much help, he left it behind on Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhou nodded and said, The emperor isn't stupid. If he killed those in the Meng residence, how could he have revealed any clues in front of you? If what you said is true, it's likely that he slaughtered everyone in the Meng residence. Ji Wenzi was stunned. He could not refute Lu Zhou's words. However, he really did not understand the emperor's thoughts. The emperor was prone to crazy and out-of-character fits sometimes. For example, that time when he severed his and his brother's arms. There was also Zhou Ping, whom the emperor widely acknowledged as his weapon. However, someone like the emperor must know that just one Zhou Ping was not enough even if Zhou Ping was strong. In the end, Ji Wenzi said, I don't dare to make any more guesses. I can only tell you what I know. Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi continued to kneel silently. Lu Zhou waved his sleeves and said, Leave. Ji Wenzi was overjoyed. He grabbed Ji Wuzi and hurriedly flew away. Lu Zhou turned and glanced at Ming Shirin. He did not say anything and returned to his room. Evening. Lu Zhou brought out the 2 life hearts he had obtained from the Emperor of Great Qin. He could not identify them until Kongwen had taken a look at them. The one with rich energy and a strong aura was a great life heart which came from He Luoyu, a beast emperor. The other one was the life heart of Zhu Huai, a beast king. The Emperor of Great Qin had 22 birth charts, and the reduction card helped him obtain the Emperor's 21st and 22nd life hearts. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. His luck was rather good. The 22nd life heart was the Beast Emperor's life heart. Generally speaking, the closer the birth charts got to a birth trial, the stronger the life hearts that activated them would be. On the other hand, the life hearts that activated birth charts soon after a birth trial were generally weaker. For example, the life heart of the 6th birth chart was slightly better than the life heart of the 7th birth chart. Since the Emperor of Qin had passed 3 birth trials, his strongest life heart should be the one that was used to activate his 18th birth chart. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou was quite satisfied with the Beast King and Beast Emperor's life hearts that he obtained. Subsequently, Lu Zhou used his remaining divine power and activated the Pillar of Impermanence, increasing its speed to 100 times faster. Any faster, and it would not benefit his cultivation much. After all, this did not truly control time but the speed of circulation. Following that, he brought his birth palace out and placed Zhu Huai's life heart. Zhu Huai's life heart hovered above his birth palace for a moment before it began to sink into it, starting the process of activating his 14th birth chart. Since he had just passed a birth trial not long ago, the pain of activating the birth chart was not much. All he had to do now was wait. With the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, he should be able to complete the process within 2 days. After that, he no longer paid attention to the activation of his birth chart. Instead, he brought out his blue 5-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. After activating the 14th birth chart, he would gain another 3,000 years of life. In total, he would have 16,000 years of life. Sacrificing the years of my life to upgrade the blue avatar isn't worth it. I might as well give it to the Pillar of Impermanence. Lightning Tribulation? Lan Shihe had deliberately attracted the lightning tribulation using the 30,000 Dao inscriptions on the White Tower. However, it could only be triggered by using the sun, moon, and star wheel that served as the anchor and the guide. That's a good way to upgrade my blue avatar, Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Not only could the lightning tribulation upgrade his blue avatar, but he could also raise his lifespan. However, he could only attempt this after passing his next birth trial. At this time, he still had to activate another 4 birth charts before he had to pass his 3rd birth trial. He was not in a rush anyway. At noon the next day, Lu Zhou heard a crisp sound. Zhu Huai's life heart was completely embedded into the birth palace, and there was now a distinct pattern where it used to be. Took longer than Lu Zhou expected. Based on the 100-time increase from the Pillar of Impermanence, it meant that it would have taken him 100 nights and mornings just to reach this stage without the Pillar of Impermanence. When it came to activating birth charts, there were 3 stages: early, middle, and late. In the early stages, it was not suitable to activate birth charts without a long period of rest in between due to the instability of the realm. The best time to activate birth charts was at the later stage. Currently, after activating 13 birth charts, Lu Zhou was still at the middle stage. However, due to the Pillar of Impermanence and the Divine Soul Pearl, he had smoothly activated his birth chart and passed his 2nd birth trial. Apart from that, he also managed to strengthen his birth palace. Now that the activation of the birth chart had proceeded to the next stage, a vortex formed above the birth palace. Lu Zhou closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. At the same time, in the palace, splash! The Emperor of Great Qin sat in a medicine tub as he hit his hand against the hot water and angrily said, "Bring me more mystic life grass." Why your majesty, I've placed all 10 stalks of mystic life grass into the tub," Gao Chang said fearfully. The emperor was perplexed. He had spent 2 days soaking in the medicine tub, but there was no sign of him recovering his birth charts. After a brief moment, the emperor asked in a low voice, "Then why is there no effect? Are the stalks of mystic life grass fake?" "Of course they're real. Your Majesty, please calm down," Gao Chang said. "You can't rush the process of recovering your birth charts," the emperor said through gritted teeth. "Originally, I only wanted to test his strength. I didn't expect. This cultivation base of this person from the Golden Lotus domain is unfathomable. It's best to avoid him. If your Majesty wants to vent your anger, We can send some men to kill a few of his disciples, Gao Cheng said. The emperor did not respond to these words. Instead, he glanced at Gao Cheng from the corners of his eyes and asked, Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi haven't returned yet? I'm afraid they won't be returning, Gao Cheng said. Send Bai Yi to the Zhao residence. I don't care what methods he uses, but he has to bring me a few of their heads, the emperor said. Yes, your majesty. The next night, Bai Yi, who was far away from Xiangyang City, received an order. He rode on his flying sword and shot toward the Zhao residence like a streak of light. Bai Yi and Shi Qishu were both generals and the emperor of Great Qin's trusted men. After the battle on Mount Shao, Bai Yi was more than qualified to hold a high position in the army. However, in view of Bai Yi's swordsmanship, the emperor of Great Qin transferred Bai Yi out of the army and made Bai Yi one of his lackeys. On the surface, Bai Yi seemed like an idle official. In truth, Bai Yi secretly helped him to remove the thorns in his side. In the past, there was an official who was impressed by Bai Yi's achievements during the battle on Mount Shao. However, when he tried to rope Bai Yi into his cause, he was killed by Bai Yi. From then on, the emperor viewed Bai Yi as his confidant. The moon was dim and the wind was strong when Bai Yi arrived near the vicinity of the Zhao residence. He was careful and patient like a hunter as he observed his surroundings. After Zhao Yu discovered the truth, he had completely changed the helpers in the residence, so there were no insiders to help Bai Yi. Hence, he could only look for opportunities himself. Bai Yi stood near the trunk of a towering tree at the edge of a jungle outside of the Zhao residence. A skeptical expression could be seen on his face as he murmured to himself, "How did His Majesty lose?" Before he came here, he had already received news that the Emperor of Great Qin was forced to flee after exchanging blows with the expert in the Zhao residence. Since he was among the few who were privy to the Emperor's true strength, the fact that the Emperor was forced to flee told him that the expert was stronger than a venerable master. Hence, he was extra cautious. No wonder they dared to kill Shi Qishu. Fortunately, I didn't follow Ji Wenji here, Bai Yi thought to himself, relieved. Although Ji Wenzi and Ji Wuzi's cultivation bases were not bad, they liked using others to do their dirty work. Bai Yi thought the duo deserved what they got. The duo could only blame themselves for meeting a tough opponent. Suddenly, Bai Yi heard the noises of energy swords and hurriedly flew in the direction of the noise to have a look. Bai Yi was born with an inherent love for swords. He was also widely acknowledged as a highly skilled swordsman in Xiangyang City. How could he not tell the sounds were from energy swords? He traveled along the edge of the jungle and made his way east. In the darkness of the night, he looked like a wild wolf. He furrowed his brows when he came to a stop on a hill and looked in the direction of the sound. It didn't come from the Zhao residence. Then, a wide grin appeared on his face before he said, "It seems like even heaven is on my side. I'll bring your head to His Majesty." Bai Yi flew southeast. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, he could vaguely hear the sound of flowing water from the foot of a small mountain southeast of the Zhao residence. Bai Yi did not stop. He jumped into the air and flew up the mountain. He stood at a high altitude so could see far ahead. Then he landed silently on a huge rock. The huge rock was strategically hidden by the trees in the surroundings. Bai Yi looked down and saw a grayish figure flashing back and forth as energy swords sailed in the air. Due to the dim lighting, he could not see that it was actually a green-clad swordsman. The green-clad swordsman suddenly came to a stop. The countless energy swords that were spinning in the air like a tornado suddenly stopped as though they were frozen. Bai Yi felt speechless when he saw this. He praised inwardly, "What a great control!" The green-clad swordsman turned slightly, and the energy swords vanished at the same time. Then, a streak of red light flew into a scabbard. The green-clad swordsman looked to the side and said, "This move of mine can easily control over 1,000,000 energy swords. What do you think, eldest senior brother?" "There's another person?" Bai Yi looked over. A person walked out from the shadows onto the moonlit ground. He smiled and said, "Your cultivation base has already surpassed mine, but that's not important. It won't be long before I catch up to you. Based on this, it can be seen that the path of severing the lotus is easier. The majority of those who severed their lotuses fall behind those who didn't, Yu Shangrong said. There's no point discussing which is easier or harder. I can replicate that move of yours with my saber, Yu Zhenghai said before the jasper saber flew out from his waist. The jasper saber glowed with a pale light, making it look even more mysterious and strange under the moonlight. It flashed with golden light once before. Swoosh! Millions of energy sabers appeared in the air. They sparkled beautifully under the moonlight. After a moment they got into a formation, forming a long dragon. The long dragon circled Yu Zhenghai several times before it flew toward the tree at the side. Bang! 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 The energy sabers hit the tree in succession before they flew back to Yu Zhenghai's side before they vanished. After a moment, creak, the tree fell to the ground. Its trunk was neatly sliced into pieces like cakes that rolled toward Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai's feet. Their sizes were the same and the cuts were smooth. Yu Zhenghai smiled and said, "In fact, the saber is not only domineering, but it's also capable of performing finer actions like the swords." Yu Shangrong did not care to respond to these words. Instead, he said, "Eldest senior brother, please have another look." Swoosh! The longevity sword flew up to the sky. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1 kilometer. The longevity sword continued to rise, passing the height where Bai Yi was. Bai Yi tightened his grip around his sword and retreated into the shadows. He raised his head and looked at the sword that glowed red in shock and disbelief. Flying sword! The longevity sword released energy swords that filled the night sky. They formed a ring high up in the sky and divided it into 12 areas like a clock, which was particularly eye-catching, before they lined up and shot back into the longevity sword. Following that, the longevity sword flew back into its scabbard. Bai Yi had always prided himself on his sword skills. However, he felt as though his confidence and pride had suffered a blow after witnessing Yu Shangrong's perfect control. At this moment, his hand that was gripping his sword was clammy, and his mind was filled with complex thoughts. "Can you do this, eldest senior brother?" Yu Shangrong asked with a small hint of smugness. Yu Zhenghai said, "It's just flying the sword to a higher altitude. It's not particularly useful. I can just walk up to my opponent and kill him with a strike." "Of course, it's useful." Swoosh! As soon as Yu Shangrong's voice fell, the longevity sword flew out of its scabbard again, unleashing countless energy swords in the direction where Bai Yi was hiding. Then, a voice that carried a hint of derision rang in the air. "Friend, have you seen enough? Shit! I've been discovered." Bai Yi hurriedly brandished his sword. Bang! 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 Bai Yi sent the energy swords flying back as he flew up until he was looking down on the duo. Then he said, "I didn't mean to offend the both of you. I was just passing by. Farewell." Bai Yi knew he could not kill the duo. If he tried, the one who would be killed was him. Hence, he wanted to retreat as quickly as possible. Just as he turned to leave, a heaven-cleaving energy saber shot over from the side. Yu Zhenghai held his saber with both hands and unleashed a 1,000-meter-long energy saber. Bai Yi frowned as he parried horizontally with his sword. Boom! Bai Yi flashed backward. The collision caused his blood and qi to churn, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Yu Zhenghai smiled and said, "The result is the same." Yu Shangrong also smiled and said, "This person's cultivation is not bad, and he seems to be skilled with the sword. Why don't we test our skills on him?" "All right." The duo flew up in unison. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi jumped in fright and turned to flee. Swoosh! 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 Bai Yi cast his grand technique over and over again without thinking and vanished into the horizons in just a blink of an eye. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were stunned for a moment before they looked at each other. "Why is he so afraid?" "He's probably frightened by my energy saber," Yu Zhenghai replied with a straight face. Bai Yi finally landed in a small forest far away from Xiangyang City. After he calmed down, he looked in the direction of the Zhao residence and muttered to himself, "I must complete the mission His Majesty has given me no matter what." He thought he was too unlucky to run into two experts right off the bat. It was not his style to leave a mission uncompleted. It was not something he could accept. Bai learned from his mistake. This time, he was determined to leave without any hesitation as soon as he ran into an expert. Bai set off again. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at the Zhao residence and approached from the northwest. Generally speaking, the southeast direction was where the big shots lived. It was safer to approach from the northwest direction. This side was generally the residence of helpers with low status. But unfortunately, he discovered the few courtyards in the northwest were uninhabited, so he could only head south. He restrained his aura and held his breath, turning himself into an inanimate object. In the darkness, he saw a huge Xianxia lying on the ground, sleeping. Xianxia. He instinctively retreated. Xianxia's senses were very sharp, and it was unusually difficult to kill. Even if he managed to kill it, it would definitely alert the experts in the Zhao family and cost him his life. Leave. He decisively changed directions. He rushed to the other side of the villa. Just as he landed, he heard a noise. When he looked over, he saw Wuxia, who was shrouded in auspicious qi. Wuxia stared at him with its huge eyes and stood up curiously. Wuxia. When Bai retreated, he stumbled due to surprise and nervousness. At this time, he did not look like an expert swordsman at all. Bai gritted his teeth before he tapped his toes and flew away, looking as light as a swallow. Experts. All of them are experts. This mission is impossible to complete. Bai was about to leave the Zhao residence when he flew past the last courtyard. He looked at it casually, not holding any hope, when he saw a little girl squatting on the ground and playing with something. Hope surged into Bai's heart again. My chance is finally here. Bai came to a halt in the sky and looked down. He unsheathed his sword silently as he looked at the little girl. The little girl was clapping her hands at this moment before pointing at something on the ground and saying, "Fly! Fly! Where's your fire?" Due to the darkness, Bai did not have a clear look at the thing in front of the little girl earlier. Upon hearing her words, he took a closer look and saw a tiny fiery red bird flapping its wings and slowly rising into the air. Bai wanted to make a quick move, but seeing the little creature was rather strange. He continued to observe for a moment. The chubby creature resembled a fat chicken. When it flew to the height of the roof, it chirped. The girl said, not bothered to hide her dissatisfaction, "You're really stupid. You still can't breathe fire." She sat down and rested her elbows on her legs before resting her chin in her hands. Then she muttered, "When will you be as powerful as your mother? She's so cool." Swoosh. At this time, the chicken in the air suddenly shot a ball of flames out toward the little girl. At the same, flames began to shroud its body. The girl easily launched a ball of flames of her own and resisted the true flames with her karmic fire. Then, she said happily, "You succeeded." Bai was not stupid. If he still could not tell what that chubby chicken was at this moment, he would have lived in vain. The divine fire phoenix? Bai decisively sheathed his sword and used his grand technique to leave. In the courtyard, little Yuaner looked up at the flaming little fire phoenix happily. She said excitedly, "I didn't raise you with my great void energy in vain. A little more. A little bigger." Swoosh. The little fire phoenix puffed its chest and lifted its head, prepared to breathe out another ball of flames. Whoosh. It exhaled a wave of hot air instead. With that, the flames on its body were extinguished immediately. Perhaps, it was stunned by this unexpected development. It forgot to flap its wings and fell to the ground with a plop. Little Yuaner. Fortunately, the little fire phoenix did not fly very high up, so it was not injured. During this time, under little Yuaner's training, its flight and flame control had improved greatly. Her great void energy from the great void seed naturally helped a lot. Since Bai fled in a hurry, he left minute fluctuations behind. Little Yuaner, who cultivated the supreme purity slip, had very keen senses, so she sensed the slight fluctuations immediately. She looked at the sky and asked, "Who is it?" However, the sky was empty. She shuddered. Then, She flew toward the little fire phoenix before grabbing it and continued flying toward Konk's courtyard. I don't want to sleep alone. In the royal palace, the Emperor of Great Qin, who was still soaking in the medicine tub, was on the verge of losing his temper. He was confused and angry. Over the past 2 days, he had used up almost all of the mystic life grass he had obtained in the unknown land, but he did not even recover one birth chart. Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng walked in tremblingly. Your Majesty? Where's Bai Yi now? General Bai promised to complete the mission today, so he should be arriving soon. Gao Cheng replied as he glanced at the moon outside. The palace was deathly silent, making people feel uncomfortable. About an hour later, Bai Yu rushed over from afar and arrived at the entrance of the palace unobstructed. He said, I'm here to see His Majesty. Before the guards on duty could announce Bai Yi's arrival, a voice rang from inside. Let him in. Since Bai Yi's identity was special, these were just perfunctory actions. In fact, both the guards and experts in the hall would grant him access without any fuss. Bai Yi walked along the corridor and passed a few halls before he finally saw Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng frowned when he saw Bai Yi had come empty-handed. He asked, Where are the heads? Bai Yi fell to his knees and cupped his fists together before he said, Damn it! I failed to complete the mission. The Zhao residence has too many experts, and I'm no match for them. Swoosh! The water droplets evaporated from the Emperor of Great Qin's body as he flashed out of the tub. After grabbing his robe, he appeared in front of Bai Yi. He stared at Bai Yi with burning eyes as he asked, Even you're no match for them? Bai Yi kowtowed as he said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. The Emperor waved his sleeve. I'll give you another chance. Thank you, Your Majesty, Bai Yi hurriedly said. Lead a troop to the Evil Sky Pavilion in the Golden Lotus domain. If you fail, you don't have to return, the Emperor said. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Yi said before he left. After Bai Yi left, Gao Cheng said, Your Majesty, I'm afraid General Bai will be disloyal. He won't be disloyal, the Emperor said. Gao Cheng lowered his head and said, If Your Majesty says so, then that must be the case. Bring me the life heart I've saved and activate the spatial formation in the Mystic Tranquility Hall, the Emperor said. Gao Cheng's heart jolted upon hearing these words. The Emperor of Great Qin intended to forcefully activate a new birth chart. Naturally, he did not dare have any opinion. He only said, Understood. 3 days later, in the Zhao residence, the morning was very peaceful. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at his birth palace. Its surface was smooth and shone with 14 distinct lights. It's done. 3 days under the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence were equivalent to 300 days. Lu Zhou withdrew the Pillar of Impermanence and returned the circulation speed to normal. He could sense the surging power in his Dantian sea of qi. He felt as though his body held immeasurable power at this moment. His cultivation had clearly improved greatly. At this moment, Zhao Yu's voice rang from outside. Zhao Yu requests an audience with old Sir. A hint of anxiety could be heard in Zhao Yu's voice. Lu Zhou walked out and saw the anxious expression on Zhao Yu's face, so he asked, What's wrong? Zhao Yu was overjoyed when he saw Lu Zhou. My mother is awake. Lu Zhou nodded. Lead the way. Zhao Yu quickly brought Lu Zhou to another courtyard. When Lu Zhou entered the room, he saw the haggard Madame Qi. Her eyes were lifeless, and her aura was weak. Zhao Yu moved to stand next to his mother and said in a low voice, Mother, he's the person who saved you. Madame Qi tried her best to lift her head to look at Lu Zhou. Initially, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face before it was quickly replaced by a complex expression. Then, she shook her head before she said, Many thanks, benefactor. Lu Zhou studied her face and complexion and found them to be normal. She had just woken up after such a long time, so it would be impossible for her to return to the pink of health immediately. Lu Zhou had noticed Madame Qi's reaction earlier, so he asked, Do you know me? Madame Qi shook her head and said weakly, I was mistaken. I apologize. You look younger than him. Is she talking about Ji Tiandao? Lu Zhou calmly asked, Who's he? Madame Qi sighed and said, We met by chance and aren't very familiar. Madame Qi coughed before she could finish her sentence. Zhao Yu hurriedly passed her a bowl of medicine. Mother, this is to strengthen your body and vitality. It's prescribed by the old sir. Madame Qi nodded and took a sip. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly said, I'm from the Evil Sky Pavilion in the Golden Lotus domain. Crash. As soon as Madame Qi heard these words, the bowl in her hand slipped and crashed on the ground. A shocked expression appeared on Madame Qi's pale and haggard face. The hand that the bowl slipped out of trembled slightly. With Lu Zhou's ability or even Zhao Yu's, they could have easily caught the bowl of medicine. However, perhaps they were too shocked by her reaction that they forgot to do so. After Madame Qi realized she had lost her composure, she called tremblingly, Why, Mother, what happened? Zhao Yu asked in confusion as he tried to calm his agitated mother. Madame Qi asked, How long have I been unconscious? More than 300 days. Zhao Yu did not tell the truth in the end. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see him. Madame Qi pushed her quilt aside and tried to get off the bed. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you? Madame Qi was stunned. Although she had been in a coma for a long time, many things were etched in her mind and left indelible marks on her. This included the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion in the Golden Lotus domain. Zhao Yu was confused. Old sir, do you know my mother? In fact, Lu Zhou did not know if he or Ji Tiandao had met her before. After so many years here, he had met too many people by chance. How could he remember all of them? In the end, he said, You'll have to ask your mother. Zhao Yu stared at Lu Zhou for a moment before he stumbled back. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face as he kept sizing Lu Zhou up. And no way, he my father. Zhao Yu turned slightly to look at his mother. He saw his mother pretending to be calm as she snuck a look at Lu Zhou. The more he looked at his mother, the more troubled he became. No wonder the emperor treated his mother so coldly. No wonder he did not look like the emperor at all. No wonder the emperor treated him coldly. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After a moment, Zhao Yu finally calmed down. He sighed inwardly. In fact, the emperor had never treated him well. The emperor did not even care when his mother was bedridden for so long. This, in his eyes, made the emperor an unqualified father. In comparison, the old man standing in front of him, despite being harsh and cold, knew right from wrong and kept his promises. Moreover, he was a mighty figure above venerable masters. Many people dreamed about being related to such a person. Zhao Yu sighed again. They were blood relatives, and there was no deep hatred between them. How could he not acknowledge him? Thud. Zhao Yu kneeled on the ground. Father. Lu Zhou. Madame Qi. The word, father, came from the bottom of Zhao Yu's heart. In fact, he was so moved that his eyes reddened. However, Lu Zhou was thoroughly dumbfounded. Who would be able to accept the sudden fucking appearance of a son for no reason? Even if he wanted a son, he did not have to do it this way. Madame Qi asked, what are you doing? Zhao Yu said, Mother, there's no need for you to explain or hide anything. I'm grown up now, so I can accept this. Is there anyone who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? Lu Zhou was speechless upon hearing these words. Is his head broken? Although Lu Zhou was not affected by these words, Madame Qi was different. She was embarrassed. Moreover, she was someone who cared about her reputation. How could she accept this baseless accusation that was punishable by death? She got up with all her strength, and when she sat up, she grabbed Zhao Yu's ears. Ouch! It hurts! Zhao Yu shouted. What are you talking about? The person I know indeed resembles my benefactor. However, that's something else. It's not what you're thinking, Madame Qi said. Zhao Yu was confused. Madame Qi let go of Zhao Yu's ear before she coughed violently twice. Then, she patted her chest. Lu Zhou asked, Have you been to the Golden Lotus domain? Madame Qi nodded. After calming down, she said, When the imbalance appeared, I went to the Golden Lotus domain in order to save the lives of a few children. When she looked at Lu Zhou again, she was certain he was the descendant of that person. She felt everything was really fated. It was the will of the heavens. The child from the Meng clan as well? Lu Zhou said. Madame Qi exclaimed in shock. You're aware of that? Zhao Yu said. Mother, many things happened during the days you were unconscious. We all know about the things that happened in the Meng residence. Madame Qi shrank back as her eyes darted around. No, no, no. The Emperor won't let you go. He won't let you go. Lu Zhou asked. What secret is the Emperor hiding? Madame Qi became even more agitated upon hearing these words. Her eyes widened, brimming with fear, as she waved her hands and said, I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know, I don't know. It was true that Madame Qi was banished to the cold palace. She was so ill, but the Emperor did not even care about her. However, there was no reason for her to be so terrified. They were husband and wife, and they even had a son. It was hard to imagine what could cause her to be so terrified of the Emperor. Zhao Yu was puzzled as well. At this time, Lu Zhou raised his hand. A golden lotus, which he had imbued with the divine power, bloomed in his hand. The healing energy from the golden lotus was like the water from a hot spring. It was warm and surged through Madame Qi's entire body, helping her to calm down and dispelling her fear. Lu Zhou said, She just woke up not long ago. Let her recuperate for a few more days and wait until her mental state is stable. Thank you, old sir. Zhao Yu bowed. Lu Zhou turned around and left. Just as he arrived at the door, Madame Qi asked, Can I see that child? Lu Zhou agreed before he left. Mingshi was baffled when he received his master's order. He ran over as he muttered to himself, Why did master summon me? What do their mother and son's matters have to do with me? When he arrived outside Madame Qi's room, he coughed softly to announce his arrival. A gentle voice rang from inside. Come in. Mingshi walked in indifferently. Madame Qi felt better after being healed by the golden lotus, so she easily propped herself up. When she saw Mingshi, her eyes widened slightly as an expression of shock and excitement appeared on her face. Then, tears fell down her face as she said, Too similar. Really too similar. Similar. Mingshi was baffled. Then he said, Don't tell me you're my mother. I won't believe such a ridiculous thing. Zhao Yu looked at Mingshi speechlessly. His imagination is even more ridiculous than mine. Madame Qi quickly wiped away her tears and said, No, I'm just excited. I'm happy for the Meng clan. At the very least, there was still someone left from the Meng clan. Don't try to trick me. My master might have fallen for it, but I won't. Mingshi took a step back. In Mingshi opinion, there was no one good in the royal family. The destruction of the Meng clan and the death of his brother, Mengsheng, was caused by the family in front of him. The most ruthless people were from the royal family. This had always been the case. Madame Qi's attitude only made him feel disgusted. Zhao Yu said, I don't understand. Do you really hate us so much? Of course. Mingshi looked at Zhao Yu and said, If it weren't for my master, even if you had 100 lives in the unknown land, my separation hook would have sent you to hell. Whoosh! Mingshi brought out the separation hook that glinted coldly under the light. Zhao Yu shrank back and instinctively raised his hand to block. How could Mingshi kill Zhao Yu? This action was purely to scare Zhao Yu. Seeing that Zhao Yu was so timid and honest, he laughed out loud and said, The Emperor doesn't even bat an eyelid when he kills, so why are you cowardly? Zhao Yu was ridiculed until his face turned red and he was speechless. Madame Qi pulled Zhao Yu back and looked at Mingshi. She said word by word, Stop talking. He's still alive. Mingshi frowned. What do you mean by he's still alive? Madame Qi was silent. Mingshi said, I'm telling you now. I have nothing to do with the Meng residence. Alive or not, whoever that person is, has nothing to do with me. Don't bother me anymore. After saying that, Mingshi turned around and left. Zhao Yu wanted to stop him, but Madame Qi pulled him back and said, Let him go. He's also very pitiful. When all's said and done, we owe him. Zhao Yu wanted to say something, but he stopped himself inside. After returning to his room, Lu Zhou looked at his 14 birth charts again in satisfaction. There was still He Luoyu's life heart that he could use later. Since he had just activated his 14th birth chart, he would not be able to activate another one right away. Lu Zhou looked at his lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 6,191,556 days, 16,963 years. He saw he had about 140,000 merit points and that he had no reversal cards left. His lifespan was not that long. A venerable master could live up to 30,000 years. Currently, he still had another 4 birth charts to activate before becoming a venerable master. Each birth chart would provide him with 3,000 years of life. All in all, it was about the same with the lifespan of a venerable master. In fact, it should have been more. However, previously, he had lost quite a lot of years when he recycled the life hearts so his disciples could use them. Fortunately, with the green cicada jade and reversal cards, he managed to recover most of it. Overall, he found it acceptable. After he checked and saw that the purple glazed ceramic was no longer in its cooldown period, he closed his eyes. Just as he was about to cultivate, he heard rustling noises from the talisman. Lu Zhou brought the talisman out and ignited it. Xianxia and Li Xiaoma, the 2 guardians of the Evil Sky Pavilion, appeared. Xianxia did not waste time and hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master, the Green Lotus cultivators have made a move." Made a move? The Green Lotus cultivators began to appear during the start of the imbalance. However, up until now, they had not taken any action against the Golden Lotus domain, Red Lotus domain, the Black Lotus domain, or the White Lotus domain. Why would they suddenly make a move now? Xianxia said, "To be safe, I've evacuated Golden Court Mountain. Mr. Seventh is in the Sky Martial Academy discussing this matter with Xianxia. Green Lotus cultivators have appeared in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Contact Xianxia," Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou did not use the power of sight. Instead, Xianxia burned another talisman to contact Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to be high up in the sky above the forest. It was dark, but birds could be seen flying behind him. "Guardian Shen?" Xianxia pointed to the other side and said, "Pavilion Master." Only then did Xianxia notice Lu Zhou. He bowed immediately. "What's the situation like?" Lu Zhou asked. "We've investigated the matter and determined that the ones at the Evil Sky Pavilion are people from the Royal Palace in the Green Lotus domain. Do you know who they are? If I'm not mistaken, one of them is General Bai Yi. He's a sword expert who made a name for himself during the battle on Mount Shao with Meng Mingshi back then," Xianxia replied. "Unfortunately, my injuries aren't healed yet, and I've just begun to recover my birth charts. With my 16 birth charts, I'm afraid I can only barely fight them." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Xianxia has already retreated. You can stay with Xianxia. If there are any strange movements, report immediately." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Xianxia bowed. "Remember to put your safety first. The rest can be dealt with another time," Lu Zhou said. Xianxia was moved by these words and bowed again. "Yes, Pavilion Master." Then the projection vanished. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, Bai Yi was pacing back and forth. The cultivators holding long spears in their hands flew around, searching the entire place. "Reporting to General, we didn't find anything." "Reporting to General, we didn't find anything either." "General, there's no one at the back of the mountain either." Bai Yi frowned. He was in a hurry. He could not wait to find someone to kill so he could bring the head back. What was he going to do now that no one was here? At this moment, a cultivator flew from the mountainside and said, "General, we found a fierce beast at the mountainside. It's Baiyan." Bai Yi's eyes lit up as he said, "Follow me." The cultivators rushed to the mountainside and saw Baiyan resting on the ground. Everyone looked at it in admiration. "It's really Baiyan. I really didn't expect it to appear in such a weak place like the Golden Lotus domain. The balance is real. There are pitifully few fierce beasts in the Green Lotus domain. It seems like they all ran here. It doesn't look like it has matured yet. General Bai should be able to tame it. Bai landed and looked at Baiyan. He said with a smile, "How lucky. Take it down. Don't kill it." "Yes." The cultivators rushed over and quickly surrounded Baiyan. Baiyan jolted awake. Its eyes widened and it stomped its hooves before letting out an earth-shaking roar. Then it pounced at one of the cultivators. Bai manifested his astrolabe in Baiyan's path. Bang! The huge astrolabe was like an indestructible fortress. The current Baiyan was no match for cultivators at Baiyi's level. The power of the astrolabe knocked it away. Not to mention Baiyan, even if it were Chenghuang, it had to grow and become a beast emperor like Lu Wu before it could fight with Baiyi. Baiyi kept releasing palm seals. They landed on Baiyan, and it kept retreating before it turned around to run. "This beast is really resilient. Let's see where it can run." Baiyan flew up. Baiyi turned around and said, "All of you, go on ahead to the divine capital. I'll take down Baiyan first." "Understood." Baiyi continued to try taking Baiyan down. Baiyan roared as it flew west. Baiyi's speed was also astonishing. Every time he caught up, he would strike Baiyan's back. Its defenses are amazing. They're not weaker than those of a beast king. It's pity its opponent is me, Sword Immortal Baiyi. Baiyi brought out his sword and stepped on it. Then, he caught up with Baiyan again and struck with his palm. Boom! Baiyan dropped several meters in the air. Its fur stood on end as its speed increased. "Beast, if you don't stop, I will kill you." Baiyi was determined to subdue and tame Baiyan. If he could subdue it and raise it well, even if he could not return to the Green Lotus domain, his future achievements would not be lower than those of venerable masters. Baiyan continued to fly. At this moment, another few palm seals hit their target. Bang! 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 Baiyan dropped from the sky for a moment due to the pain. Blood gushed out of its wounds, but it continued flying. Many cultivators in Liang Province, Yu Province, and Yi Province saw this scene and were surprised. However, no one dared to stop it. The imbalance was serious. With so many fierce beasts around, everyone thought it was normal for a great cultivator to catch fierce beasts. When they reached the heavenly moat, Baiyi knew the chase could not go on any further. As he unleashed his energy swords, he said, "If I can subdue you, then I'll kill you." The energy swords formed a line and rushed toward Baiyan's vital point. Bang! 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 When it was about to hit Baiyan, a green astrolabe appeared in front of Baiyan, blocking all the energy swords. Baiyi looked at the owner of the astrolabe in confusion. "Who are you?" "Qin Naihe." Qin Naihe replied with a smile on his face. "The free man from the Qin clan?" Baiyi had heard of Qin Naihe, but he had never met Qin Naihe. He did not expect to meet Qin Naihe here. "You must be the famous General Baiyi," Qin Naihe said. "It's just an empty title. It's not worth mentioning," Baiyi said. He was a little angry when he saw Baiyan disappear into the forest. Then he said, "You better step aside. Venerable Master Qin can't protect you here." Qin Nai shook his head and said, "I'll have to correct you. I'm now the free man of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Baiyi was slightly startled by this. When he regained his senses, he grinned. "It seems like rumors regarding the Qin clan are true. The young master of the Qin clan is dead. The first elder is dead. The free man ran away. Venerable Master Qin is really magnanimous. He didn't even seek justice for the clan. What a joke." Qin Naihe asked a little helplessly, "So do you intend on making an enemy out of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "It depends on your pavilion master. However, he's far away in the Green Lotus domain now. If he comes, I'll escape immediately," Baiyi replied. "The great General Bai is really shameless," Qin Naihe said. "Well, Baiyan has already escaped, so I should leave too." Baiyi. When Baiyi regained his senses, he shouted, "What kind of free man are you?" At the same time, Lu Zhou received the news from Qin Naihe that Baiyan was safe. Lu Zhou put the collective teleportation jade talisman into his sleeve pocket, rose to his feet, and sent a voice transmission to everyone. "Gather." Although the Zhao residence was big, it was pitifully small for cultivators. In no time at all, everyone was gathered in Lu Zhou's courtyard. Lu Zhou walked out and said, "Tell Qin Runyue and Fan Zhong that I'm inviting them to Xianxia City as guests." "Yes, leave this to me. I'm familiar with this place," Kongwen said. He and his brothers were in high spirits. Lu Zhou said again, "Old Third." "Yes, master. Go to the unknown land and bring Lu Wu with you and return to the Evil Sky Pavilion," Lu Zhou said as he held the collective teleportation jade talisman casually. "Use this." "Master, this item is too valuable. Isn't it a waste to use it like this?" Duanmu Sheng asked. "It's fine. I will find some more in the Green Lotus domain. No one's allowed to trample on the dignity of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Go," Lu Zhou said. He had planned to save the jade talisman for a crucial moment, but he had to use it now. If he returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he would have to make 2 trips through the runic passage. The runic passages left behind by the Green Lotus domain and the White Tower Council in the unknown land were not open. The flight from here to the Golden Lotus domain would take half a month. He did not have so much time to waste. The best choice was to send Duanmu Shang and Lu Wu. "Yes, master." Duanmu Shang caught the collective teleportation jade talisman and flew toward the runic passage in the south. "The rest of you, follow me to the royal palace." "Yes." Zhao Yu was a little surprised when he heard Lu Zhou say he was going to the royal palace. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he thought it was to be expected and was rather calm about it. In order to avoid suspicion, he decided to keep to himself. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion also knew it was inappropriate to involve Zhao Yu in this matter, so they did not say anything. With Lu Zhou in the lead, 12 people, along with Xianxia and Wizard, flew in across the sky of Xiangyang City toward the royal palace. The law of balance stated that everything, humans, resources, fierce beasts, and treasures, should be balanced as much as possible. When there was an imbalance, one should try to eliminate the cause of the imbalance to continue maintaining the balance. Otherwise, be prepared to deal with a disaster. Places with abundant resources had fewer fierce beasts. In order to maintain the balance, fierce beasts would instinctively migrate. No one knew why it was like that, just like no one knew about the secrets of the heaven and earth shackles. Countless saints and mighty figures had died on the path of exploration, but there would be more and more explorers trying to solve the mysteries. When the people and cultivators in Xiangyang City saw the cultivators flying at a low altitude in the sky, there was a mixture of reactions: indignance, confusion, and surprise. No one was allowed to fly at will in the city. Only officials had the right to fly in the city. A few bold and curious cultivators leaped to the rooftops and tried to have a look. After flying past the second street, Lu Zhou slowed down and sensed the fluctuations in the surroundings. In the capital of Great Yen, there were top-tier formations like the 10 ultimate formations. It stood to reason there would be formation in Xiangyang City as well. One could never be too careful after all. At this moment, someone on the ground recognized Kongwen. "Isn't Kongwen?" "I think so." "Hey, how dare you fly in Xiangyang City? Aren't you afraid of being caught?" "What's left for him to be afraid of? I heard Kongwen and his brother had to pay off their debts a few years ago, so they had to stay in the unknown land to work. He's quite pitiful." Mingshi pointed downward and said, "Kongwen, they're talking about you. Ignore them. They're just a few thugs I used to know," Kongwen said. He did not wish to bicker with those people. After all, his identity was different now. The person who recognized Kongwen first kept waving his hand and shouting, "Kongwen, do you still remember me?" "It's me." The person next to him said, "Can't you see he's ignoring you? It's better for you to act like you don't know him. He dares to act so brazenly. Who knows if he might implicate you?" "You're right. The guards on patrol will come to capture them soon." As expected, it did not take long for a patrol team of about 10 people to fly over from the direction of the royal palace. All of them held a spear in their hands and were dressed in heavy armor. Some of the people on the ground were prepared to watch a show. However, there were also those who were drinking who continued to drink and those who were listening to the music who continued to listen to the music. They were already used to the patrol team capturing people. The consequences of being captured were often not very good. "Who is so bold?" The captain of the patrol team's voice was deep and powerful, shocking everyone in the area. Lu Zhou hovered in the air and swept his gaze across the patrol team. Yu Shangrong said, "There's no need for Master to make a move. Just leave this trivial matter to me." Lu Zhou nodded. Yu Shangrong was just about to make a move when the sound of wind whistling and creaking sound rang in the air. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the noises immediately. "Venerable Master Qin and the 49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range are here." A dark red flying chariot appeared before everyone's sight. The 49 swordsmen flew in a 7-pointed star formation. 7 people were at each of the 7 points, guarding the flying chariot with their flying swords. Upon seeing this, the patrol team straightened their backs. Their attitude did a 180-degree change. The captain said in a low voice, "Prepare to welcome them." Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin asked, "Are you sure that's a good idea?" The captain of the patrol team glanced at Ming Shirin and said, "I'll deal with you later." Ming Xin sneered, "Don't you think you're looking down on us too much?" The captain of the patrol team glared at Ming Shirin. He was about to lose his temper, but he restrained himself when he saw the flying chariot had already arrived. He flew over with his men and bowed. "I wasn't aware of Venerable Master Qin's visit. I apologize for not welcoming you in advance." The 49 swordsmen gathered at the front of the flying chariot. Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, ignored the patrol team. His expression turned respectful when he saw Lu Zhou standing not far away. At this time, Qin Renyue flashed and appeared in front of the 49 swordsmen. Upon seeing this, the captain of the patrol team grew even more excited. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet Qin Renyue. "Greetings, Venerable Master Qin." Qin Renyue as he glanced at the patrol team. "Where did this patrol team come from?" At this moment, Yuan Lang rebuked loudly, "Get out of the way!" While the patrol team was at a loss for words, a powerful force pushed them aside. Then, Qin Renyue led the 49 swordsmen and flew toward Lu Zhou and the others. After they came to a stop, he cupped his fists together and said, "Brother Lu, it feels like 3 years have passed since we last saw each other. I rushed here as soon as I received your invitation. I'm not late, am I?" Lu Zhou nodded. "You came just in time." Qin Renyue smiled as he asked, "I wonder if Brother Lu is satisfied with the gift from before?" Lu Zhou replied, "It's satisfactory." "It's good that you like it," Qin Renyue said. The 10 people from the patrol team were dumbfounded when they saw Lu Zhou and Qin Renyue chatting happily. They were speechless. Qin Renyue asked, "May I ask why Brother Lu wants to go to the royal palace?" "There's some accounts I need to settle with the emperor. Since you're a venerable master, you can be the witness," Lu Zhou said. "It's my honor," Qin Renyue said. The captain of the patrol team still had not regained his senses when one of his men tugged at the hem of his sleeve and asked, "Captain, are we still going to apprehend those people?" The captain of the patrol team glared at this subordinate and said, "Are you blind or deaf?" As for the spectators on the ground, they were even more puzzled and began to make guesses on their own. "Who's that person?" Kong Wen. "It's me." To be part of the entourage that was able to chat and laugh with Venerable Master Qin. Kong Wen was on a meteoric rise. Kong Wen and his brothers ignored the person on the ground. The person below continued to wave his hand. "Good heavens, Kong Wen. Don't you remember that we used to steal steamed buns together?" Yu Zhenghai was tired of hearing the noises. He asked, "Kong Wen, do you know them?" Kong Wen replied, "No." Upon hearing these words, the captain of the patrol team's mind began to turn. Then, he waved his hand and swooped down before he said, "Apprehend these rumor-mongers." "Yes." Lu Zhou naturally did not pay attention to this small matter. He said, "Let's go." With that, they continued flying to the royal palace. Needless to say, the patrol team no longer dared to ask any question. They did, however, catch a number of angry youths who were cursing. Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen did not board the flying chariot. They flew with Lu Zhou to the royal palace. When they arrived, they saw countless palace experts, imperial guards, and soldiers packed together like a plague of locusts, ready to attack. Qin Renyue looked at them. Under normal circumstances, the four venerable masters did not have much interaction with the Emperor of Great Qin, but it was not like that. They had never met him. Every time he visited, he would inform them in advance. However, he usually avoided cultivators and commoners from the outside world. Perhaps there were fewer conflicts since he did not usually show himself. When Qin Renyue saw so many people blocking their path, he knew that he had just gotten involved in a troublesome matter. However, since he was already here, he had to resolutely soldier on. When he saw the inscriptions on the palace wall lighting up one after another, he said in a clear voice, "Brother Lu and I are here to see the Emperor. Hurry up and announce our arrival." Qin Renyue's voice was like a tsunami sweeping toward the people of the royal palace, forcing them to take a few steps back. At this moment, a high-pitched voice rang from behind the experts. "His Majesty has given the order to invite the guests into the palace for an audience." The experts parted automatically. Lu Zhou and Qin Renyue led the others toward the royal palace. Just as they were about to step into the royal palace, Lu Zhou turned around and asked, "Fan Zhong isn't here yet? I've already invited Venerable Master Fan. I think he should be here soon," Kongwen said. Hints of uncertainties could be heard in his voice. Upon hearing these words, Qin Renyue said disapprovingly, "Fan Zhong is very cowardly. He might not come. Don't bother with him." Lu Zhou nodded before flying in. It was not a big deal if one venerable master did not come. Soon enough, they saw a black-clad eunuch hovering in the distant sky. His posture was respectful, and he wore a smile on his face. "Gao Cheng." Qin Renyue identified the eunuch soon after. Gao Cheng said with a smile, "I didn't expect Venerable Master Qin to recognize me. I feel honored and happy." "Where's the Emperor?" Qin Renyue asked. "His Majesty is cultivating in seclusion in the Mystic Tranquility Hall. I'll lead you there. Please follow me," Gao Cheng said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Qin Renyue came to halt. "The Mystic Tranquility Hall?" Then, he continued to say with a smile, "I heard the Mystic Tranquility Hall is protected by the ultimate formation. As the Emperor, shouldn't he be with his civil and military officials to deal with national affairs?" Gao Cheng replied, "You'll have to ask the Pavilion Master about that. His Majesty isn't feeling well, so he needs to rely on the ultimate formation to heal his injuries. If it's inconvenient for both of you, you can wait outside the palace." Ultimate formation? Special and powerful formations were within Lu Zhou's expectations. It just so happened that his heaven-defying power was unafraid of all kinds of strange formations. Qin Renyue explained, "This so-called ultimate formation has the ability to return things to their original states. However, once one enters the formation, life and death are hard to predict. Even a venerable master won't dare to be reckless in the formation." "It's so powerful?" Mingshi Yin asked. "I haven't been in the formation, so I can't say for sure," Qin Renyue replied. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou. They were waiting for his decision. If he decided to wait outside, they would wait outside. If he said to enter, they would enter. No one dared to act rashly when they were not confident. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Lead the way." Gao Cheng was slightly startled by Lu Zhou's decision. He raised his head and studied Lu Zhou. He could not see anything special about Lu Zhou, and Lu Zhou did not have the air of a venerable master at all. He wondered how someone like that managed to defeat the Emperor of Great Qin. However, he also knew better than to judge a book by its cover. Finally, he smiled and said, "Please follow me." Everyone followed Gao Cheng and flew northwest of the royal palace. The royal palace was unimaginably big. It was said that the Emperor of Great Qin had even built his own tomb. The construction of the tomb was once condemned by the people. However, who could change the Emperor's decision? Thousands of people kneeled outside the residences of the four venerable masters, pleading for them to intervene. In fact, a few of the venerable masters did speak to the Emperor, but it was rather perfunctory and there was no follow-up. The Emperor of Great Qin's cultivation base was mysterious and profound. The four venerable masters did not know his specific background and did not want to involve themselves in this matter. All they wanted to do was focus on their cultivation. In the eyes of the people, the Emperor of Great Qin was a tyrant. The mystic Tranquility Hall is up ahead. Everyone, please think it through, Gao Cheng said. Rubbish, Ming Shiyin said. Gao Cheng glanced at Ming Shiyin. However, he did not seem angry. He turned around and continued to lead the group. Ming Shiyin did not know why, but he really disliked this place. Everything about it looked annoying to him. When they arrived in front of the mystic Tranquility Hall, it was exceptionally quiet and deserted. One by one, they descended on the ground. Your Majesty, I've brought them here. All right. The Emperor of Great Qin's voice rang from the hall. Following that, a figure flashed out. The Emperor was dressed in a golden dragon robe. He stared at everyone with burning eyes and said, "Bring the seats." Guards rushed over from all directions, setting up tables and chairs in front of the hall. Even the dragon throne was brought out. For guards carrying sabers landed in front of the hall. 2 on the left and 2 on the right. Lu Zhou's expression remained the same as he glanced behind the Emperor of Great Qin. He had destroyed 5 of the Emperor's birth charts, and yet the Emperor was still able to act like nothing happened. He thought the Emperor was really good at pretending. He did not believe there was no fluctuation in the Emperor's heart at all when he saw him. In fact, the Emperor's expression did change when he saw Lu Zhou. However, it was very slight and was quickly replaced with a calm expression. He had to maintain the air of an emperor after all. When he finally saw Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen, he frowned in confusion. Venerable Master Qin? Qin Renyue smiled. Brother Lu invited me to be a witness. How can I not come? I hope both of you will be able to resolve the conflict and become friends. It's best if everyone's happy and stop fighting each other. The Emperor flicked his sleeve and sat down as he said, Venerable Master Qin, you shouldn't have come. Lu Zhou shook his head. Even now, you're still stubborn. The Emperor said in a clear voice, I'm not stubborn. The person who's stubborn is you. I'll destroy 5 of your birth charts, Lu Zhou said as his eyes flashed. The Emperor was stunned. His hands that were placed on the armrest twitched slightly. Qin Renyue exclaimed in confusion, 5 birth charts. The Emperor said, I went to the Zhao residence to get to know you. I only made a move to test you. Unfortunately, you didn't understand my intention and insisted on making things difficult for me. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Why was your Majesty so aggressive? Why couldn't your Majesty sit down and have a good talk? Was there a need to make a move regardless of the reason? Qin Renyue asked. He was not only here to build a good relationship with Lu Zhou, but he was here to be a peacemaker as well. Venerable Master Qin, there's nothing for you to do here. It's best if you leave. I hope that one day if your birth charts are destroyed, you'll be able to speak properly like me, the Emperor said. Destroyed? Qin Renyue was taken aback. Realization dawned on him. He looked at Lu Zhou and said, Brother Lu, don't you think you're a little too heavy-handed? Lu Zhou did not reply. Instead, he was prepared to shatter another super reduction card. Faced with venerable masters, the situation might change at any moment. One could not afford to be careless at all. Qin Renyue turned to the Emperor and said, You can still recover your birth charts. Why don't we put the matter behind us? What do you think? Can't you do it for my sake? Qin Renyue's words were appropriate. If the Emperor of Great Qin managed to recover his birth charts, perhaps everything would be fine. However, he had yet to recover it until now. He had been enduring the anger all this time. He no longer paid attention to Qin Renyue. Instead, he turned to Lu Zhou and said, I didn't you'd really dare to come. Up until now, even the 4 venerable master wouldn't dare to confront me directly. Qin Renyue said, his voice slightly grave, You better not activate the ultimate formation. It won't benefit anyone. The Emperor turned back to look at Qin Renyue and said, Venerable Master Qin, I have the means to take your life, but I didn't do it because I wanted you to keep the other venerable masters in line. Don't be ungrateful. Qin Ringyue. With these words, the atmosphere turned even tenser. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Perhaps, if you lose another 5 birth charts, you'll finally know your place." Lu Zhou was going to shatter the super reduction card. After all, the Golden Lotus domain was in danger, and he did not have time to waste with the Emperor. At this moment, the Emperor clapped his hand. For figures flew from 4 directions and came to a stop above the Mystic Tranquility Hall. Who dares to be disrespectful to His Majesty? The 4 figures landed in a row in front of the hall. They were all white-haired old men with equally white beards. The 4 elders of Mount Li? Qin Ringyue frowned. Qin Ringyue. The 4 elders looked like immortals who had descended to the mortal realm. Qin Ringyue said with a smile, "I didn't expect the 4 elders of Mount Li to still be alive." Kongwen came to Lu Zhou's side and whispered into Lu Zhou's ear, causing Lu Zhou to frown slightly. As it turned out, the 4 elders of Mount Li were famous cultivators in the cultivation world a long time ago. There were rumors they had gone away to places unknown to break through and become venerable masters. There were also rumors that they were eliminated by the equalizers. They had long activated 17 birth charts, and no one knew if they activated any more over the long years. The Emperor rose to his feet and said, "For elders, please take a seat." Everyone was surprised. To be able to make the Emperor use the word please, and put away his prestige as the Emperor, how could the 4 elders' cultivation bases be low? Even Qin Ringyue was not afforded this treatment. The Emperor asked, "For elders, have you become venerable masters?" Cui Mingguang, one of the 4 elders of Mount Li, replied, "Yes and no." "Huh." Everyone was confused by this reply. The Emperor continued to say, "I wouldn't have invited the 4 elders to leave the mountain if I weren't helpless." The 4 elders of Mount Li only nodded but did not ask for the reason. Their eyes flashed as they looked at Lu Zhou. "Did you injure His Majesty?" Cui Mingguang asked, puzzled. Lu Zhou suddenly felt the super reduction card was not that great anymore. The 4 elders, Gao Cheng, the 4 guards, and the Emperor all had profound cultivation bases. No wonder the Emperor of Great Qin was still so confident after losing 5 birth charts. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The Emperor of Great Qin had more tricks up his sleeve than he had expected. He looked at the 4 elders of Mount Li and said, "I'll give the 4 of you a piece of advice." Cui Mingguang was not in a hurry to make a move. He slowly said, "Speak. It's best not to interfere with my matters with him," Lu Zhou said solemnly. Cui Mingguang laughed. He said as he stroked his beard, "Do you think we, the 4 elders of Mount Li, will heed your advice?" The 4 elders of Mount Li had lived for a long time and were famous in the cultivation world. Their cultivation bases were profound and mysterious, and each of them had their own strengths. Kongwen said discreetly, "The one who spoke is Cui Mingguang, the leader of the 4 elders of Mount Li. Then there's Ji Shi, Tan Zibing, and Zhou Chongshu. They're all famous reclusive experts. They're known for their morals and high integrity. I really didn't expect them to still be alive." Mingshi did not think much of it and said mockingly, "Morals? High integrity. Didn't they still become the Emperor's lackeys?" Mingshi had deliberately emphasized the word lackey, so it was natural the 4 elders of Mount Li heard his words. Cui Mingguang said darkly, "Ignorant brat, I'll start with you first." The Emperor's eyes shone with a strange light when he looked at Mingshi. He raised his hand and said, "There's no need to care about him." Cui Mingguang turned around and said, "Your Majesty, once we, the 4 elders of Mount Li, solve this problem, we won't owe each other from now on." The Emperor smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. With this, the 4 elders looked at each other and moved in front of Lu Zhou and the others. Lu Zhou thought to himself, "With so many people watching, I can't run away, can I?" In the past, Lu Zhou had always had some trump cards, but this time he really did not have any trump cards. On the contrary, Lu Zhou's disciples and the others in the group were brimming with confidence. They looked at the 4 elders of Mount Li as though they were looking at 4 idiots. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou's expression remained the same as he said, You sure you won't regret this? Cui Mingguang replied. It's time for the names of the 4 elders of Mount Li to resound in the Green Lotus domain again. Cui Mingguang drew the Taoist's Grand Mystic Rush treasure seal with his hands. Ji Shi drew the Solitary Diamond seal. Tan Zibing and Zhou Chongshu drew the Mystic Exoteric Circle seal and the Solar and Lunar seal, respectively. Then, 4 streaks of green energy resonated before they formed 4 hand seals. Aren't these the 9 cuts hand seals? The disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were slightly surprised. They did not expect to see the hand seal that their master used to use. The 4 energy seals shot toward the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion from 4 different directions, causing them to retreat. Lu Zhou said in a low voice, "All of you look young, but you dare to call yourselves the 4 elders of Mount Li. Let me show you the immensity of the world today." Meanwhile, Qin Runyue was not worried about Lu Zhou being threatened at all. However, he found the hand seals rather strange, so he said, "I think these are modified 9 cuts hand seals." Lu Zhou did not let his guard down. He calmly raised his right hand. The Great Seal of Fearlessness. The golden palm seal that was dozens of feet tall that had been imbued with the divine power appeared. In the past, Lu Zhou had frequently used the 9-cut hand seal to deal with his enemies. Who knew that the hand seal would be used against him today? The Great Seal of Fearlessness collided with one of the seals with a loud explosion. Boom! The royal palace of Great Qin shook, but surprisingly, the buildings were not damaged. Runes and inscriptions appeared on the buildings, pillars, and grounds, shining with a green light. At this time, the Solitary Diamond seal, the Mystic Exoteric Circle seal, and the Solar and Lunar seal landed on the Great Seal of Fearlessness. Along with the Grand Mystic Rush treasure seal, the other 3 seals successfully broke through the Great Seal of Fearlessness, which had been imbued with divine power, and shot toward Lu Zhou. This breakthrough surprised Lu Zhou. He was about to raise his hand to block the incoming attacks when Cui Mingguang flashed and arrived before him, striking him. Bang! Lu Zhou was pushed back immediately. Upon seeing this, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion who were watching this indifferently just a moment ago widened their eyes in shock. Pavilion Master! Master! Cui Mingguang's attack was strange. Lu Zhou felt his qi and blood churning, and his Dantian Sea of Qi felt like they were about to explode. When his surging qi rushed into his Dantian Sea of Qi, the blue avatar appeared, suppressing the turbulent energy. Lu Zhou looked as light as a swallow. Although he looked rather elegant and was not in a sorry state, there was no denying that he was pushed back. Everyone in front of the Mystic Tranquility Hall stared at Lu Zhou intently. As for the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion, all of them wore expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. Meanwhile, Cui Mingguang shook his head. His expression seemed to say, "Is this all you've got?" He thought the Emperor of Great Qin was truly making a mountain out of a molehill. "This is just the beginning, but you're already unable to deal with it?" Ji Shi asked contemptuously. "The Emperor thinks too highly of you," Zhou Chongshu said. "Just old Cui alone is enough to deal with you," Tang Zibing chimed in. The Emperor of Great Qin, who was still seated on the dragon throne, was puzzled. It did not make sense at all. Before the 4 elders of Mount Li even had a chance to show their might, it seemed like Lu Zhou was already no match for them. He felt like there was something fishy going on. Cui Mingguang said in a deep voice, "This is the Taoist's 9 cuts hand seals, otherwise known as the Seal of Gods." Then, Cui Mingguang pushed his hand out and flew toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou raised his hand and launched a palm seal as well. When the 2 palm seals collided, Cui Mingguang appeared in front of Lu Zhou. He looked murderous as he struck with another palm seal and said, "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Cui Mingguang was certain his palm seals would be able to break the golden palm seal like before. However, he heard a thunderous voice ring in the air at this moment. "Get lost." The advanced and enhanced version of Thunderblast shattered in Lu Zhou's hand. The thunder seal flew toward Cui Mingguang's face with an earth-shaking force. He felt his body go numb before he could even have a good look at the attack. A conical energy shot out and struck his chest, causing his back to arch before he was sent flying back. At the same time, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Before his blood even landed on the ground, it had already been evaporated by the energy in the air. Cui Mingguang's hair and beard were in a mess. Upon seeing this, the other 3 elders of Mount Li turned pale with fright. They hurriedly stood in a line in front of Cui Mingguang to shield him. Boom! 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 The 4 elders of Mount Li were sent flying back, crashing into the pillar of the mystic tranquility hall. The pillar vibrated as runes and inscriptions lit up from top to bottom slowly like a dragon. Thud! 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 The 4 elders slid down and landed on the ground one after another. Silence descended immediately. Ding! Killed a high-level puppet. Obtained 10,000 merit points. Lu Zhou's luck was not bad. He came today only to deal with the Emperor of Great Qin. The arrival of the 4 elders of Mount Li disrupted his plans slightly. Luckily, he managed to trigger the kill effect of the advanced and enhanced Thunderblast card. When the kill effect was triggered, it would also trigger the effect of grievously injuring his other opponents. After landing on the ground, Cui Mingguang raised his head and looked at Lu Zhou in disbelief. His qi and blood surged in his body, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Old Cui! The other 3 elders only felt pain and were not as injured as Cui Mingguang. They hurriedly rushed to Cui Mingguang to help him up. Cui Mingguang stood up shakily. His beard was drenched in blood. He looked as though he had aged since he arrived. After he took a deep breath, he said, "The puppet is gone." "What?" Ji Shi, Tang Zibing, and Zhou Chongshu exclaimed in unison. The Emperor of Great frowned as he rose to his feet. Ji Shi said, "Impossible. Even a venerable master wouldn't be able to kill the puppet with one strike." This, Lu Zhou flashed and returned to his original position. Then, he looked at the 4 elder of Mount Li and said indifferently, "You asked for this." The Emperor of Great Qin was confounded. He had taken notice of Lu Zhou's energy fluctuations the first time they battled. Based on the fluctuations at that time, it did not feel like Lu Zhou was fighting with all his strength. Meanwhile, the 4 elders of Mount Li had no choice but to reevaluate their opponent's strength. They suddenly understood the Emperor's thoughts as well. If Lu Zhou was really weak, the Emperor would not have summoned them. Qin Renyue was not surprised at the outcome. However, he was surprised that Lu Zhou was pushed back earlier. He flashed and moved to stand next to Lu Zhou. Then, enough! A terrifying sound wave rolled out. Qin Renyue! The Emperor of Great Qin glared at Qin Renyue. At this time, the 49 swordsmen unleashed their energy swords, forming a 7-way formation. After all, it was disrespectful to call Qin Renyue by his name. Qin Renyue said, "Your Majesty, I respect you as the ruler of the county. If you have something to say, then say it. However, you deliberately invited the 4 elders of Mount Li here to attack my friend. How can I just stand by and watch?" Whoosh! 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 The 49 swordsmen understood Qin Renyue's intention and got into formation in the air. At the same time, Ji Shi, Zhou Chongshu, and Tang Zibing pushed their hands out to heal Cui Mingguang at the same time. With that, his injuries recovered very quickly. With their cultivation bases, as long as they did not die, it was not difficult to heal their injuries. However, they could forget about recovering the high-level puppet. The Emperor shook his head and muttered, "Time and fate." Then, he pointed at Mingshi, who was standing with the others, and said, I'll give you a chance. If you come to my side, I'll spare your life. Don't go. He has his eyes on your great void seed," Yan Jinlua said. The Emperor continued to say, "This is your last chance. Blind loyalty is foolish and will only harm you. Do you really think he's good to you?" He laughed loudly before he continued to say, "In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak, is filled with filth and deception. If you're not careful, you'll die. You have the great void seed, so he wants to use you to become a supreme being." Qin Renyue instinctively turned to look at Mingshi. The battle with Tianwu and Lord Jinan was no longer a secret. News of the great void seed had spread in the Green Lotus domain. "Think it through," the Emperor said. His voice rolled out in a sound wave toward Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin smiled. There's no need to think about it. I feel like talking to you is only lowering my IQ. The Emperor shook his head. You don't know what's good for you. As you wish then. The Emperor waved his hand. Gao Cheng flew up and hovered above the mystic tranquility hall before he said in his high-pitched voice, Activate the ultimate formation. Buzz. With the mystic tranquility hall in the center, pillars of light shot up into the sky from all directions. They connected in the air and swiftly sealed the area. The earth trembled as the inscriptions on the ground lit up. A buzzing noise rang in the air as the pillars of light dimmed after fusing together. Darkness descended immediately. Yu Shangrong controlled his longevity sword to circle around the areas where the pillars of light had shot out from. It flew several thousand meters before it flew back. This space isn't an illusion? It doesn't make sense, Yan Zhenluo muttered. Meanwhile, Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen were also trapped in the formation. The Emperor of Great Qin walked forward with his hands on his back and came to a stop in front of the 4 elders of Mount Li. Then, he said, one of the core functions of the formation is to extend space infinitely. This isn't an illusion. Qin Renyue asked, Are you sure you want to do this? I don't have a choice. Even if I put my sword down now and forget about the grudges with a smile, do you think your friend will believe me? If it were you, would you believe me? The Emperor asked. Qin Renyue could not refute those words. The Emperor continued to say with a smile, In the formation, I'm the strongest. Then, the Emperor brought out the white dragon jade, and it illuminated the space immediately. It was like a bright moon that suddenly appeared. However, just as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared again. At this moment, it was as though a vortex was churning in the air, gathering all the primal qi. Then, it was as though the primal qi in the space was frozen. The 49 swordsmen who were hovering in the air fell down one by one. Lu Zhou and Qin Renyue could feel their energy in their Dantian seas of qi being frozen by the strange energy as well. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. This is even stronger than the 10 Grand Formation. In this formation, freezing primal qi is only a small part of its strength. Apart from that, I can still mobilize my primal qi, the Emperor said as he stepped forward. At this moment, everyone could feel that the primal qi was completely frozen by the mysterious energy. The Emperor flew to Cui Mingguang's side and hovered in the air, clearly able to mobilize primal qi. Then, he placed his hand on Cui Mingguang and said, In this formation, I can grant strength to my allies as well. The primal qi surged around Cui Mingguang while it remained frozen for the others. The Emperor said to Cui Mingguang, I'll grant you strength to seek revenge. When Kai Mingguang felt energy surging in his Dantian sea of qi, he smiled. Qin Renyue instinctively raised his hand to launch energy seals. Alas, no energy seal appeared. Cui Mingguang flashed and stood in front of Qin Renyue. Venerable Master Qin, what do you want? Qin Renyue asked. I've never killed a venerable master in my life. If I can kill a venerable master once, I'll have no regrets in my life, Kai Mingguang said as he looked at Qin Renyue. Qin Renyue frowned. At the same time, Cui Mingguang struck with his palm. Qin Renyue raised his hand to block the strike. Bang! When Qin Renyue was sent flying back, the 49 swordsmen rushed toward him on foot. Retreat! Yu Zhenghai yelled. I've only used 10% of my strength, Cui Mingguang said as he continued to move forward. Then, he came to a stop 3 meters in front of Lu Zhou. He looked at Lu Zhou and asked, Do you know how difficult it was for me to cultivate a high-level puppet? Lu Zhou remained silent. Upon seeing the indifference on Lu Zhou's face, Cui Mingguang grew even angrier. I'll kill you first. Cui Mingguang's hand seemed to carry the force of a mountain as it moved toward Lu Zhou. It seemed like it was capable of crushing Lu Zhou's head. When the palm was about to land on Lu Zhou's forehead, Lu Zhou took 2 steps back and stabbed forward with Unnamed in the form of a sword. Unnamed pierced through Cui Mingguang's palm and his shoulder like a hot knife through butter. The 4 elders of Mount Li were stunned. The Emperor of Great Qin was stunned. The 4 guards and Gao Cheng were also stunned. Cui Mingguang turned to the side and saw Unnamed shrouded in golden energy piercing his shoulder. Blood began to flow out. Lu Zhou looked at the blood that stained Unnamed. He shook his head and said, "You're like a frog living at the bottom of the well." Then, Lu Zhou brought Unnamed down, completely severing Cui Mingguang's arm. Cui Mingguang let out an excruciating cry that resounded thunderously. It shook everyone's eardrums. Old Cui. The 3 elders rushed toward Cui Mingguang. They leaped into the air, falling to the ground one after another only to realize they no longer had access to primal chi. When Lu Zhou withdrew Unnamed, blood slid down its blade to the ground. The emperor shook his head and frowned. "Impossible. I'm the only person in the formation who has access to primal chi. I'm like a god in this formation. How's this possible?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "God." He paused for a moment before he said, "Then, I'll slay a god today." Lu Zhou raised his hand as he channeled his divine power into Unnamed. Energy swords shot out in all directions like fireworks. Being in the ultimate formation was Lu Zhou's greatest chance. The emperor cried out, "Switch the formation." The emperor waved his hands, and time seemed to freeze. Alas, Lu Zhou was unaffected. He flickered and appeared in front of the emperor before smacking the emperor. Bang! The emperor glared at Lu Zhou as he called out, "For guards!" Understood. The 4 guards drew their sabers and rushed toward the dragon throne and leaped down the stairs. They were the top experts in the palace. Although their cultivation bases were frozen now, their foundation was not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. All of them were clear that the formation was now useless. Instead, it was now giving the enemy an opportunity. The 4 guards' eyes brimmed with killing intent. Their coordination with Gao Cheng was flawless as they moved. As they leaped out, the sky lightened immediately. Primal chi began to surge, and everyone's cultivation bases returned to normal, and the primal chi was no longer frozen. With this, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion flew up and formed a group to defend themselves. The 40 swordsmen flew into the sky as well. Meanwhile, the 4 guards raised their sabers and released 4 green horizontal slashes of energy, with a force that seemed capable of tearing the sky asunder toward Lu Zhou. Unnamed transformed from a sword to a shield immediately as Lu Zhou imbued it with his divine power. Bang! When the 4 slashes of energy landed on the shield, sparks flew in all directions. However, the shield withstood the attacks. Upon seeing this, the Emperor of Qin said, "Take him down!" Then the Emperor appeared in the sky. Just as Lu Zhou was about to unleash the divine power to repel his attackers, a figure suddenly streaked past Lu Zhou's side. Then the 4 guards suddenly flew back. Their expressions were one of shock as they spat out blood. Just because a tiger doesn't show its might, you think it's a weak kitten? The person who had attacked was Qin Renyue. As a venerable master, how could he endure being treated in such a manner? Moreover, he was already angered when the Emperor activated the ultimate formation. Lu Zhou put Unnamed away and looked at the Emperor in the sky. Qin Renyue's figure flashed before he used the power of the Tao. Time froze and he seemed to vanish. In the next second, he appeared above the 4 guards and struck 4 of them with his palm. The guards felt as though they were hallucinating when they saw Qin Renyue striking at them. In just a moment, 4,000 realms whirling avatars appeared before disappearing again. Qin Renyue roared, "This isn't the end." Qin Renyue left afterimages everywhere as he struck at the 4 guards. At this moment, a burst of white light exploded in the sky. With the Emperor of Great Qin in the center, the white light flooded the entire place. The 49 swordsmen attacked with all of their might as a rhombus barrier shrouded them. Meanwhile, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion stood back to back. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong worked together with their saber and sword. The duo unleashed the Water Dragon Song and Calm Disturbance respectively to withstand the white light. On the contrary, Qin Renyue seemed unaffected as he continued to attack. Bang! 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 Although the 4 guards were prepared to risk their lives in this battle, They could not help but cry out in excruciating pain under the onslaught of a venerable master's attacks. They were no match for him at all. Within seconds, each of them lost 3 birth charts to Qin Renue. In the past, they had imagined the strength of a venerable master and how it would be like to fight a venerable master. Now that they were facing a venerable master, they discovered how vast the gap between their strengths was. If one had the same cultivation base, battle experience would determine the victory. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to make up for the differences between cultivation bases. Lu Zhou manifested a golden Buddha's body with his divine power. When the white light came in contact with it, a sizzling noise rang in the air immediately. At this moment, Qin Renue spun and brought out his astrolabe. Then, he covered the sky with his astrolabe. Just like that, everything returned to normal. Upon seeing this, the emperor spat. "Qin Renue, I should have gotten rid of you a long time ago." Qin Renue retorted. "I should have gotten rid of you back then as well." The emperor chuckled before he said, "Do you really think any of the 4 venerable masters were a match for me?" The emperor waved his hand. Following that, a high-pitched voice rang out. Activating the amplified ultimate formation. Gao Cheng, who was hovering above the mystic tranquility hall, was glowing with a green light at this moment. A flash of light burst forth, and the 4 elders of Mount Li and the 4 guards felt refreshed immediately. It felt as though an electric light were surging in their bodies, expanding their Danshan's sea of qi. The pain the 4 guards were suffering from vanished immediately. They rose to their feet and stretched their limbs. They could sense that their combat strength had increased greatly. "Kill!" the Emperor of Great Qin ordered. The 4 guards seemed to be drunk from the newfound power. They looked as though they had lost their minds as they rushed out and cried out, "Kill!" Qin Renue roared, "I'll destroy all your birth charts." Swoosh! With that, a chaotic battle began. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stared at the Emperor of Great Qin unblinkingly. Upon seeing this, the Emperor said, "I'll let you watch them die." Then, the white dragon jade suddenly multiplied into 4 before they shot toward the 4 elders of Mount Li. Lu Zhou's instincts told him the white dragon jade was not simple. He moved toward the white dragon jade immediately. At the same time, the Emperor released a burst of energy seals. Everything froze when he unleashed his power of the Tao, but he soon discovered that Lu Zhou was completely unaffected. Then, he watched as Lu Zhou pushed his hand out, sending a seal with the script for lightning toward him. He was not threatened by Thunderblast, so he raised his hand to withstand it. However, when Thunderblast landed, he felt the immense power from the seal that seemed to be hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than his. Fear rose in his heart immediately. Bang! The Emperor of Great Qin flew backward for about 100 meters. He felt his numb grow numb as he asked in disbelief, "What kind of power is this?" Lu Zhou waved his hand and caught the 4 white dragon jades. At this time, the 4 elders of Mount Li attacked Lu Zhou at the same time. Their attacks were brutal and frenzied, and Cui Mwiguang was the most brutal and frenzied among them. They did not hold back at all. Bang! 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 Taoist palm seals filled the entire place. Faced with the attacks from the 4 elders who were only a step away from becoming venerable masters, Lu Zhou leaped backward, choosing to dodge. At this time, the white dragon jade, which had multiplied into 4, shot into the 4 elders' bodies. Primal chi began to surge as 4 black holes appeared in the sky. The inscriptions and runes on the ground lit up like vines snaking toward the 4 elders. All the energy was sent into their bodies. The Emperor, who was still hovering in the sky, said, "With the help of my white dragon jade and the formation, the 4 elders of Mount Li will have the strength of venerable masters in no time at all." "What are you going to do then?" Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of sight. Following that, the blueprint of the formation was revealed before his eyes. He could also see the bones and meridians of the 4 elders of Mount Li. Then, there was also Gao Cheng, who was still emitting a green light above the mystic tranquility hall. Lu Zhou could clearly see Gao Cheng standing in a circle of light as he controlled and maintained the formation. Lu Zhou knew he had to act quickly before the 4 elders of Mount Li gained the strength of venerable masters. He straightened his back before he said, "Qin Runyue, hold them back." "Don't worry, Brother Lu," Qin Runyue said as he slapped the 4 guards away. Then, he shouted, "49 swordsmen of the northern mountain range, get into position." "Understood." The 49 swordsmen flew up and formed a 7-way formation on their flying swords. The emperor unleashed a palm seal immediately to stop them. At this time, Qin Runyue attacked the 4 elders of Mount Li. The 4 elders of Mount Li felt the surging power in their bodies and grew so excited that their faces flushed red. They had always dreamed of becoming venerable masters, after all. 9 Cuts hand seal. Cui Mingguang took the lead to attack. Ji Shi, Zhou Chongshu, and Tang Zibing struck with their palms one after another. The 4 elders of Mount Li used the same tactic from before, but it was different now due to their surging strength. Qin Runyue manifested his astrolabe and charged forward with the full might of his birth chart power. Boom! The palm seals were destroyed by Qin Runyue's birth chart power. The birth chart power continued to shoot toward the 4 elders of Mount Li. Swoosh! The 4 elders of Mount Li dodged before they flashed in 4 different directions, surrounding Qin Runyue, before they attacked again. "Venerable Master Qin, watch out!" Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, cried out. Qin Runyue's astrolabe spun and successively blocked the attacks from the 4 elders of Mount Li. Bang! 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 When the 4 elders struck with their palms, time seemed to stop for a moment. Qin Runyue frowned. "The power of the Tao? Venerable masters." The 4 elders of Mount Li laughed heartily. Their laughter resounded thunderously. They finally became venerable masters whom countless cultivators looked up to. At this moment, the 4 elders' attack landed on Qin Runyue. Pain spread through his chest as he was sent flying back. His qi and blood surged in his body immediately before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong exchanged a look before they nodded. "Old Fourth, look after our junior sisters. Second junior brother, shall we?" Yu Zhenghai said as the jasper saber flew into his hand. "Let's go." Yu Shangrong nodded as he unsheathed the longevity sword. Tens of thousands of energy sabers and energy swords flew toward the 4 elders of Mount Li immediately. Lu Zhou glanced back before he flew higher and higher. Gao Chang and the Mystic Tranquility Hall were just ahead of him, but the space seemed to stretch infinitely. With his cultivation base, he should have arrived before Gao Chang in just a blink of an eye, but he felt as though he was flying across the endless ocean now. No matter how he flew, he still could not close the distance. Upon seeing this, Gao Chang laughed and said, "Don't bother. The formation extends space infinitely. The further you fly, the further the space will extend." Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the power of sight again. Then, the runes and inscriptions appeared in front of him again. After a moment, the power of infinite deduction. Countless scenes flashed before Lu Zhou's eyes. All sorts of possibilities flashed before his eyes as he flew toward the Mystic Tranquility Hall, but none of them showed one where he succeeded. They dissolved into spots of light before they returned to the universe and vanished. Lu Zhou wandered in the dark sky. Stars twinkled as meteors fell. He did not know where the front or back was. Lu Zhou increased the output of his divine power and cast the power of infinite deduction again. The scenes flashed by at a much faster speed. His spirit and will reached an unprecedented high at this moment as countless changes and deductions appeared before his eyes. Finally, just before the scenes vanished, among thousands of possibilities, he found one where he reached the core of the formation. Lu Zhou cut off the power of infinite deduction. It had cost him half of his divine power, but it was worth it. He saw the distinct inscriptions on the ground and the shadow above it. Gao Cheng continued to cackle. "You underestimated the ultimate formation. Do you know why His Majesty built the Mystic Tranquility Hall here? It's because this place was once the ruins of the ancient saints." Swoosh! Based on what he had seen, Lu Zhou stepped on a specific set of inscriptions on the ground. Then, As though he had crossed through an infinite stretch of space, he appeared before Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng's laughter came to an abrupt stop, and his expression froze on his face. His eyes were filled with shock, and his lips trembled. Lu Zhou's palm seal was like the hand of death as it reached out from the darkness. Swoosh! The fiend monk's hand seal flew toward Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng had been too confident in the mystic tranquility hall and the ultimate formation. He had thought the power of the formation was not unlike that of a saint. He had once practiced the use of the formation with the Emperor of Great Jin. Without using his power as the master of the formation, the Emperor with his white dragon jade was unable to harm him or the core of the formation. Overconfidence was no different from conceit. Nothing was absolute in this world. The fiend monk's hand seal that contained his remaining divine power grabbed Gao Cheng, squeezing his internal organs. The fingers dug at his heart, causing him to faint. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Gao Cheng had no puppet or other means to protect himself. He was clearly overly confident. Lu Zhou flashed and took advantage of the fact that Gao Cheng was now injured and struck 5 times consecutively. 5 abandoned wisdoms landed on Gao Cheng's chest in succession. When Gao Cheng crashed on the ground, ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Following that, a primal chi storm brewed before it swept through the area in the ultimate formation. Lu Zhou no longer paid any attention to Gao Cheng. Instead, he turned around and looked at the core of the formation that was flashing with a dazzling light. His hand seemed to carry the force of a mountain as he pressed it down. At the critical moment, the Emperor of Great Qin broke free of the entanglement of the 49 swordsmen and appeared in front of Lu Zhou. He hurriedly struck with his palm. Lu Zhou had no choice but to flip 360 degrees in the and pushed his hand out to meet the Emperor's attack. Boom! When 2 palms met, energy seals exploded through the entire area of the ultimate formation and rippled out to Xianxia City. The cultivators, soldiers, and royal guards in the royal palace turned to look in the direction of the mystic tranquility hall, while the cultivators in Xianxia City looked in the direction of the royal palace. At the same time, in the distant horizon, an ink-color flying chariot slowly flew over. Cultivators flew at both sides of the flying chariot. At this moment, one of the cultivators said, "Venerable Master, there are movements in the royal palace." There was no reply. After a long time, a shadow flew out of the carriage toward the royal palace, only leaving 2 words behind. "Wait here." Understood. After the collision, the Emperor of Great Qin said with bright eyes, "I really admire you more and more. You actually found the core of the formation." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Initially, as a ruler of a country, I thought your wisdom, vision, and magnanimity should be second to none. However, I was greatly disappointed after meeting you. Don't worry, I won't let you down after this. You've already exerted all your strength, but I've only just begun." Lu Zhou straightened his back and raised his hand as he said, "From the beginning until now, I've not used my full strength." Just as the advanced and enhanced version of the reduction card appeared, the Emperor vanished from sight. It was just like when they were at the Zhao residence. He seemed to have learned from his mistake and did not recklessly attack Lu Zhou. Instead, he said through voice transmission, "If you want to fight me, you'll have to go through them first." Then, the Emperor appeared all over the sky. Ultimate projection. "Can you tell which one is the real me?" the Emperor asked smugly. Lu Zhou put away the reduction card before he launched a palm seal into the sky that sailed harmlessly through the projections. At this moment, the 49 swordsmen arrived above the mystic tranquility hall. Yuan Lang asked, "Senior Lu, are you okay?" "Yes. Look for the real Emperor." Understood. The 49 swordsmen flew back and forth in the sky, looking for the Emperor. On the other side, Qin Renyue, Yu Zhenghai, and Yu Shangrong worked together to pin down the 4 elders of Mount Li. To be precise, Qin Renyue single-handedly pinned down the other 3, except for Cui Mingguang, while Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong worked together to deal with the slightly weaker Cui Mingguang. Then, the emperor who was observing the situation somewhere in the sky said, "For guards, what are you waiting for?" The 4 guards wiped away the blood on their faces. Killing intent and hatred shone brightly in their eyes. Although Qin Renyue had destroyed 4 of each of their birth charts, they were still 2 trials experts. They tapped the acupoints on their bodies to alleviate the pain, then they brandished their sabers and rushed toward the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion. In their eyes, the remaining people from the Evil Sky Pavilion were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They became even more bloodthirsty. As they leaped out, they released a barrage of energy sabers. Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li manifested their astrolabes and held them in front of them. Boom! All of them were pushed back. Kong Wan and his brothers were shocked. Kill! The 4 guards flew over again close to the ground. Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li had only passed 1 birth trial. They had already done their best to block that one move. Their qi and blood were surging in their bodies from that alone. They could only watch helplessly as the 4 guards rushed at them again. "Where's 4th senior brother? Didn't we agree that he'll protect us? Where did he go?" Little Yuaner stomped her foot anxiously. At this moment, a figure flashed next to the 4 guards. Mingshi Yin's eyes flashed icily as he smiled. "Die!" The separation hook released tens of thousands of energy blades toward the 4 guards. Bang! The 4 guards instinctively raised their sabers to block the onslaught of attacks. But it was too late. The immense force from the energy blades pushed them to the ground at the same time. Boom! The 4 guards grunted. Fortunately, they did not lose their birth charts this time. The leader of the guards shouted, "You're not strong enough. You're wrong," Mingshi Yin said with a sneer as he pulled the separation hook back. Meanwhile, the energy blades on the 4 guards' bodies did not vanish. It was as though they were stuck in their bodies like barbs. Mingshi Yin raised his hand and spun the separation hook. Then, a huge suction appeared and pulled the barbs back. Second birth trial ability. Mr. Fourth has already passed his 2nd birth trial, Kong Wen exclaimed. The 4 guards screamed in pain. They felt as though their bodies were being gnawed by countless ants. Bits of their flesh and blood flew in the air. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Mingshi Yin seemed to command the scene at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong turned to have a look and smiled. "Old Fourth is really impressive," Yu Zhenghai said. "It seems like he didn't use his full strength when he fought Shi Qishu," Yu Shangrong said. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou saw the situation on the other side was under control, so he dove and continued to attack the core of the formation. Bang! At this moment, Gao Cheng, that was embedded into the ground from the last attack, suddenly leaped up and pounced at Lu Zhou. His eyeballs threatened to pop out of their sockets as he glared at Lu Zhou, and his expression was so twisted that he looked like a monster. He grinned hideously and said, "I'm not afraid of death. In fact, I'll make sure to drag you down to hell with me." Gao Cheng shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, fighting with his life. When Gao Cheng arrived in front of Lu Zhou casually pushed his hand out, launching a palm seal. Now that he had 14 birth charts, he was strong enough to deal with Gao Cheng, who was heavily injured after losing a birth chart. Bang! The collision generated a horizontal wave of energy that swept out with the might of a mountain. Although it was just the collision of the attacks between those with more than 10 birth charts, it was not something ordinary cultivators could withstand. The soldiers who were watching on top of the palace walls were instantly cut in half. Meanwhile, the palace wall was just like tofu when faced with the energy from the collision. The remaining soldiers threw their halberds aside and hastily retreated as they looked at their fallen comrades who had been cut in half. The buildings outside of the palace wall were not spared as well and were also cut in half. Cultivators flew into the sky one after another. The patrol teams rushed to the top of the palace wall, while thousands of palace experts and tens of thousands of royal guards gathered from all directions, ready to fight. Gao Cheng cackled maniacally as his astrolabe as his remaining birth charts shone dazzlingly. "I'll hold him back, Your Majesty. I'll only be able to serve you until this point." Lu Zhou frowned. "You want to self-detonate?" Lu Zhou's 100 Tribulations Insight avatar burst with divine power before he launched a palm seal. Bang! Gao Cheng was pushed back. When he was about 100 meters back, a loud explosion shook the entire place. He had chosen to self-destruct. The ultimate formation shook from the explosion as well. Lu Zhou brought out Unnamed in the form of a shield and held it up in front of him as he was pushed back. He only came to a stop after being pushed back 1,000 meters. His arms were numb, and his blood and qi surged in his body. Gao Cheng was a free man after all. Although he was injured and had lost a birth chart, it would be foolish to underestimate him. Lu Zhou felt a sense of danger at this moment. He found that he could not move. His Dantian sea of qi and 8 extraordinary meridians seemed to be paralyzed at this moment. The force of the explosion was too great. All the cultivators in the formation could only passively defend against the explosive force. If it were not for Unnamed, Lu Zhou would have lost a critical block card. When this thought appeared in his mind, he suddenly remembered he had critical block cards as well. At this moment, the projection of the Emperor of Great Qin said with a smile, "If I don't kill you now, then when should I kill you?" After resisting the force of the explosion, the 49 swordsmen gathered themselves and got into their positions again. They controlled their flying swords and attacked from all directions. Unfortunately, they still were not able to find the real Emperor of Great Qin. The energy swords only pierced through his projections. At this time, one of the projections swooped down toward Lu Zhou. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou did something unusual. He withdrew all his vitality energy and protective energy before sealing his Dantian Sea of Qi. He only left himself with a trace of vitality energy to maintain his descent. 3 projections passed through Lu Zhou's body one after another. "Brother Lu." Qin Renyue was puzzled when he saw this. However, there was not much he could do since he was entangled with the 3 elders of Mount Li. While Lu Zhou was descending, he saw his critical block cards swiftly decreasing. Critical block card -1. Critical block card -1. He only had 120 critical block cards. After more than half a breath, almost half of them were gone. When Lu Zhou landed safely on the ground, the Emperor's confused and trembling voice rang in the air. "Fake body? It can't be. How did you do it?" At this time, energy seals shot out from Lu Zhou's body in all directions. The full might of 14 birth charts were immediately released. The projections of the Emperor returned to their positions high up in the sky. Countless eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou ignored the Emperor. Instead, he called out, "Wizard." Wizard, who was next to Little Yuaner, understood its master's intention immediately. It puffed its cheeks before spitting a light orb. Swoosh! The light orb landed on Lu Zhou, removing the paralyzing effect. Then, another light orb landed on him, restoring most of his divine power. Bang! At this moment, the 3 elders of Mount Li released the power of their birth charts. Like a meteor shower, they landed on Qin Renyue's astrolabe. Bang! 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 Qin Renyue's astrolabe creaked and caved in slightly. Qin Renyue used the power of the Tao and moved backward. Bang! The remaining power of the birth charts hit the ground, creating a huge pit. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who were fighting a 2-on-1 battle, felt a strong pressure and had no choice but to retreat. Only Mingshi Yin had the advantage at this moment. The 4 guards were seriously injured to begin with after losing their birth charts to Qin Renyue. With Mingshi Yin's sneak attack, they lost another birth chart each. A strong primal qi storm began to brew again before sweeping out. Yan Jinlua, Lu Li, Kongwan, and the others formed a human wall and stood in front of Little Yuaner and Conk. Buzz! The chaotic primal qi slowly eroded their protective energy. At this time, Little Yuaner brought her Nirvana sash out and ignited it with her karmic fire before using it to shield everyone. The light from the karmic fire attracted the emperor's attention. After taking a look, he said to Lu Zhou, "I'm really jealous of you." Lu Zhou raised his head and said through voice transmission, "It's time to end this." An advanced and enhanced reduction card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. "You're right. It's time to end this." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this highest point in the sky, the projections converged before merging into one. Lu Zhou was not sure if the fusion of the projections was the real emperor of Great Qin, so he could not rashly use the reduction card. At this time, it was as though white dragons were swimming in the sky as the emperor attacked the 49 swordsmen. Bang, 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 bang. The 49 swordsmen got into formation to defend against the attacks, but soon enough, they fell down one after another. Meanwhile, Qin Runyue tossed his astrolabe out to help his men, but the elders of Mount Li got in the way once again. They attacked his astrolabe in a frenzy. At this time, the white dragons swooped toward Yan Zhenluo, Lu Li, Qiong Qi Little Yuaner, Conk before a few swooped toward Mingshi Yin, Lu Zhou, and Qin Runyue. In just a breath, the area within the ultimate formation was completely occupied by the white dragons. It's not a fusion-grade sacred relic, but an infinite-grade sacred relic? When the four elders of Mount Li saw that Qin Runyue was distracted, they hastily manifested their astrolabes and released the powers of their birth charts again. Their powers converged into a line and shot toward Qin Runyue and his astrolabe. Bang! Qin Runyue was sent flying back. He felt his qi and blood surging as the blood rose to the back of his throat. Fortunately, due to his rich combat experience, he could still react accordingly. He put away his astrolabes as he flew back before he released palm seals and rode on the momentum. Meanwhile, the 49 swordsmen were completely knocked out of the sky by the emperor. Lu Zhou held his astrolabe up to block the white dragon heading his way. The emperor said in a deep voice, "Formation, freeze!" At this moment, the white dragons froze everything and everyone in the formation. The law of space? Qin Runyue was frozen as soon as his voice fell. Everything stopped. Lu Zhou was also frozen. When his divine power rose, it was prevented from surging out. His Dantian Sea of Qi had frozen as well. Only his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar was moving. It raised its hands up to the sky, trying to mobilize the divine power. This was the strongest power of the Tao that Lu Zhou had seen so far. The emperor said, "What do you think?" Everyone's now in an independent space. Everyone was isolated from each other. It looked as though they were floating alone in a dark and infinite void. There was no one else but themselves. The emperor continued to say, "I'll use 10,000 years of my life to activate the ultimate formation's greatest power. I'll let all of you have a look." The emperor appeared in each person's independent space. Yu Zhenghai struck with his palm but failed to deal any damage. Instead, he was sent flying back by a palm seal. As he flew back, a mysterious surged out and shrouded him. "Great void energy? You have the great void energy?" The emperor exclaimed in shock. Yu Zhenghai did not respond to the emperor. When he regained his footing, he continued to attack with his energy sabers. "Just a projection?" Yu Zhenghai frowned when the emperor's projection vanished. He continued to search for a way out. The ultimate formation was ineffective against the great void energy. It took a lot of vitality energy to maintain the ultimate formation in the first place. The emperor knew he had to be quick. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. In Yu Shangrong's independent space, the emperor launched a palm seal again. The result was the same. The great void energy shrouded Yu Shangrong as he flipped in the air elegantly before summoning energy swords to slash at the emperor's projection. Great void energy again? The emperor's heart was burning with rage as he had no choice but to leave. As per the law of conservation, all energies had a source and destination. In fact, not many people knew that the ultimate formation was also known as return to the void formation. As one might have already guessed, the destination of the energy of the ultimate formation was the great void. All roads in the formation led to the same destination. The source and the destination were the same. Hence, the formation was powerless against the Great Void. When the Emperor went to Little Yuaner and Konk's independent spaces, the results were the same. He was greatly shocked and had no choice but to withdraw his projections again. He looked at the independent spaces in front of him in disbelief before he shifted his eyes to Mingshi Yin's independent space. There was no need to confirm anything. He was sure Mingshi Yin possessed the Great Void Seed. After the battle at Yuzhong, Mingshi Yin had been exposed. After thinking about it for a moment, the Emperor decided to go to Mingshi Yin's independent realm. This time, he did not use his projection but went with his real self instead. As soon as the Emperor appeared, Mingshi Yin cast his second birth trial ability as he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Bang! 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 The Emperor lifted his hand and blocked the attacks. He was pushed back continuously into the infinite space. At the same time he roared, "You're truly unruly." Mingshi Yin was focused on attacking. The separation hook in his hand attacked the Emperor like a flurry of hurricanes, forcing the Emperor back. Mingshi Yin laughed. "Is this it?" the Emperor said in a low voice, infuriated. "From the beginning to the end, I've never taken you seriously. Get lost." A white dragon shot out from the Emperor's sleeve. Its roar shook the 9 heavens and sent Mingshi Yin flying back. Mingshi Yin threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The separation hook slipped from his hand and spun in the air. The Emperor flashed and appeared before Mingshi Yin. He asked, "You don't think I'll kill you?" Mingshi Yin chuckled and said defiantly, "Do it then." The Emperor raised his hand, but in the end he did not strike. Mingshi Yin said, "I've lived long enough. I'm satisfied knowing even if I die, my master will skin you alive." "Do you hate me so much?" the Emperor asked. "You don't know who I am, do you?" Mingshi Yin chuckled. "I still have to thank you for killing that old fart, Meng Mingshi." The Emperor was slightly stunned by these words. "You know that. What do you think?" Mingshi Yin retorted before he began to attack in a frenzy again. Bang! 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 The Emperor only defended against Mingshi Yin's attacks. His movements were leisurely as he said, "I won't kill you just yet. I'll keep you alive so you can watch when I kill your master." When the Emperor flicked his sleeve and flew past, Mingshi Yin could see everyone in a dark void, but they could not see him. However, it only lasted a second since the Emperor vanished soon after. Just when the Emperor arrived in Lu Zhou's independent space, Lu Zhou raised the golden Taishu mirror and shone it in all directions. The beam of golden light that had been imbued with the divine power chased away the darkness and rescued those who were immobilized because they did not have the protection of the great void energy. Qin Renyue, Kong Wan and his brothers, Yan Jinluo, and Lu Li saw the dazzling golden light soon after. "Brother Lu, Pavilion Master?" The golden light swept across all the projections, revealing their true nature. It did not take long for Lu Zhou to discover the Emperor standing in front of him was the real deal. "Impudent," Lu Zhou said as he decisively crushed the reduction card. When the Emperor of Great Qin sensed Lu Zhou's body was about to explode with power, he was shocked. He quickly turned into a white dragon and pounced at Lu Zhou. The dark energy from the super reduction card looked as though they had surged up from hell itself as they surrounded the white dragon. The familiar power and palm seal that looked like the hand of death itself appeared before the Emperor again. The ultimate formation was useless at this moment. As the power of reduction closed in on the Emperor, he manifested his astrolabe. 18 birth charts? Lu Zhou was surprised by the number of the Emperor's birth charts. Originally, the Emperor had 22 birth charts. After Lu Zhou used the advanced and enhanced reduction card, the Emperor had lost 5 birth charts. This meant he should have 17 birth charts. How did it become 18 birth charts? It was unlikely that the Emperor managed to recover his birth chart, so there was only one possibility left. The Emperor had made a breakthrough in just a few days and activated a new birth chart, returning to the ranks of Venerable Masters. If the Emperor did not lose the 5 birth charts previously, he would be the cultivator closest to being a saint. The Emperor struggled with all his might. At this moment, he no longer had the air of an emperor. His dragon robe was torn, and his hair was disheveled. His eyes were bloodshot, and the expression on his face was unsightly. The ink-colored hand reached out and grabbed the emperor's astrolabe at lightning speed before it gouged a life heart out. No! The emperor's soul trembled. This hand of death had completely subverted his knowledge and worldview. He could not resist at all and could only watch as the hand of death gouged a life heart out. A primal chi storm began to rage in the area within the ultimate formation. Lu Zhou waved his hand, bringing the life heart to his hand. This was the life heart that helped activate the Emperor's 18th birth chart. It had edges, glowed with a green light, and was brimming with energy. It was a beast Emperor's life heart. The primal chi storm continued to wreak havoc in the formation, weakening the formation. Following that, the Emperor lost another 4 birth charts. He lost 5 birth charts again. From having 18 birth charts, he was now left with 13 birth charts. Emperor Qin sat limply in the dark voice like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He lowered his head and trembled uncontrollably. The first hand of death only taught him a small lesson, but his second meeting with the hand of death completely pushed him into a sea of despair. To him, nothing was more painful and despairing than losing 10 birth charts in such a short time. After a while, he said tremblingly, "Why you're an equalizer." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Will you believe me if I say no?" The Emperor let out a long sigh. The despair made him face reality. "It doesn't matter. I lost." "You should be honored you lost to me," Lu Zhou said. The Emperor laughed, but it did not take long for his laughter to turn to tears. He truly did not know if he should laugh or cry. "I've worked so hard. Why did an equalizer target me?" Lu Zhou was speechless. "I'm really not the fucking equalizer." Nevertheless, Lu Zhou could not be bothered to explain himself. He said, "Deactivate the ultimate formation and withdraw the white dragons. I'll grant you a quick death." The Emperor raised his head at this moment and said with a sinister smile, "Indeed, I've lost. However, you won't be any better. I've ruled a country and dominated the cultivation world. I've never met an opponent who's a match for me before this. To be able to fight an equalizer, I'll die with no regrets today." He laughed again before he said, "I've sent people to the Evil Sky Pavilion in the Golden Lotus domain. They'll all be my funerary offerings." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Your people have all become Lu Wu's food." Lu Wu. The Emperor was stunned. His expression was strange as he asked, "What about the Yellow Lotus domain?" Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. "You know about the Yellow Lotus domain? I obtained my mystic microstones from there. That's how I upgrade my white dragon jade from the fusion grade to the infinite grade. Half a month ago, a foolish fatty led more than 1,000 Yellow Lotus cultivators to steal my mystic microstones. I don't care about anything from the Yellow Lotus domain, but the mystic microstones are mine. A few days ago, I planned to speak to you about this matter when I visited the Zhao residence. However, you didn't want to hear it, so I sent someone to kill him," the Emperor said between bursts of laughter. "Pavilion Master Lu, will 100 Tribulations Insight Cultivator be a match for an 8-chart cultivator?" Lu Zhou frowned as he silently chanted the mantra for the power of sight. He blamed himself for his negligence toward his 8th disciple. An incomparably devastating scene appeared before his eyes. It was clearly the scene of the aftermath of a bloody battle. Corpses and severed limbs were strewn all over the place, and they were charred black. The city was painted black and red from the fire and the blood. There were also corpses that hung on the city wall, dripping with fresh blood. The sound of crying permeated the streets and alleys. Children, women, and the elderly sat around in a daze, their bodies stained with blood. Lu Zhou did not think of himself as a particularly good person, nor did he think of himself as a hero. He did not have the lofty dream of saving everyone in the world, nor did he possess the virtues and character to do good in the world. However, when he saw this scene, unprecedented anger began to burn in his heart. Zhu Honggong's eyes could not hide his sorrow as he surveyed the city. Similar to the others, he was also stained with blood. He slowly climbed up the city wall and looked into the distance. Lu Zhou was shaken when he saw the scene beyond the city wall. Countless cultivators, commoners, and soldiers stood densely packed on the ground. The area within 100 miles was filled with people. Corpses could also be seen lying on the ground. Some belonged to humans and some to fierce beasts. They made for a stark contrast to the survivors. At the same time, survivors of the war were still walking out of the city gates. Zhu Honggong struggled and used his remaining primal qi to shout, "We've won! Won!" For 100 miles outside the city, everyone kneeled in unison. Ding! Worshipped by 522,420 people. Reward, 522,420 merit points. Zhu Honggong smiled as he closed his eyes and fell. Since Lu Zhou could only see darkness after Zhu Honggong lost consciousness, he did not see Zhao Hongfu riding on Dang Kong flying forward to catch Zhu Honggong. Subsequently, ding! Zhu Honggong has met the requirements to complete his apprenticeship. Will you allow him to complete his apprenticeship? Lu Zhou did not have much time to think about why Zhu Honggong had met the requirement to complete his apprenticeship. Lu Zhou thought about Zhu Honggong's tragic state and how his life and death were unknown. He considered rejecting the completion of the apprenticeship for now. However, past events surfaced in his mind unbidden. He recalled when Zhu Honggong had just joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. At that time, Zhu Honggong had no talent in cultivation and only relied on the Great Void Seed to transform his physique. However, he had also suffered countless hardships, and they were not fewer than his senior brothers. He was weak and timid, and sometimes he liked to use his power to bully others. Occasionally, he would charge into battles to show his strength and manly demeanor. He was afraid of his master and seniors. He constantly flattered his master and fellow disciples. Everyone thought he was foolish, but in fact, perhaps, out of all Lu Zhou's disciples, he was the one who lived life with the most clarity. Perhaps, the requirements for completing the apprenticeship were not just about cultivation-based strength or mastering a certain technique. Perhaps it was dependent on growth that could not be measured with scales. Perhaps the growth in question for Zhu Honggong was that he had shown that he could shoulder the heavy burdens on his shoulders, take responsibility for his own affairs, and see them through to the end. After cutting off the heavenly writing's power of sight, Lu Zhou followed his heart and thought to himself, "Complete the apprenticeship. Ding! Your disciple, Zhu Honggong, has successfully completed her apprenticeship. Ding! Disciples will provide more rewards for their master after leaving their master and entering the world. Ding! You're rewarded with a random card. When you use this card, a rare item will be randomly awarded to you. Ding! After Zhu Honggong completes his apprenticeship, he can establish a sect and accept disciples. Maximum number of disciples, 3. Ding! You will no longer receive points for teaching Zhu Honggong. Use. Ding! Obtained 1 initial card. That's it. Meanwhile, in the Emperor of Great Qin's eyes, Lu Zhou seemed to have fallen into a daze. He smiled in satisfaction. You're not enough. You're an equalizer, bound by the shackles of heaven and earth. The ultimate formation is an infinite prison. Everyone in the formation will be buried along with me. This was the reason the Emperor was not in too much of a hurry to attack everyone. The Emperor could not stop laughing. The sound of his laughter sounded creepy as it spread throughout the area within the formation. Everyone shook their heads when they looked at him. He's gone crazy. He's a madman. The Emperor swept his gaze across everyone before he pushed his hand down. His astrolabe appeared beneath his feet and began to expand in the formation. The spaces merged into one again. At this time, the 4 elders of Mount Li and the 4 dying guards appeared. The space was like a 3-dimensional 9-box grid. Lu Zhou was at the center while the others were spread out in all directions. Now that the space had become one, everyone hurriedly gathered. The 49 swordsmen who were heavily injured gathered and flew to stand behind Qin Renyue. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and Ming Shiyin returned to their respective positions in front of the other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. When the 4 elders of Mount Li looked at the disheveled emperor, they were puzzled. "Your Majesty, what happened?" The emperor's gaze was unfocused. He was dispirited, but his determination grew stronger and stronger. He pointed with his right hand and said, "Kill them!" The 4 elders of Mount Li looked forward, but they did not move. They were not very confident, after all. The emperor knew what they were thinking, so he smacked his hand against his astrolabe. The energy rippled out of the formation into the entire royal palace and Xianxia city. Outside the formation, Fan Zhong looked at the mystic tranquility hall and the ultimate formation helplessly. Then, he saw a group of death warriors rushing into the formation. A frown appeared on his face immediately. The emperor trained death warriors? One can only enter but not leave the formation. "I apologize to both of you, but there's nothing I can do." Rumors had long been rife about the emperor training a group of death warriors. Their general strength was comparable to the 49 swordsmen and the 36 Big Dipper flag bearers. Today, Fan Zhong finally confirmed the rumor was true. Inside the formation, more than 100 people dressed in silver armor appeared behind the emperor. It takes 1,000 days to train soldiers, but their use is only for a moment. The Emperor of Great Qin said before he ordered, "Kill them!" How were they going to deal with so many death warriors? Even if the death warriors did not know any techniques and could only self-destruct, the damage would still be unimaginably devastating. "Yes, Your Majesty." More than 100 people flew forward without any hesitation. With this, the confidence of the 4 elders of Mount Li rose greatly. The 4 fake venerable masters flew out and led more than 100 death warriors forward. At the same time, the ultimate formation continued to weaken. The Qin emperor coughed violently before he pressed on one of his birth charts on his astrolabe, releasing the energy from the birth chart. Crack! It originates from the formation and returns to the formation. At this moment, the emperor had seen through life and death. Upon seeing this, an ominous feeling rose in Qin Renyue's heart. He ordered, "Retreat!" The 49 swordsmen and the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion flew back in unison. They continued to retreat until they were stopped by the formation. At this time, Lu Zhou tapped his toes lightly on the ground and flew up, blocking the path of the 4 elders of Mount Li and the more than 100 death warriors. Lu Zhou now was like the dividing line on a chessboard. Behind him were the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Qin Renyue, and the 49 swordsmen. In front of him were the 4 elders of Mount Li and the death warriors. The emperor was hiding behind these people, and to kill the emperor, Lu Zhou had to first defeat or kill these people in front of him. The 4 elders of Mount Li came to a stop when they saw Lu Zhou. At the same time, Lu Zhou confirmed the effect of the initial card. Ding! Initial card. This card allows you to reset an item card to its initial price. You have 10 seconds to buy the cards before the price returns to normal. You're limited to buying 100 cards, and during the 10 seconds, your buying of the cards will not cause a price hike. Lu Zhou had many item cards to choose from. However, there was one card he loved the most, Deadly Strike card. He could clearly remember the initial price of the card as well, 500 merit points. He believed anyone in his shoes would make the same choice as him at this time. Go! At the same time, the 4 old men of Mount Li struck. Just like before, with Cui Mingguang taking the lead, they unleashed palm seals that formed the 9 cuts hand seals. The Grand Mystic Rush treasure seal shot out first, followed by the Solitary Diamond seal, the Mystic Exoteric Circle seal, and the Solar and Lunar seal. Needless to say, the 9 cut hand seals were now much more powerful now that the 4 elders had become fake venerable masters. They had unleashed all their power with this attack. The Grand Mystic Rush treasure seal and Cui Mingguang arrived in front of Lu Zhou first. When Cui Mingguang saw Lu Zhou, he asked with a frown, "Why aren't you dodging?" Lu Zhou raised his hand indifferently. A vortex appeared in his palm before the 9 cuts hand seals flew out one after another. "Because you're not worthy." The 9 cuts hand seals landed on Cui Mingguang's chest consecutively, leaving a bloody hole behind. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 1,500 merit points. 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared and disappeared just as quickly. Cui Mingguang fell to the ground. The Emperor of Great Qin, the 3 elders of Mount Li, and the Death Warriors. Just when Cui Mingguang struggled to his feet, Lu Zhou struck again. I'll show you what the real 9 cuts hand seals are like. The Death Warrior lined up in a row, watching the unbelievable scene. Golden palm seals flew out again. Boom! Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Just like that, Cui Mingguang lost another birth chart. Qin Renyue, the 49 swordsmen, and the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou walked forward in a leisurely manner. Ji Shi, Zhou Chongshu, and Tang Zibing, the remaining 3 elders of Mount Li, stiffened. The Emperor of Great Qin felt his throat go dry. For a moment, he wondered if he should continue. As it turned out, the other party had not used his full strength all this time. After a moment, he regained his senses. He had already lost more than half of his birth charts. He no longer had anything to lose. Hence, he yelled, "What are you waiting for?" With this, the 3 elders of Mount Li charged out. Energy seals as thick as the palace walls appeared in the ultimate formation. Qin Renyue frowned upon seeing this. Then he asked, "Brother Lu, do you need help?" Lu Zhou did not reply. Instead, he launched another 3 palm seals. Solitary diamond seal. The 3 palm seals with different sizes flew out, accurately destroying the 3 elders' palm seals. They showed no signs of stopping as they continued to fly out. Bam! 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 Ji Shi, Tang Zibing, and Zhou Chongshu felt their bodies go numb. They lowered their heads to take a look and saw the bloody holes on their chests. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Terrified expressions appeared on the 3 elders' faces as they watched the 3 palm seals gradually fade away. Fear descended in the ultimate formation. The Emperor of Great Qin. Lu Zhou continued to advance. The 3 of them revealed terrified expressions. Endless fear swept through the entire sinkhole formation. Emperor Qin. Lu Zhou continued to step forward. At this time, the more than 100 death warriors leaped out at the same time with eyes shining with killing intent. Streaks of green energy twined around the halberds in their hands. With the determination to kill and the acceptance of death, they swept toward Lu Zhou like a plague of locusts. The Emperor of Great Qin felt his heart racing at this moment. He had slaughtered many people. His hands were stained with the filthiest blood. He had decapitated many heads, and he had seen the most deceptive of human hearts. Coupled with the fact that he stood high above others, he had grown numb over time. Nary a ripple appeared in his heart over the years. However, at this moment, his heart was racing. He was nervous. He clenched his hands as he watched the death warriors he had painstakingly cultivated for this moment fulfill their purpose. The more than 100 death warriors were like starving wolves, ferocious and unafraid of death. Kill! Their thunderous cries shook the sky, and their killing intent filled the entire place. Lu Zhou raised his head before he raised his hand. With just a flick of his hand, 90 palm seals appeared in the air. A seal with the script for stability hovered at the lead. At this moment, everyone, including Qin Renyue and the Emperor of Great Qin who were venerable masters, saw a scene they would never forget in their entire lives. With a wave of his hand, Lu Zhou sent the palm seals that fluttered in the air like golden butterflies toward the death warriors, leaving streaks of dazzling golden light in their wake. Without an exception, each of the 90 palm seals found its targets. Following that, 90,000 realms whirling avatars appeared before they disappeared again. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou received exactly 90 of this notification. The death warriors were heavily injured, spitting out blood. The ground was dyed red from their blood. 90 death warriors fell to the sky one after another. Their bodies were like feathers, and their lives were like grass. What a one-sided battle! This kind of absolute and crushing strength. Is this brother Lu's true strength? Qin Renyue became more and more stunned the longer he watched. The Emperor of Great Qin was as shocked as Qin Renyue. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something Lu Zhou had said before. From the beginning until now, I've never used my full strength. It was clearly not a lie meant to intimidate people. With this revelation, he staggered back as he began to tremble. His mind seemed to have collapsed at this moment. Meanwhile, slightly more than 10 death warriors arrived in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou pushed his hand out, unleashing palm seals again. Just like that, the death warriors were sent flying in all directions. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou received more than 10 of the same notification again. Lu Zhou came to a stop. He hovered in the air quietly. His expression was calm. When he surveyed his surroundings, he saw nothing but dust and ants. In this world, only he was invincible. After the unprecedentedly violent primal chi storm subsided, silence descended in the formation. Lu Zhou stared at the Emperor unblinkingly for a long time before he asked, "Do you still want to resist?" This question was like the straw that broke the camel's back. It crushed all of the Emperor's hope. He spat out of a mouthful of blood, and his black hair turned silver in just a blink of an eye. His face was haggard, his eyes were sunken, his skin sagged, and his wrinkles deepened. "Your Majesty!" the death warriors cried out. The 4 elders of Mount Li were also in excruciating pain. "The Emperor asks me to die, and I'll die without question. I would rather die on the battlefield than live a peaceful life." The leader of the death warriors cried out as he charged out. "I'll fulfill your wish," Lu Zhou said as he shook his head. Then he waved his hand. Yu Shangrong, Mingshi, and the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion rushed over, sweeping through the 100 or so of death warriors. The death warriors were already heavily injured. How could they be a match for the Evil Sky Pavilion? Now that they lost their birth charts, how could they withstand some of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion who had passed 2 birth trials? Swords, sabers, and blades flew in the air, attacking the death warriors. Looking at the one-sided battle, Qin Renyue knew there was no need for him to make a move. Hence, he walked over and looked at the 4 elders of Mount Li before looking at the Ashen Emperor of Great Qin. He asked, "Still not giving up?" The Emperor let out a long sigh and said, "My heart is already dead. I have nothing to say." At this moment, a figure flashed toward the Emperor. Swoosh! A hook slashed at the Emperor's vital points, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. The Emperor was sent flying before he crashed against the Mystic Tranquility Hall. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Mingshi looked at the Emperor with eyes brimming with killing intent. He sneered. "Of course, you have nothing to say." Everyone understood Mingshi Yin's actions. After all, the Emperor was the main culprit responsible for the destruction of the Meng clan. The Emperor who had nothing left to live for laughed. Then he said, "I'm very gratified to be able to die in your hands. I'll grant you your wish." Mingshi flew over, brandishing his separation hook. The separation hook slashed the Emperor from the bottom to the top, easily piercing his chest. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Boom! The Emperor fell to the ground. The Emperor seemed to be unable to feel pain at this moment as his mind turned chaotic. His hair turned even whiter, and his appearance aged even more. He lay on the ground, his right cheek pressed against the ground. "In fact, if I don't deactivate this formation, you'll never be able to leave. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not." Then he launched into a violent coughing fit. Without lifting his head, the Emperor smacked his hands on the ground. Buzz! With that, the formation slowly receded. A smile could be seen on the Emperor's aged face at this moment. He raised his head to look at Mingshi, whose expression was twisted in hatred. No one knew if it was due to his chaotic mind or near-death kindness. His tone was gentler as he said, "Child, kill me." When the formation was completely deactivated, everyone could clearly see the corpses that littered the ground. As far the eyes could see, the mystic Tranquility Hall and its vicinity were in ruins. At this time, "He's not the emperor, he's Meng Mingshi." Everyone was shocked by this revelation. They turned around and looked at the source of the voice and saw Madame Qi in the distance. Her expression was one of sorrow. She could not help but shake her head as Zhao Yu supported her. The 4 guards who were on the brink of death and the 4 elders of Mount Li looked at Zhao Yu and Madame Qi. If it were someone else who uttered these preposterous words, they would have scoffed in disbelief. However, these words came from Madame Qi, who once shared a bed with the Emperor of Great Qin. For many years, the people of Xianxia City had speculated the reasons why the Emperor would suddenly throw Madame Qi into the cold palace. Moreover, he had also grown distant from his son, Zhao Yu. After so many years, the answer had finally been found. They looked at the person whom they had been unquestioningly loyal to, the high and mighty Emperor of Great Qin, hoping for an explanation. Unfortunately, the Emperor only shook his head silently with a smile on his face. His cheek was pressed against the ground, and he made no move to raise his head. Zhao Yu helped Madame Qi to come forward. He inhaled sharply when he saw the ruins that used to be the mystic Tranquility Hall. Before this, Zhao Yu had been pestering Madame Qi to tell him the truth. When he finally learned of the truth, he was shocked for a long time. After considering his relationship with Lu Zhou and Mingshi, Zhao Yu and Madame Qi rushed over. Madame Qi was discomfited by the smell of blood that permeated the air. After a moment, she looked at the haggard Emperor of Great Qin, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "General Meng, am I right?" "Aye." Madame Qi interjected. "At this point, do you still want to hide the truth? Is there a point? Are you afraid you'd be cursed for killing the Emperor after you die?" The Emperor finally made a move to sit up. He placed his hands on the ground and struggled for a long time to sit up, but no one came forward to help him. Then he slowly moved back. It took him a long time just to cover the distance of 3 to 4 meters. When he finally leaned against the steps, his sunken eyes met Madame Qi. "Madame Qi, you're very smart. I've slept next to the Emperor for so many years. How could I not know his habits? He didn't like sandalwood, he disliked sleeping on his side, and he didn't like washing his face with hot water. He liked to sleep on his back and wash his face with cold water," Madame Qi said, remembering the past. In fact, there were many things that could not stand the weight of scrutiny. Unfortunately, no one dared to voice their doubts at that time. Although General Meng tried very hard to learn and imitate His Majesty, General Meng's habits are imprinted in his bones and can't be changed, Madame Qi said. The Qin Emperor chuckled. "This is a kingdom I conquered. Why should I give it to him?" Madame Qi remained silent. The Emperor's words were tantamount to his admission. Mingshi looked at the old Emperor with a complex expression and took 3 steps back. Before attacking Great Qin, I, Shichishu, and Bai Yi attacked the cities and conquered the land. We fought valiantly to kill the enemy and drove the barbarians away. We should have been given territories. But do you know what he did? Madame Qi said angrily. "No matter what His Majesty did, there's no changing the fact that you're disloyal." The Emperor was unaffected by Madame Qi's words. He had been ruminating over loyalty and betrayal for many years now. In the initial years, his heart, mind, and soul were tortured every day. However, he slowly grew numb and developed a heart of stone. The Emperor, or more accurately, Meng Mingshi said, agitated. He was afraid my achievements would overshadow him. He was afraid the men in my troops would rebel. During the battle on Mount Shao, countless of our men were injured and killed. He refused to send reinforcements and delayed it until both sides suffered heavy losses. His eyes widened, and he grew even more agitated as he said, "If you had seen your men being slain, you'd understand that he deserves it." Everyone was shocked. They did not expect there to be such a secret behind the battle on Mount Shao. Meng Mingshi coughed a few times. His voice grew weaker and weaker as he said, I, Meng Mingshi, have dominated the world for many years. Everyone thought I was weak. No one knew my true strength. Let alone the Emperor. I'm not even afraid of venerable masters. If the Emperor wants me to die, I have no choice but to die. However, if I want to kill the Emperor, who can stop me? The last sentence was said through gritted teeth. At this point, Meng Mingshi still carried such great resentment and determination. His tenacity and aura caused people to shudder. His mind was clear, and he had completely shed all pretenses as the Emperor of Great Qin. Lu Zhou calmly asked, Do you regret it? I've never regretted it. Since ancient times, loyalty and complete obedience are expected to be given to the Emperor. He was unfair and unrighteous to me, so there's no need for me to be loyal to him, Meng Mingshi said with a chuckle that turned into a cough. It took a long time for him to recover from his coughing fit, and when he did, he said, I killed everyone during the battle at Mount Shao. There were no survivors. I'm the only survivor. I became the ruler of a country and ushered in an era of peace. In Great Qin, the people live and work in peace. They sing and they dance. Even the cultivation world is peaceful. Everyone should be grateful to me. I should be immortalized for this. Lu Zhou shook his head. What will be immortalized is the name of the Emperor of Great Qin, not Meng Mingshi. You, Meng Mingshi, bear the crime of mutiny and regicide. Before you die, you still continue to spout meaningless lies? Is there a point? Madame Qi shook her head. Meng Mingshi said firmly, I'm not lying. This is the truth. What a pity. What a pity. Just a step more, and I would have made it. It was hard to imagine the Emperor of Great Qin, whom everyone respected, was someone who would do anything just to achieve his goals. For the sake of the throne, you chose to destroy the Meng clan? Lu Zhou asked. These words were like pouring salt on Meng Mingshi's wounds. His eyes widened and he choked. His expression was hard to read. It was complex. He alternated between laughing and crying as he said, I had no choice with the Meng clan and Great Qin. How could two Meng Mingshi exist? With this, the truth was revealed. Mingshi darted out and grabbed Meng Mingshi's collar. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cub. Why you're worse than an animal. I'll kill you. Mingshi raised his hand, forming an energy seal from the primal qi. Meng Mingshi stared at Mingshi with his sunken eyes. He struggled to keep his eyes open, and his mouth opened and closed a few times before he said, If you can get rid of the hatred in your heart with this, then make your move. You think I won't? Swoosh. When the energy seal was half an inch from Meng Mingshi's neck, it stopped. Meng Mingshi did not dodge. He still had more than 10 birth charts. Although he was on the brink of death, if his birth charts were to explode, it would send Mingshi flying. However, he did not do so. Meng Mingshi laughed and cried as he kept muttering, I've let down the ancestors of the Meng clan. Then, he raised his wizened hand and held onto Mingshi Yin's arm with a burst of strength. Kill me! Kill me! Everyone sighed. No one helped Mingshi or gave him any advice. Every family had its own difficulties. It was difficult for outsiders to intervene in family affairs. Since this was his family affair, he should be the one to resolve it. Whoosh! 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 Countless cultivators, royal guards, and soldiers flew over. Those who trespass into the royal palace will be killed without mercy. Meng Mingshi said, Do you see how loyal my soldiers are? Can you see their hearts? If he were even 1/10 of the man I am, would I need to walk down this path? Do it. Kill me. Those who trespass into the royal palace will be killed without mercy. Everyone ignored the cultivators, royal guards, and soldiers who had just arrived. Lu Zhou looked around before his eyes landed on the Mystic Tranquility Hall. Then he said, You said the formation is unbreakable? I'll show you. Whoosh! Lu Zhou tapped his toes on the ground and flew up into the sky. Then, he raised his hand before unnamed in the form of a sword appeared. Everyone looked at the sky. The soldiers, royal guards, and cultivators looked up at the person in confusion. not knowing what he was trying to do. Unnamed began to multiply from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16, kept multiplying, forming a circle around Lu Zhou. A golden lotus bloomed under his feet, and the dazzling swords pointed out like crystals. In just a few breaths, over 1,000,000 energy swords appeared in the sky. Lu Zhou did not stop forming energy swords. After a few more breaths, the 1,000,000 of energy swords multiplied a few more times again. The force from the millions of energy swords was overwhelming. Whoosh! Lu Zhou held Unnamed and pushed it forward. With that, the millions of energy swords flew toward the cultivators and soldiers who surrounded them from all directions like a meteor shower. Whoosh! 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 The energy swords were like swimming dragons in the sky. They whizzed past everyone's sides, ears, arms, and between their legs. They passed through the horizon, the corridors of the Imperial Royal Palace, and the glazed tiles shooting past the palace walls into the streets of Xianxia City. Lu Zhou controlled Unnamed that had been imbued with the divine power and rose higher into the sky. Qin Renyue could not help but applaud. In this world, the only person who has this kind of mastery of the sword path and reached the path of the sword of creation is Brother Lu. Yu Shangrong, who was skilled in the sword path as well, looked at the sky filled with energy swords with a shocked expression on his face. Little Yuaner looked at Yu Zhenghai on the left and Yu Shangrong on the right before she asked in a low voice, "Eldest senior brother? Second senior brother? You can also do this too, right?" Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong shook their heads. They were far from being capable of this feat. "This is amazing," Yuan Lang said. The other 48 swordsmen nodded in agreement. The 49 swordsmen cultivated the sword path. They were skilled with the sword, formations, and many kinds of flashy moves. However, Lu Zhou's energy swords truly demonstrated the word magnificent to the extreme. They could not help but feel inferior. "I sense the power of the Tao," Qin Renyue said. The 49 swordsmen nodded. It was very basic for a venerable master to mobilize the power of the Tao. However, this was Qin Renyue's first time seeing someone using the power of the Tao to multiply energy swords. In fact, Lu Zhou had long known about the existence of the power of the Tao when he used the power of infinite deduction to find the ultimate formation's weakness. Previously, with so many interferences, it was not so easy to crack it. However, with no one stopping him now, he could focus on destroying the ultimate formation. The ultimate formation was a rare ancient formation. It was far superior to the 10 Grand formation. Its weakness was not the circle of light above the mystic tranquility hall. It was built with Xiang City in the center. The structure of the city was its framework, and the land was its foundation. Meng Mingshi was not lying when he said no one could destroy the formation. Even he himself, who knew of its weakness, could not destroy it unless he had enough cultivators to cover all directions. However, it was different for Lu Zhou, who used his powerful control and released millions of energy swords to do the work. Meng Mingshi was stunned. He stubbornly kept his eyes open. His body and his lips trembled as he stumbled back, escaping from Mingshi Yin's grip before falling on the steps. How terrifying was ignorance! He had thought the other party was but a frog at the bottom of the well until he realized he was the frog. Swoosh! When the energy swords landed on the ground, the earth shook. The ordinary soldiers fell to the ground while the cultivators and royal guards stood rooted to the ground, too afraid to move. Then, energy swords from within a radius of 100 miles rose from the ground. With that, the brilliance of the mystic tranquility hall dimmed by a third. All the energy swords flew back in the same order and whizzed past everyone's body, ears, and even grazed past their vital points. They flew back toward Unnamed, and when all of them converged, they fused into one again. Break! Following that, Lu Zhou pressed his hand down, and Unnamed flew toward the formation circle at the mystic tranquility hall. Don't! Meng Mingshi burst with a final spurt of strength at this moment. He tried to fly up but was caught by Mingshi Yin and pressed to the ground. Boom! Unnamed pierced the core of the formation, causing the radiance of the mystic tranquility hall to dim immediately. The energy from the formation evaporated, and the inscriptions on the ground and the wall dimmed as well. The energy that originated from the Great Void was returned to the Great Void. Meng Mingshi's body turned limp. His spirit, will, and tenacity were destroyed along with the formation. Retreat! The palace reinforcement retreated like a tide. In just a blink of an eye, none of them could be seen. Lu Zhou looked down at Meng Mingshi. Is this the loyalty you spoke of earlier? Meng Mingshi shook his head. Lu Zhou asked, do you have anything else to say? Meng Mingshi had nothing else to say to Lu Zhou. At this moment, he discovered the world had turned dark just like the formation. He could no longer see anything. He could not hear the others as well. All he heard was a ringing noise in his ears. Then he felt his Dantian sea of qi shrinking rapidly. With this, he leaped toward Mingshi and cried out, hurry up! Kill me! Kill me! No matter how much Mingshi hated Meng Mingshi, he could not bring himself to kill Meng Mingshi. He gritted his teeth and took a step back. At this time, Meng Mingshi exploded with energy seals and firmly held onto Mingshi. Mingshi spun around and unleashed his energy seals as well. Boom! Meng Mingshi did not avoid the energy seals. Mingshi brandished the separation hook and slashed it at Meng Mingshi's chest. But Meng Mingshi did not let go. Meng Mingshi was reminded of the battle on Mount Shao when he fought with the enemy. He fought so hard at that time that he could not feel the pain that burned his body. His fighting spirit and hatred dispelled his fears and brought hope and peace to the battlefield in the end. Alas, all these would be gone soon. Swoosh! Meng Mingshi restrained Mingshi and flew toward the Mystic Tranquility Hall. Fourth senior brother. Old Fourth. Meng Mingshi now fought with no regard for his life, disregarding his previous fighting style. This made it difficult for Mingshi to struggle free in a short time. Swoosh! Unnamed tore through the sky and pierced Meng Mingshi's chest. Bang! Meng Mingshi did not avoid it. Ding! Destroyed one birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Meng Mingshi ignored Lu Zhou. He continued to restrain Mingshi with all his strength and smacked Mingshi back. Mingshi birth palace appeared immediately. Mingshi said through gritted teeth, Old fart, you still haven't given up on killing me? Meng Mingshi shook his head. If I wanted you dead, you would have died a long time ago. Fourth senior brother is in danger. Destroying the birth palace could directly destroy all of one's birth charts. At this moment, a bright and shimmering pearl appeared above the Mystic Tranquility Hall. Why aren't you giving up? Lu Zhou's voice drifted over. Meng Mingshi brought out his birth palace and did not attack Mingshi birth palace. He knew as soon as he did, the orb in the sky would destroy him. All right. Meng Mingshi raised his wizened hand and dug into his birth palace. Madman! Qin Ringyue exclaimed. What's he doing? Digging out his life heart. The purple glazed ceramic spun, pulling Meng Mingshi's birth palace to it. At this time, Meng Mingshi released his hold on his birth palace after digging out a life heart. Then he spun around and smacked the life heart into Mingshi birth palace. Click! Mingshi was assaulted by a wave of pain immediately. Meng Mingshi laughed crazily after he placed his life heart into Mingshi birth palace. Then he pushed Mingshi away. Mingshi grunted. His eyes were red with anger as he stared at Meng Mingshi, who was smiling creepily. As soon as Meng Mingshi's birth chart power exploded, the purple glazed ceramic exploded with energy as well. Mingshi endured the pain as he slapped at the new life heart in his birth palace. I hate you. I don't want it. It's filthy. Bang. 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 Very good. I want you to hate me for the rest of your life. Help me live for the Meng clan. As soon as Meng Mingshi's voice fell, he turned into an ice sculpture. No matter what, Lu Zhou had to use his infinity-grade weapon to take down Meng Mingshi. Meng Mingshi was twisted, extreme, and insane. He was capable of any act as long as his goal was achieved. Although the others had no idea about what had happened in the Meng residence, based on Mingshi attitude, even if they did not know the details, they had a vague idea of how bad it must have been. After all, Mingshi Yin and Meng Mingshi were related. One could only imagine what kind of acts Meng Mingshi had committed to make Mingshi Yin hate him so much. Mingshi Yin was still smacking his birth palace, trying to force Meng Mingshi's life hard out. He was terrified and helpless. He did not possess Meng Mingshi's ruthlessness when Meng Mingshi was about to die. He could not gouge the life hard out. He sat down limply, feeling nauseous. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 1,500 merit points. The notification rang 10 times consecutively. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 2,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,000 merit points. The 4 elders of Mount Li who were drenched in blood watched as the ice sculpture crashed to the ground. They looked at the Emperor of Great Qin, not knowing what to think. Finally, Cui Mingguang, who had sat up with great difficulty, lamented, "Why is it Meng Mingshi? Why?" The 4 elders of Mount Li had lost all will to fight. The person they had been loyal to for the longest time turned out to be an impostor. He was not the Emperor of Great Qin, but Meng Mingshi, who killed the real Emperor of Great Qin. Was there anything more disgusting than this? They found it difficult to accept this fact. All of them stared at the air with lifeless eyes. Madame Qi turned to look at the 4 elders of Mount Li and said, "The Emperor of Great Qin has long passed away. Your loyalty toward him is commendable. Unfortunately, you were loyal to the wrong person. Madame Qi, you clearly know the truth. Why didn't you speak up earlier?" Cui Mingguang asked. "The country can't be without a ruler for even a day." After the battle on Mount Shao, the world was in turmoil and was in urgent need of stability. Moreover, even if I had spoken up, would anyone believe me? Madame Qi said helplessly. He could even dispose of everyone in the Meng clan to keep his secret. Then, why didn't he kill you? Cui Mingguang asked. Madame Qi gazed into the distance with a pained expression on her face. "That's because I'm the only one who knows the secret of the golden tokens. The first day he returned from the battle on Mount Shao, I already knew he was an impostor. However, I could only endure it." She sighed before she continued to say, "On one hand, he wanted to kill me to silence me. On the other hand, he wanted to know the secret of the golden tokens. He tried various means to threaten me into telling him the secret of the golden tokens. He sent someone to poison me until I was bedridden." Fear rose in Zhao Yu's heart as he listened to his mother's words. After all, he had rebuked Meng Mingshi several times in the past. After all, as the emperor's son, he was afforded the privilege to be a little unrestrained. Now that he thought about it, there were countless chances for Meng Mingshi to kill him. "What's the secret of the golden tokens?" Lu Zhou asked as he turned to look at Madame Qi. Madame Qi said, "They hide a treasure map." "Where are the other 3 golden tokens?" Lu Zhou asked. Madame Qi pointed at the Mystic Tranquility Hall and said, "Apart from this palace, I really can't think of anywhere else he might have kept them." Lu Zhou nodded and waved his hand. Kong Wen and his 2 brothers flew out and began to search the hall. There were 3 areas inside and outside the hall, but they did not miss searching a single corner. Meanwhile, Qin Renyue walked forward and surveyed the scene of destruction. He shook his head and sighed. Back then, General Meng was considered a top talent of his generation. Why did he choose to tread on this path? "The human heart is difficult to understand or predict," Lu Zhou said. "That's true. No matter how the dynasty changes, no matter how much time passes, since time immemorial, human hearts are the hardest to grasp," Qin Renyue said with a sigh. At this moment, a voice rang from the sky. "Are both of you okay?" Everyone looked up and saw Fan Zhong flying over. He hurriedly landed in front of Lu Zhou and Qin Renyue and greeted them. "Brother Qin, Brother Lu." Qin Renyue furrowed his brows. "You really came at the right time." Fan Zhong revealed an embarrassed expression as he said, "To be honest, I arrived earlier. However, I couldn't enter because of the ultimate formation. I apologize for that. If I may ask, what happened?" Lu Zhou glanced at Fan Zhong and said, "There's nothing for you here. You can leave now." Fan Zhong was not here when needed and only came when everything was over. Lu Zhou would not befriend this kind of person. Fan Zhong said, "Brother Lu, Yu Shangrong turned around and interjected with a smile. "There's no need to say anything else. My master has already spoken. Please." Fan Zhong felt extremely embarrassed. After thinking about it for a moment, he cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and the others before he sighed and turned to leave. As Qin Runyue looked at Fan Zhong's retreating back, he said, "From now on, the Qin clan will have nothing to do with the Fan clan." The 49 swordsmen bowed and said in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Fan Zhong was filled with regret. Alas, it was too late. He could only leave, embarrassed. From today onward, the Fan clan could only be suppressed by the Qin clan in every manner. At this time, little Yuaner rushed to Lu Zhou's side and asked anxiously, "Master, what about fourth senior brother?" Lu Zhou looked over and saw Mingshi was still smacking his birth palace. He called out, "Old fourth." As though he did not hear Lu Zhou, Mingshi continued smacking his birth palace in frustration. He wanted to gouge the life heart but lacked the ruthlessness to do so. He raised his hand and hesitated a few times. He did not have the courage to dig the life heart out. He was so frustrated that he began to pound his chest and stomp his feet. Lu Zhou raised his voice. "Mingshi." Mingshi was shocked and stopped what he was doing immediately. He looked at Lu Zhou. "Master." Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi birth palace and the place where the life heart was embedded as he asked, "Do you really loathe this life heart?" Mingshi nodded. "I can remove it for a price." Mingshi hesitated when he heard there was a price. Qin Runyue chimed in, "In my opinion, you should keep the life heart. Consider it as compensation from Meng Mingshi. Think about it. The more you act like this, the happier he'd be. You're the only one left from the Meng clan. I believe your other family members would like to see you live well." After Qin Runyue finished speaking, he glanced at Meng Mingshi's corpse. He wanted to say something but decided against it in the end. Right and wrong were no longer important. At this moment, the feelings of the person involved should take priority. Moreover, Qin Runyue was not a member of the Meng clan. He did not think he had the right to judge other people's family affairs. It was enough to advise others to be magnanimous without interfering in their affairs. Yu Zhenghai moved to stand next to Mingshi and patted Mingshi shoulder as he said, "You can be a little more shameless in this instance." Mingshi looked at his hands and his birth palace before he said, "The problem is, I haven't sprouted my 11th leaf yet." Qin Runyue said with a smile, "Since the life heart was forcefully embedded, it won't be activated so soon. You still have time to take it out or sprout your leaf." Lu Zhou now had 3 of Meng Mingshi's life hearts. This time, the second super reduction card did not trigger the double life heart effect. He really felt like throwing up when he thought about this minor loss. After a moment, he no longer dwelled on it. He could not let his emotions control him. Yu Shangrong said, "Think about it first. Once you've made up your mind, you can speak to Master." After listening to his eldest senior brother and second senior brother, Mingshi gradually calmed down. His anger and hatred gradually subsided. Many things had faded away with time. If it were not necessary, he would not have come to the Green Lotus domain again. He had no wish to return to the Meng residence as well. Whether it was Meng Mingshi or the Emperor of Great Qin, they had nothing to do with him. When Lu Zhou saw Mingshi in a daze, he said, "Bring him away." "Yes." Yu Zhenghai supported Mingshi. From afar, Wizard spat out a white light orb that shot into Mingshi. It healed all of Mingshi injuries immediately. Qin Runyue was skilled in healing. Among the 4 venerable masters, he was the best at healing. Even then, he could not help but exclaim in admiration when he saw Wizard's power. At this moment, Kongwen ran out of the Mystic Tranquility Hall, shouting, "Pavilion Master, I found them." Kongwen and his brothers ran out of the Mystic Tranquility Hall with their faces smudged with his dirt. They had dug the ground and searched every corner before they found the golden tokens. They held the opened brocade box. 3 golden tokens lay in the box quietly. When Madame Qi saw them, she said, "They're indeed the Emperor's golden token." Yu Zhanghai took a look and asked, puzzled, "So what's the secret?" Madame Qi replied, "The treasure map leads to an ancient tomb." "The location of an ancient tomb? Whose?" Little Yuaner asked curiously. However, a hint of fear could be seen in her eyes. Upon seeing the fear in little Yuaner's eyes, Madame Qi smiled and said, "The late Emperor Emeritus." Zhao Yu said, "Whether it's real or not, we'll know once we get there." Then, Zhao Yu picked a sword up from the ground after he laid the 3 golden tokens on the ground and began to hack at them. Clank, 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 clank. The golden tokens each had a hollow area in them that held a piece of cloth. After removing the 3 pieces of cloth, Zhao Yu presented them to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou placed the first piece of the map he obtained on the ground. Then he started to piece the map together. It was not difficult to piece them together at all. With just 2 or 3 moves, the map was complete. It was a simple map with 2 words written on it, Mountly. Madame Qi said, "As expected, it's the mausoleum on Mountly." The 4 elders of Mount Li's eyes widened before Cui Mingguang coughed violently. Lu Zhou looked at them and asked, "Is the mausoleum of Mountly near your place?" The 4 elders remained silent. "Who are you loyal to?" Lu Zhou asked. "Of course, it's Great Qin and the people of Great Qin," Cui Mingguang said. "Aren't you embarrassed you were fooled by Meng Mingshi?" Kong Wen asked with a smile. Indeed, the 4 elders of Mount Li were embarrassed. Ji Shi sighed. "If we had known he was Meng Mingshi, we wouldn't have obeyed his orders even if it meant losing our lives. You can say whatever you want now that it's over. You're sinners and traitors of Great Qin," Kong Wen said mockingly. The 4 elders' expressions were rather unsightly at this moment. They were speechless. The winner had the final say. This was the way of the world. "If you want to live, lead the way," Lu Zhou said. The 4 elders of Mount Li took a step back. They looked at Lu Zhou with widened eyes. After a moment, Cui Mingguang shook his head and said, "That's the mausoleum of the late Emperor Emeritus. We were ordered to guard it. No one's allowed to go near it." "Enough! If the late Emperor Emeritus were to learn of what you've done, he would have leaped up from his grave," Zhao Yu said. Since Zhao Yu had spoken, the 4 elders of Mount Li had nothing to say. Zhao Yu rode on the momentum and continued to say, "The late Emperor Emeritus left these 4 golden tokens behind, so it was definitely not his intention to seal the tomb. I order you to lead the old senior there. Otherwise, I'll definitely order for your deaths, and make sure you won't be able to reincarnate." The 4 elders of Mount Li were stunned. When Zhao Yu rebuked them, they seemed to have seen the late Emperor Emeritus' imposing manner and appearance in him. They fell to their knees and prostrated themselves. "We'll obey the royal decree." Zhao Yu nodded before he turned to Madame Qi and asked, "Mother, do you agree with me?" Madame Qi smiled warmly and nodded. Lu Zhou nodded as well before he said, "We'll rest for the night in the palace today. We'll leave for Mount Li tomorrow." "Understood." Energy swords whizzed in the air above the city as news of the turmoil in the royal family spread in the city. Some said the Emperor of Great Qin had passed away and a new emperor was about to ascend the throne. Some said the equalizer had come to get rid of the imbalance. There were even some who said sword immortals had descended from the heavens to mete out punishment. All in all, there were all kinds of rumors spreading around. However, in Xiangyang City, one thing was known to be true. Fan Zhong had come and gone without doing anything. With that, Fan Zhong's reputation dropped greatly in the cultivation world while Qin Renyue and the Qin family's reputation were at their peak. No one knew what happened, but the royal family had summoned all the civil and military officials that night. Lu Zhou was not interested in the changes in the royal family. It was time for the new generation to fight for the throne. As for who would ascend the throne, he did not care. At night, in a hall, Lu Zhou looked at the merit points on the interface and shook his head. Remaining merit points, 1,391,730. If the 100 Death Warriors, guards, and the others were counted, he would have more than 1,000,000 merit points. It would be around 2,000,000. Moreover, Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen helped a lot as well. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his merit points that exceeded 1,000,000. Naturally, one of the biggest contributors was Zhu Honggong, from whom he obtained more than 500,000 merit points. All in all, the trip to the royal palace had yielded a great harvest. Lu Zhou looked at Witzard that was lying on the ground next to him and said with a faint smile, "I'll reward you with a beast essence." Lu Zhou spent 100,000 merit points and bought a beast essence. Then he tossed it to Witzard. Witzard was incredibly excited. It caught the beast essence with its mouth and swallowed it whole before letting out a cry. Lu Zhou shook his head. "Although it's good, you can't be greedy." Witzard's appetite was not satiated. Nevertheless, it shook its head up and down as though agreeing with Lu Zhou. Following that, a heat wave swept out from its abdomen, flowing through its 8 extraordinary meridians. Its fur grew, and it shone brighter. Its body was growing as well. Upon sensing the changes in its body, it moved to the side and silently absorbed the beast essence. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Although 1,000,000 merit points was a lot, he could not spend recklessly. Currently, put the price hike aside, an advanced deadly strikely card cost about 400,000 to 500,000 merit points. Moreover, he could only synthesize 2 super deadly strike cards. Lu Zhou was not in a rush to spend his merit points. He planned to focus on increasing his strength. Lu Zhou now possessed the life hearts of the Beast Emperor, He Luoyu, and Moon Whale. They were both considered great life hearts. Right now, he could not activate them in the heaven region. Even if he could, he had just activated a birth chart and was still in the early stage where his realm was stabilizing. He would activate birth charts in the human and earth regions first to pave the way for the great life hearts. If he left these 2 life hearts at the 178th position, their effect would be maximized. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Zhou brought the Pillar of Impermanence out and increased the speed to 1,000 times faster before he closed his eyes to cultivate. With his lifespan now, it was not a problem to increase the speed to 1,000 times faster. In the White Palace in the Great Void, the blue-clad attendant hurried into the palace and bowed. "Master, there's news from the Sacred Hall saying that the imbalance has worsened. They've sent people to investigate." Lan Shiha opened her eyes. She flashed and arrived in front of the blue-clad attendant before she asked, puzzled, "Didn't the Sacred Hall say they wouldn't interfere with the domains and let the imbalance run its course?" "Mr. Ouyang said there's something strange. First, there were strange movements at the Pillar of Destruction in Yuzhong. Moreover, there were also the consecutive deaths of the Venerable Masters in the Green Lotus domain. The Sacred Hall suspects someone from the Great Void is acting in the dark," the blue-clad female attendant explained. "Someone from the Great Void is acting in the dark?" Lan Shiha frowned. "The equalizers are registered and have been investigated. There are people in the Great Void other than the equalizers after all," the blue-clad female attendant said. Then, she looked around before she said in a hushed voice, "A great void seed has appeared." Lan Shiha frowned slightly. This made her think of Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin was in the White Tower Council, cultivating in the training hall, so there was no way for her to be exposed. 10 great void seeds were lost back then. After a moment, Lan Shiha asked, "Did the Sacred Hall reveal where they went? Is it the Black Tower Council or the White Tower Council?" "Neither. They went to the Green Lotus domain." Upon hearing this, Lan Shiha relaxed slightly. Then, she said, "Apart from the White Tower Council, you don't need to care about anything else." The blue-clad female attendant asked skeptically, "Master, do you really think Tower Master Yi is worthy of her position?" Lan Shiha glanced at the blue-clad female attendant and said, "No one in this world is more qualified than her." The next day, a huge flying chariot of Great Qin's royal family flew toward Mount Li. Zhao Yu had been asked to help deal with Great Qin's affairs, but he had no interest in them, so he requested to go to Mount Li with Lu Zhou and the others. The 4 elders of Mount Li were restrained on the deck to lead Yu Zhenghai to the mausoleum. The 49 swordsmen guarded the flying chariot as it flew. When it flew above Xiangyang City, many people looked up and sighed in admiration. At this time, Lu Zhou sat in the cabin of the flying chariot and recited the mantra for the power of sight to observe the situation in the Golden Lotus domain and the Yellow Lotus domain. After Duanmushang received his master's orders, he returned to the unknown land through a runic passage in the Green Lotus domain. After flying for 3 days, he finally found Lu Wu. After that, he did not hesitate and used the collective teleportation Jade Talisman. Under the protection of Qin Naihe, the Free Man, Shen Shi and Li Shema, the guardians of the Evil Sky Pavilion, everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion evacuated safely. Hence, when Duanmushang and Lu Wu returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, they found it was deserted. With that, the duo made their way to the Divine Capital. When the duo arrived at the Divine Capital, it was on the verge of collapse under Baiyi's attack. The 4 protectors of the Nether sect were now the guardians of Great Yen. They fought back with all their might. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council sent reinforcements as well. Apart from that, the 10 Grand Formation had been activated as well. With this, the stalemate lasted for 3 days. In a camp outside of the city, Baiyi gripped the sword tightly as he looked in the direction of Great Yan's divine capital. General Bai, today is the 3rd day of our siege. Our side has lost 40 men and the other side has lost more than 200 men. General Bai, the barrier won't last for long. We should seize the chance and break the formation now. If reinforcement from the Evil Sky Pavilion comes, it'll be bad. Baiyi said icily. Then, let's end this battle quickly. We'll attack the city with all we have this afternoon. Understood. When noon arrived, under Baiyi's lead, the cultivators surrounded the divine capital. Hundreds of capital hovered in the air. In the city, cultivators from the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council rose up as well, ready to face the enemies. Baiyi said as he amplified his voice, "This is a decree from the heavens. I've been sent here on a sacred mission to cleanse the sins of the Golden Lotus domain. All of you should surrender." Baiyi's voice reverberated through the entire divine capital. The common folks and the weak cultivators ran and hid. At this moment, from the sky in the capital, another voice rang out loudly. "General Bai, you're really shameless. A mighty general is bullying the weak and talks about washing the city with blood. However, up until now, I've not seen you make any progress." Baiyi scoffed. "Qin Naihe, you traitor. What right do you have to talk to me? If you have the guts, come out and face me instead of hiding in the dark and shooting arrows at my back." During this time, the divine capital had not been conquered, and the enemy had only gained a small advantage. Much of this was all thanks to Qin Naihe. Qin Naihe said with a smile, "Is there something wrong with your brain? If I can hide in the dark and shoot arrows at you, why would I come out? I'm sorry, but your provocation is useless. Also, are you able to protect all your men? If they're alone, I'll definitely kill them." Baiyi said, furious, "Do you really think I can't do anything?" Baiyi waved his hand. About 10 people gathered into a square formation and flew toward the divine capital. The cultivators from the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council unleashed their energy swords and energy sabers at the sky from within the barrier. The cultivators in the square formation manifested their astrolabes at the same time and used them to block the attacks like shields. "If you want to get close to the core of the formation, you'll have to see if I agree to it or not," Qin Naihe said as he rushed out with his gigantic avatar and unleashed energy seals. Baiyi leaped up and flew past the cultivators in the square formation on his sword toward Qin Naihe. "Your opponent is me." Before the two had a chance to exchange blows, arrows flew out in a line from the direction of the Imperial Palace, hitting the enemy's astrolabes with a loud bang. They only managed to stop the enemies for a moment before the enemies continued to advance. At this time, Qin Naihe withdrew his avatar and flew back in the air. Then, he looked at Baiyi and said with a smile, "Baiyi, if you have the ability, then follow me." Baiyi did not fall for the trap. He did not chase after Qin Naihe. Instead, he flew toward the cultivators in the square formation and pointed his sword at the city wall. "Continue, General. There are sharpshooters ahead. Ignore them. They've only just entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage," Baiyi said. Yes. Bai Yi and the others flew in the sky, looking down at the capital. It did not take long before they arrived above the imperial palace. Bai Yi ordered, "Attack with all your might." The dozen or so cultivators aimed their astrolabes at the barrier. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed the powers of their birth charts. The attacks were extremely fierce. When they collided with the barrier, a loud explosion sounded, and the earth, mountains, and rivers shook in unison. With that, the barrier of the divine capital shattered. The cultivators on the ground retreated one after another while the members of the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council flew to the sides. Once the barrier was broken, enemies entered from all directions in a single file. At this time, Xianxia turned back and launched countless energy fists. Bai shouted, "I've been waiting for you." The two of them immediately began to fight fiercely. Light flashed above the divine capital as gusts of energy stirred up the clouds. The cultivators in the square formation quickly surrounded Xianxia and began to chant a Buddhist mantra, sounding like the buzzing of mosquitoes. The sound affected the others immediately. When Xianxia was distracted, Bai Yi charged out and thrust his sword. Xianxia dodged and retreated. The cultivators around Xianxia attacked him at the same time. Boom! Energy seals collided. Xianxia flew back in the air. His arms were numb, and he felt as though his avatar was on the verge of appearing. He had only recovered his birth charts, so his realm was not stable yet. It was indeed somewhat difficult to defeat Bai Yi and so many others by himself. "I'll kill you, you traitor, on behalf of the venerable master." Bai Yi flew over with his sword again. Xianxia continued to fly back, looking for a chance to counterattack. However, Bai Yi's combat experience was very rich. It was hard to find an opportunity to strike. At the critical moment, a golden light streaked across the sky. Bang! The golden light landed on Bai Yi's sword before it landed on the ground with another loud boom. A spear! Everyone looked at the sky behind Xianxia in confusion. Due to the dark sky from the abnormally gloomy weather, they could not see clearly. However, when the clouds parted, they saw a humongous head in the sky. A muscular man stood on the head, looking at everyone with an icy gaze. At this time, the huge head suddenly asked, "Are these puny weaklings worthy of me personally making a move?" Lu Wu, Bai Yu exclaimed as his mind went blank. Swoosh! Lu Wu opened its mouth as a cold air swept out. The cultivators in the square formation were frozen in less than the time it took for one to blink one's eyes. One by one, they dropped from the sky. Xianxia. Bai Yi was about to break free from Ice Seal when Lu Wu's humongous paw descended from the sky. Boom! The paw slammed Bai Yi down the ground. That was not the end. Bang! 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 Lu Wu kept smacking its paw at Bai Yi, smashing him into the ground until he was unable to move and blood was splattered everywhere. Lu Wu shook its head. "Young master, don't you think this is a waste of my power?" Xianxia and Duan Musheng. Once Lu Zhou saw Lu Wu's arrival, he stopped observing the Golden Lotus domain. Then he checked in on Zhu Honggong. At this moment, Zhu Honggong was lying in bed, wrapped up like a dumpling. Zhao Hongfu held a bowl of decoction and fed it to Zhu Honggong spoonful by spoonful. She said, "Your injuries are very serious. Don't move recklessly." Zhu Honggong chuckled and said, "This is a small problem. With my master's healing technique, I'll be able to jump around in seconds. The runic passage is already half completed. We'll be able to return soon," Zhao Hongfu said. "No, we can wait a little longer," Zhu Honggong said. "In any case, we still have a little profound microstones left." Zhao Hongfu asked, "Why do your words change every day? You're the one who said we should leave soon, and now you're saying we can wait." "Oh, I understand now. Is it because you discovered you have many beautiful fans now after becoming famous?" "What beautiful fans? They don't exist in my heart. My heart only has my master and his mission. I don't dare to forget this," Zhu Honggong said. "Words are just words. Actions speak louder than words, Zhao Hongfu said before she thumped his chest lightly. Ouch! Zhu Honggong cried out. Shocked, Zhao Hongfu hastily asked, Are you okay? I almost died. Do you think I'm okay? Zhu Honggong asked. Forget it. It really wasn't easy killing an 8-chart cultivator, Zhao Hongfu said with a sigh. That's right. The duo sighed in unison. Zhao Hongfu blinked as she said, You're the guardian of the Yellow Lotus domain. Even the Emperor has to show respect to you. Of course, look at me, Zhu Honggong said proudly. Hey, you can't be too complacent. If the Green Lotus cultivators could come once, they could come again. If I'm not mistaken, the Yellow Lotus domain has long been exposed. It's impossible for you to be a local tyrant here, Zhao Hongfu said. Zhu Honggong said, You have a point. Then, hurry up and complete the runic passage. The duo nodded in unison. At this moment, just as Lu Zhou was about to cut off the power of sight, a voice rang from outside. Pavilion Master, we've arrived at the mausoleum of Mount Li. Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. Now that the crisis in the Golden Lotus domain and Yellow Lotus domain had been resolved, there was no need to worry too much. Lu Zhou flashed and arrived on the deck. He surveyed his surroundings and saw a mountain range that stretched for miles in front of him. This scene gave him a sense of déjà vu. It reminded him of the heavenly moat in the Golden Lotus domain. The mausoleum of Mount Li is over there. The royal family would come here every once in a while to perform sacrificial ceremonies, Qin Renyue said. Lu Zhou brought the map, which he had pieced together, out and looked at it before passing it to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu took a look and pointed to the front left. Over there. Zhao Yu had been here before, so he was rather familiar with this place. Under his lead, the flying chariot arrived at the foot of Mount Li. The entrance to the mausoleum is about 3 miles ahead, Zhao Yu said. Everyone nodded and disembarked from the flying chariot before they flew over. Soon after, they arrived at the entrance of the mausoleum. The construction of the mausoleum was brilliant. There were all kinds of stone pillars and towers everywhere. All kinds of formations were carved on them to protect the mausoleum. Let's go. Everyone walked forward to the huge stone doors of the mausoleum. A lifelike stone dragon hung above the stone door. Similar to the pillars, runes, inscriptions, and formations were etched on the doors. Zhao Yu said, Old sir, in the past, the royal family didn't pay their respect here, so I don't know what's inside. Mingshi Yin came to Zhao Yu's side and said, It's okay. There's no need to say more. I understand. It doesn't make sense to bring people to excavate their ancestral grave. It's not what you think. I really haven't been in there before, Zhao Yu said. All right, I believe you, Mingshi Yin said with a smile as he nodded. Zhao Yu scratched his head, speechless. He had seen Mingshi Yin look as though he was on the brink of death yesterday. But after a night, Mingshi Yin had been completely revived. Meanwhile, Qin Renyu stepped forward and studied the formation on the doors. He said, The formation is strange and exquisite. It won't be easy to deactivate the formation. However, we can try to force our way in. Zhao Yu. All you big shots, can you spare me some dignity? We're here to unlock the secret of the golden tokens, not excavate my ancestral grave. The 4 elders of Mount Li did not say a word during their journey here apart from giving directions. At this moment, Mingshi Yin kicked Cui Mingguang. You kicked me? Cui Mingguang roared. Not only did I kick you, but I also want to beat you up, Mingshi Yin said before he threw a punch out. Tell me, how do we go in? The 4 of us guard this place all year round. However, we only know that those with the royal bloodline can enter, Jishir said. The royal bloodline? Everyone turned to look at Zhao Yu in unison. Zhao Yu took a step back. When he saw Mingshi Yin approaching him with a strange smile, he asked nervously, What do you want? Borrow me your blood. Mingshi Yin moved at lightning speed. A cold light glinted in his hand before he pricked Zhao Yu's finger. Splat. After a drop of blood landed on the doors still remained motionless. Why isn't it working? Mingshi looked at Jishu. Jishu turned slightly and pointed at the dragon head with his hands still restrained. Try there. Mingshi nodded. Borrow me some more blood. Mingshi moved very quickly. Before Zhao Yu could react, his finger was pricked again, and another drop of blood landed on the dragon's head. Zhao Yu. Still, there was no movement from the stone doors. Zhao Yu was furious. He looked at Jishu and said, "Can you finish your sentence in one go?" Mingshi nudged Zhao Yu with his elbow and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with what he said. Perhaps there's a problem with you." Zhao Yu refuted vehemently, "Impossible. My mother isn't that kind of person." Mingshi coughed before he said, That's not what I mean. However, the stone doors are really not moving." Zhao Yu walked forward and looked at the dragon's head. Then, he forcefully pressed his bleeding finger on the dragon's head. At this moment, the dragon's head lit up, and the stone doors lit up as well. Zhao Yu turned to Mingshi and said with a smug smile, "I told you it wasn't like that. Fortunately, it wasn't like that. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge you," Mingshi said. "What? Nothing." Creak. The stone doors opened. A pitch-black passage appeared in front of everyone. Lu Zhou had night vision so he could see clearly. He took the lead and walked in with his hands on his back as everyone followed behind him. With Lu Zhou and Qin Runyue at the lead, everyone was not only not worried, but they were brimming with confidence as well. Soon enough, they saw a descending staircase. They did not hesitate and flew down. Zhao Yu looked at the map in his hand and said, "We have entered the underground area of the mausoleum." At this moment, Jishu said, "There's something that guards the late Emperor Emeritus's tomb." "What is it?" Lu Zhou asked. "Ingo," Jishu replied. "Ingo." Kongwen was shocked. Jishu continued to say, "In ancient times, humans and fierce beasts used all kinds of methods to obtain eternal life. In that era, many strange secret techniques, formations, and witchcraft spells could be found. There were hundreds of schools of thought that the schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism weren't worth mentioning at all at that time. Unfortunately, no matter how humans cultivated, they were unable to obtain eternal life. Therefore, some humans and fierce beasts did the opposite, seeking death first before seeking eternal life. They lived as zombies. This method crossed the line, causing heavens to mete out punishment to those who cultivated it. They were cursed to be soulless and without will, cursed to be controlled like puppets. However, there were naturally exceptions. Ingo was one of the 10 great zombies. He was once the subordinate of a supreme being. Later on, he lost during a war and was punished by the supreme being to guard the underworld. Outwardly, he seemed to have acquiesced to his punishment, but inwardly, he was extremely dissatisfied. Later on, he was bewitched by the hoe and consumed the hoe's poison. With that, his body underwent a huge change. His Dantian sea of qi vanished, and he gained an undead or immortal body. He caused harm to humans everywhere he went, but at some point he disappeared, whereabouts unknown. Kongwen asked curiously, "Then, how did it appear in the mausoleum of Great Qin's royal family?" Jishu shook his head and said, "I heard that the late Emperor Emeritus found it near one of the pillars of destruction." Then he continued to say, "Apart from Ingo, there are also all kinds of strange formations. It's very difficult to get close to the late Emperor Emeritus' tomb. It took 30,000 cultivators to build this mausoleum and the tomb. All of them died in here." Little Yuaner subconsciously hugged the little fire phoenix closer as she looked to the left and right. "Senior brother, why don't we go out? It was dark and chilly in here." Yu Shangrong patted little Yuaner's head gently and said, "Since you're already here, you should try and relax. If there's anything strange, senior brother will protect you." At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "Follow me." He placed his hands on his back and flew toward a round platform up ahead. Before he landed, the runes and inscriptions on the platform lit up, illuminating the surroundings and revealing the appearance of the platform. Then, Several chains that glowed with a black light shot out from the platform in all directions. At the same time, a majestic voice rang in the air. "Who dares to trespass into the forbidden area of the mausoleum?" The voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, causing chills to run up people's spines. If the inscriptions on the round platform did not emit light, it would be even more difficult for ordinary people to stay calm after hearing the voice in such a creepy and dark environment. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Qin Renyue, and the 49 swordsmen hovered in the air looking in the direction of the voice. Lu Zhou, needless to say, stood in front of everyone. With 1,000,000 merit points in reserve, he was not afraid he would not be able to deal with the other party. However, if it was one of the zombie kings, how was he going to deal with it? Zombies were not alive, not in the true sense of the word. How could one kill something that was not alive? Would the deadly strike card be effective against such an entity? The scenes from the past in the Golden Lotus domain were still vivid in Lu Zhou's mind. There were scenes of the witchcraft cultivator controlling the sect leader of the righteous sect, Zhang Yuanshan. Then there was the Grand Shaman Ba Ma and his junior sister Emoli. Lu Zhou found the entire idea of animating corpses disgusting. However, it was not a bad thing if the zombie kings were similar to the witchcraft cultivator's puppets from the corpse animating techniques. At the very least, these things were afraid of the great void seed and the heavenly writings powers. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed up and landed on the round platform. The person was bald and dressed in a kasaya. One of his hands was raised in front of his chest as the other hand held a string of Buddhist beads. His eyebrows were white and long, and his face was filled with wrinkles. His expression was very fierce as he glared at everyone. He said, "Amitba, outsiders are prohibited from trespassing into the forbidden ground. Please leave." "He's a monk? Why is it a monk?" Everyone was surprised. Mingxirin and everyone turned to look at Zhao Yu in unison, waiting for an explanation. If even a member of the royal family had no idea what was going on, then the others had no hope of figuring this out. Seeing all the eyes on him, Zhao Yu shook his head and said, I don't know anything either." Qin Renyue had lived a long time, so he was knowledgeable and experienced. He said speculatively, "Back then, the late Emperor Emeritus was hellbent on attaining immortality. He recruited many extraordinary figures. All of them were skilled in different areas such as pill refinement, formations, secret techniques, and so on. This monk should be someone he had recruited." The monk's gaze was fiery as swept his eyes across everyone present. With a slight wave of his hand, another 2 figures flew over. The 2 figures were not monks. They were 2 cultivators dressed in Hessian robes. Their faces were haggard, and their eyes were lifeless. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Wei Jiangnan? Wei Jingye. These 2 were cultivators whom Lu Zhou met during his first trip to the unknown land using the White Tower Council's runic passage. At that time, the 2 were looking for mystic life grass. Kong Wan and his brothers looked at Lu Zhou before Kong when asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, you recognize them?" "I've met them once," Lu Zhou replied. "They're independent cultivators who worked for various forces. Just like us brothers, they risked their lives all year long just to make a living. I didn't expect them to end up like this," Kong Wan said with a sigh. He could empathize with Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye since they were similar in the past. Ji Shi, one of the 4 elders of Mount Li, said, "Not too long ago, the mausoleum was being repaired and maintained. It was ordered by the emperor. How is it?" Clearly, Ji Shi did not expect to see others here. However, when he thought about it, he thought it was not that surprising. After all, there was the tradition of burying living people in mausoleums and tombs of royal families. These people were considered guards of the emperor's tombs. Qin Renyue asked, "There aren't any Buddhist sects in Great Qin. Where did this monk come from?" The 4 elders of Mount Li looked at each other before they shrugged, indicating they did not know. The monk said, "I'm from the Red Lotus domain. My Buddhist name is Zhenjin. I've already said what I should say. If you don't leave now, you'll have to bear the consequences." "As it turns out, you're Zhenjin, the abbot of Thousand Blade Temple," Lu Zhou said. Jianjun was slightly taken aback. You know me? I heard from Fa Hua, the abbot of the Blood Sun Temple, that in the early days you were one of the few 10-leaf experts in the Red Lotus domain. Later on, you disappeared, Lu Zhou said. Jianjun asked, Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here to look for something, Lu Zhou said. Jianjun said expressionlessly, Amitba, the dead are to be respected. This is the mausoleum and tomb of the late Emperor Emeritus. How can you be so disrespectful? Zhao Yu retorted, I don't even have any objections, so why are you making such a huge fuss? Jianjun glanced at Zhao Yu and said, Please leave. Then Jianjun waved his hand. 2 square Buddhist seals appeared in front of Wei Jingye and Wei Jiangnan before the duo rushed out. Qin Runyue said, They're already dead. Nothing more than zombies. It seems like this monk isn't pure of mind. Then, Qin Runyue launched 2 palm seals out, which were subsequently stopped by Lu Zhou. Qin Runyue was puzzled. Lu Zhou explained, I've met these 2 once and they'd helped me then. Humans are the same despite their ranks. These 2 should be afforded kindness even in death. Qin Runyue nodded. You're right. When Kong Wan and his brothers heard Lu Zhou's words, their hearts moved slightly. After people were born into the world with the distinction between superiority and inferiority. How many cared for those they deemed inferior? With this, Kong Wan and his brothers' loyalty went up by 10 points each, reaching almost 70 points. Lu Zhou launched a seal, restraining Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye on the round platform. Then he flashed and appeared in front of Jianjun. Jianjun's eyes widened as he said, I'm just a tomb keeper. Why are you doing this? Lu Zhou raised his hand and launched a palm seal, and Jianjun dodged immediately, leaving afterimages on the round platform. As expected, you've already broken through the 10-leaf stage, Lu Zhou said. Jianjun's voice reverberated in the surroundings. 1,000 years ago, I risked my life and came to the Green Lotus domain. I spent 10 years assimilating in the Green Lotus domain. Buddha was merciful and led me to the late Emperor Emeritus. After his death, I guarded his tomb. He was so kind to me, so how can I allow people to desecrate his tomb? Bang, 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 bang. Buddhist palm seals filled the air and shot toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the heavenly writing and imbued his body with the divine power. Golden Buddha's body. When the huge golden Buddha appeared on the round platform, Jianjun was momentarily stunned. Buzz! The golden Buddha's body thrummed, bursting forth with energy. All the Buddhist palm seals were destroyed in just a second. Jianjun hurriedly leaped up into the air. Lu Zhou moved the golden Buddha's body hand and grabbed Jianjun with fingers that looked like dragon's claws. You! Jianjun's eyes widened. He was truly surprised by the golden Buddha's body. Do you still plan to stand in my way? Lu Zhou asked. I'm trying to save all your lives. The deeper part of the mausoleum is guarded by Ingo. Save our lives. Ingo is undying. Even venerable masters can't do anything to it. There were many tomb raiders in the past, and I'd always warn them to leave. Unfortunately, there were always those who refused to heed my warning, Jianjun said. You hypocritical monk, spouting lies about benevolence, justice, and morality. Bang! Palm seal sent Jianjun flying. Then, Lu Zhou used his palm seal to grab Jianjun again before he asked, Why are Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye here? At this moment, Jianjun spat out black blood, staining his kasaya. Upon seeing the ink-colored blood, Ji Shi shook his head and said, He's already been poisoned by Ingo. I'm afraid he'll soon become a zombie like Ingo. What can I do? Only with this way will I be able to live forever, Jianjun said. Live forever? Lu Zhou sighed. Since ancient times, countless cultivators have defied the heavens and changed their fate. However, has there ever been one person who has truly gained eternal life? Jianjun tried his best to raise his hand, chanting Sanskrit scripture. Then, the sound wave turned into a blood-red halo that shot toward Lu Zhou. Brother Lu, watch out! Qin Runyue cried out. Lu Zhou shook his head. Ignorant. When the blood-red halo drew close to Lu Zhou, the divine power surged out, devouring the blood-red halo and leaving no trace of it behind. Jianzhen. Bang! Jianzhen flew out horizontally. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared above Jianzhen. Then he stomped his feet down. Whoosh! Jianzhen's kasaya was torn into pieces. The Buddhist beads flew up in the air, looking like red stars shining in the sky. The red light is a secret technique, and it's extremely poisonous. Let me deal with it, Qin Runyue said as he leisurely walked forward. He raised his hand and pushed it out. His astrolabe appeared, glowing with a green light that kept the red light at bay. Soon after, the red light vanished. Lu Zhou swooped down. When he was about land, he saw Jianzhen getting up and sitting in a cross-legged position. Then, he joined his palms together and began to chant Sanskrit scriptures. Seals began to appear in the air. The soil on the ground loosened as hands broke out of the surface. I didn't know Buddhists had such a disgusting technique, Mingshi said. Yu Zhenghai could no longer endure it. He hated this kind of technique the most. He launched energy sabers at the ground. Bang! 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 Senior brother, I still think it's better to leave, little Yuan said, rubbing her arms that had erupted with goosebumps. Yu Shangrong chuckled. Don't worry, they're all dead. Junior sister, you have to remember that sometimes the living are even more terrifying than the dead. Oh! Little Yuaner seemed to understand and not understand Yu Shangrong's words. Yu Zhenghai laughed and said, Second junior brother, you have a point. However, I still hate them. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked at Jianzhen and shook his head expressionlessly. Then, he raised his hand before bringing it down. The expansive heavenly energy seal fell on Jianzhen. With just one move, he lost 2 birth charts and his physical body. The sounds of the chanting stopped abruptly, and the movements in the ground ceased. Lu Zhou returned to stand in front of everyone. Pavilion Master, what should we do with the 2 of them? Kong Wen asked. Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye's faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. Their bodies were also emitting a faint stench. Lu Zhou sighed as he shook his head. Using this method to obtain eternal life is the greatest insult to the living. Then Lu Zhou waved his hand. A ball of flames shot out, engulfing Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye. Soon enough, the duo was reduced to ashes that scattered in the mausoleum. Everyone sighed. I think if they were alive, they would be very grateful to Pavilion Master, Kong Wen said. I would rather be reduced to ashes than be controlled by others. Mingshi said. You seem quite affected by them. Kong Wen smiled bitterly. My brothers and I were born into lowly lives. We worked for people who enjoy a luxurious life and have high status, respect, and power that can shake the sky. It's said that people are born equal, but the truth is no one is equal. Seeing Wei Jiangnan and Wei Jingye, Kong Wen and his brothers felt like they were looking into a mirror. Mingshi patted Kong Wen's shoulder. Don't be sad. Isn't everything fine now? Thank you for your words, Mr. Fourth, Kong Wen said. Kong Wen and his brothers' loyalty increased by another 10 points each. The loyalty won from sincerity and kindness was better than the obedience obtained from force and power. When ashes scattered completely, Lu Zhou said, Follow me. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone flew toward the depths of the mausoleum. Zhao Yu turned his head and looked at the ground. It took him a long time to recover before he hurriedly chased after the others. He thought that the most ruthless was truly the royal family. If he ascended the throne, he wondered if he would one day become as ruthless as them. After crossing a long passage, they finally landed next to an abyss. There was a wooden bridge on the abyss that was covered in spiderwebs. The surroundings were dim, and the moat looked like a bottomless abyss. The stone door on the other side of the moat lies the tomb of the later Emperor Emeritus. If we forcefully break it down, we'll all be buried here. To open it, we need the White Tiger Coiling Dragon Jade, Ji said. White Tiger Coiling Dragon Jade? One was with Meng Mingshi, and the other one is with Ing Go, Ji said. Where's Ing Go? Mingshi looked around. Where's the zombie king? Ji pointed at the abyss. Mingshi shrank back. At this time, Yan Jinlua brought a talisman out and ignited it. The talisman was like a lantern as it fell down, illuminated the abyss under the wooden bridge. When the talisman was about 100 meters down, everyone saw a horrifying sight. A bald man with a fierce and twisted expression was suspended in midair by 4 hooked chains on each of his limbs. His fangs were long, and his face that was white looked like the bark of a tree. He wore clothes that were made from metal. Little Yuaner said, "Fourth senior brother, stop retreating. If you retreat anymore, you're going to step on me." Junior sister, don't be afraid. I'll protect you," Mingshi said. Conk covered her mouth and laughed silently. Qin Renyue shook his head. "I didn't expect to see one of the 10 zombie kings." Qin Renyue's knowledge had increased a lot, but the knowledge was too frightening. When the talisman burned out, Yan Jinlua ignited another talisman. Sometimes light did not just drive the darkness away, but it could also drive away the fear in one's heart. Lu Zhou turned to look at the 4 elders of Mount Li and asked, "The white tiger coiling dragon jade is with him?" "That's right," Cui Mingguang said. Mingshi flashed and appeared before the 4 elders. He held the separation hook that glinted coldly in his hand before he said with a threatening smile, "You better not play tricks. Are you trying to use Go to deal with us?" The 4 elders of Mount Li were stunned. Then, Ji said, "If I really wanted to do so, wouldn't it be better if I didn't mention Go and let all of you fall into a trap?" Mingshi nodded. "You have a point. Then, how do we get the white tiger coiling dragon jade?" "With your hands," Ji replied. Hey, are you joking with me?" Mingshi said with a frown. Zhou Chongshu said, "There are 2 ways. 1, defeating Go. 2, find a way to get it from him. However, the difficulty of both methods is high. Once he completely wakes up, even venerable masters might not be a match for him." Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and pondered on the matter. This was indeed a difficult problem to solve. Putting Go's strength aside, just a slight misstep in here could cause everyone to die. No one dared to speak their minds carelessly at this moment. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Qin Renyue only shook his head. He did not have a solution either. At this moment, Ji said, "I've said it before. The mausoleum of the late Emperor Emeritus is extraordinary. Not everyone can enter his tomb." Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment longer before he said, "I'll go down and have a look. If there are any strange movements, leave immediately." "All right," Qin Renyue nodded. "Be careful, master," Little Yuaner said. Lu Zhou stepped forward and descended down the abyss. His movements were as light as a swallow and silent. When he drew close to the chains, he could clearly sense the death aura from Go. Go was clearly different from the corpses animated through witchcraft. The death aura eroded the surrounding primal chi, distracting those who drew close and making it difficult for them to mobilize their primal chi. Go's eyes were tightly shut, and he was as still as a statue. Then, Lu Zhou saw the white tiger coiling dragon jade hanging on Go's metal clothes. He unleashed a palm seal, grabbing the white tiger coiling dragon jade. The white tiger coiling dragon jade had barely moved when Go suddenly opened his eyes. Go's eyes shone with a dark red light. When he saw Lu Zhou hovering nearby, it bared its fangs before spitting out, "Human!" The 4 thick chains began to shake as Go pounced at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou released a dazzling and huge palm seal. Boom! The palm seal collided with Go like fireworks. The dazzling palm seal attracted everyone's attention from above. They looked at it with eyes brimming with admiration. Lu Zhou began to ascend as the chains on both sides snaked toward him. The palm seal was just a test. He did not expect to kill Go with just a move. After flying out of the chain's range, he looked down at Go. As expected, Go was not injured at all. Go's armor seemed to be forged from special metal and seemed even more indestructible than the chains. "Go, hand over the white tiger coiling dragon jade, and I won't make things difficult for you," Lu Zhou said. Qin Renyue. "Brother, This is Ingo, he's not a human. Is there a need for this? Meanwhile, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion remained unfazed. They had weathered many storms with Lu Zhou, so they had somewhat gotten used to it. Ingo glared at Lu Zhou with his dark red eyes and snarled, "Let me go! Let me go!" Upon seeing this, Mingshi asked skeptically, "Hey, didn't you say the living dead are without souls and will?" Ji Shi said, slightly uncertain, "This should just be instinctual words. He shouldn't be capable of complicated thought processes or have the ability to discern. This makes him even more dangerous. I advise all of you to stop. Let the late Emperor Emeritus rest in peace. Ingo has been restrained for the time being, so we still have a chance to leave." Tang Zibing shook his head and sighed. "He's undead. He can't be killed." It was a very displeasing matter for someone to undermine one's team by raising the enemy's prestige. Mingshi said mockingly, "Since there is an old immortal monster guarding the tomb, what's the need for the few of you?" The four elders looked embarrassed. Every year, the royal family will come to pay their respects to the ancestors. In many people's eyes, Ingo is just a myth. Hence, they would appoint guards to protect the tomb and accompany the ancestors. Tang Zibing finally said. "Foolish beyond belief," Lu Zhou said. "If this were to happen on modern-day Earth, it would definitely start trending on the internet. It would be labeled as superstition." "That's right. Fools." Little Yuaner echoed her master's sentiments. The four elders of Mount Li were speechless. Naturally, they also knew the tradition was foolish. The dead were gone. What need was there for the living to accompany the dead? What I didn't expect is that the monk, Jianzhen, was also roped into it, Qin Runyue said as he shook his head. Clank! The chains shook again. Ingo roared like a ferocious beast. His roar resounded through the sky and land. Yan Jinluo tried to maintain the light, but due to nervousness, he accidentally extinguished the light. Upon seeing this, Yu Shangrong volunteered, "I'll do it." Swoosh! The longevity sword unsheathed itself and flew toward the wooden bridge. Bang! The longevity sword stabbed into the wooden bridge before it exploded with a light that was much brighter than the talismans. The red inscriptions played a huge part in the brightness of the light. Moreover, the sword had also stored up a lot of energy. With Yu Shangrong's perfect control, as long as it was not too far, he would be able to maintain the light at all times. Clank! 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 Ingo rushed up, but before he could reach the top, he firmly pulled back by the four chains. Lu Zhou moved to stand in front of Ingo. He looked at the white tiger dragon jade that was firmly affixed on Ingo's armor. Then, he brought out unnamed in the form of a sword and controlled it with 2 fingers. Bang! 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 Unnamed circled Ingo before landing 3 consecutive strikes. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised when he saw the armor was intact. "The armor is truly extraordinary," Qin Runyue said with a hint of admiration. After being struck thrice, Ingo was enraged. Alas, he could free himself from the chains. At this time, Qin Runyue called out, 49 swordsmen. Understood. The 49 swordsmen flew up and formed a 7-point formation in the air. Then, energy swords fell like torrential rain on Ingo. Ingo could not fight back and could only be a target. Mingshi smiled. "This method is a little shameless, but I like it." Bang! 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 The storm-like energy swords continued to fall on Ingo. However, they were all blocked by Ingo's armor. In fact, even without the armor, Ingo's body was indestructible. After the first wave of attack, the 49 swordsmen stopped and waited for further instructions from Qin Runyue. Qin Runyue and Lu Zhou continued to observe Ingo. This wave of attacks further enraged Ingo. He let out a long cry, and when he stopped, a strange sound rang from the bottom of the abyss. Ingo glared at Lu Zhou, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the 49 swordsmen with an expression that clearly showed he wanted nothing more than to rip all of them into shreds. Monsters! The monsters are approaching. What are those things? Under the illumination of the longevity sword, everyone saw countless skinny creatures that resembled monkeys climbing up from the abyss. They look like monkeys. I don't recognize them. Be careful, everyone. When the monsters reached a certain height, they all leaped up toward the crowd. Qin Renyue pushed his hand out. Bang! 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 Dozens of monsters were killed in just a blink of an eye. They're not very strong. The 49 swordsmen flew to both sides, switching targets. They brought out their swords and started slaying the monsters. Meanwhile, the 4 elders of Mount Lu felt a mounting sense of unease. Cui Mingguang hurriedly said, "Please stop. If you provoke the late Emperor Emeritus and the dead, you'll be punished by the heavens." The energy swords rained down unceasingly on the monsters. However, the monsters kept coming as though there was no end to them. After a short while, Lu Zhou discovered the monsters would be resurrected after getting cut down. "Stop!" Lu Zhou called out. Everyone stopped. Lu Zhou brought an ordinary deadly strike card to test the water. As expected, ding! Ineffective against the target. After putting away the ordinary deadly strike card, Lu Zhou said, "The monsters can resurrect themselves. Energy swords won't be able to kill them." Everyone observed carefully and found that it was true. They could not help but inhale sharply. No matter how many monsters they killed, the monsters would always get back up. What kind of monster is this? We can't kill it? How strange. Ingo roared thunderously again. More and more monsters climbed up. Karmic fire. Karmic fire might be able to kill them, Qin Renyue said. Lu Zhou launched a palm seal. When it shot out, it began to burn with fire. The karmic fire swiftly engulfed the monsters, burning them. Those who possess karmic fire have high innate talent and aptitude. Their achievements in the future will definitely be extraordinary, Qin Renyue said with a hint of envy. Lu Zhou flew up into the air before a golden lotus bloomed under his feet, casting the flaming golden lotus, his first birth trial ability. Small flaming lotuses shot out, filling the air in just an instant. They mercilessly burned the monsters down. Heart-wrenching cries rang from the sea of fire. Karmic fire! The 4 elders of Mount Li wore complex expressions on their faces. At this moment, little Yuana raised her hand. When a small flame appeared in her hand, she said, "I have karmic fire as well." Little Yuana spun around and tossed the flame at the monster nearby. When she saw the karmic fire burning the monster, she clapped happily as she asked, "Did you see that?" Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen. Those who possess karmic fire are very rare. Only 1 in 10,000 green lotus cultivators possesses the karmic fire. I didn't expect. Qin Renyue trailed off. At this moment, a monster pounced on Yu Zhenghai, and he brandished his saber before summoning his karmic fire around the saber. Qin Renyue. Qin Renyue rubbed his eyes, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. After all, the golden lotus could be easily mistaken to be burning. However, even he knew how flimsy that excuse was. After all, as a venerable master, his judgment was accurate and his senses were keen. There was no doubt it was karmic fire. With the karmic fire burning rampantly, the mausoleum was as bright as day. Ingo was further infuriated. The number of monsters was extremely terrifying. Even with Lu Zhou's first birth trial ability, their number did not seem to decrease at all. At this moment, Yu Shangrong unsheathed his longevity sword before unleashing countless energy swords in the air. Each of the energy swords burned with karmic fire. They shot down, reaping the monsters' lives. Qin Renyue. Karmic fire? Is there justice in this world? What happened to the law of balance? Ji Shi, one of the 4 elders of Mount Li, said, "I didn't expect so many people to possess the karmic fire. Is karmic fire very rare?" Little Yuaner asked curiously. "Of course it's rare. Didn't you hear Venerable Master Qin say it's rare?" Ji Shi said. "Oh, I thought everyone had it," Little Yuaner replied. Ji Shi felt as though he had been dealt a critical blow and lost the mood to speak. At this time, Zhou Chongshu said, "This isn't enough. The The monsters keep coming. We need to get to the source of it. Zhou Chongshu was about to suggest karmic fire and sound technique when Konk's fingers began plucking the 9-string zither. The pilgrim song was like the surging waves of the sea, sweeping out in all directions along with karmic fire. The sky that was burning with fire was very beautiful. Lu Zhou no longer attacked. These monsters were not difficult to deal with. Since his disciples had made a move, he would conserve his strength. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhou, Konk's attack had rendered Qin Renyue speechless again. He felt like retracting his statement about 1 in 10,000 green lotus cultivators possessing karmic fire, but considering his status as a venerable master, he swallowed his explanation down his throat. He was also wondering when did karmic fire become so easily obtainable. The advantage of sound technique was that it had a wide reach. Konk's pilgrim song contained the Confucian school's might expansive heavenly energy. Not only did the song kill the enemies, but it also drove away the fear in the hearts of allies who heard it. Moreover, it also roused one's fighting spirit. After Zhao Yu recovered from his shock, he turned around, intending to comfort Mingshi due to his lack of karmic fire. However, Zhao Yu saw Mingshi putting away the separation hook that was burning with karmic fire and said, "Since my junior sisters have made a move, I'll just stand aside." About 15 minutes later, the monsters were finally reduced to ashes. The commotion from the battle finally died down. Ingo continued to struggle against the chains angrily. Lu Zhou looked at Ingo, who was suspended midair before he brought Unnamed in the form of a sword out again. This time, he imbued it with the divine power before stabbing at Ingo. Bang! With this strike, Ingo stopped roaring, and his expression froze. Then he rose to the top, pulling the chains up until the chains were taut. Lu Zhou hovered nearby, observing Ingo. It was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. A stifling pressure began to spread at this moment. "Prepare to retreat," Qin Renyue said. "Everyone, retreat," Yu Zhanghai ordered. The 49 swordsmen and the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion retreated. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone knew from the beginning that the chains would not be able to restrain Ingo for long. It was best to seize the chance to retreat while Ingo was gathering his strength. The 4 elders of Mount Li shook their heads. Jishir said, "I told you so." No one paid any attention to the 4 elders of Mount Li. Ingo's eyes were fixed on Lu Zhou. He was like a statue, unmoving. Lu Zhou studied the 4 chains. They would not last as long as he thought they would. If he fought Ingo, he could not use the Deadly Strike card. What should he do? Thunderblast card? At the critical moment, he could only rely on his luck. Perhaps he would be able to trigger the kill effect. Meanwhile, Qin Renyue and the others had retreated to the distance. He was not worried about Lu Zhou. He would observe the situation and lend a hand when necessary. Lu Zhou's imposing manner did not decrease the slightest despite the thoughts in his mind. He said in a majestic tone, "Hand over the white tiger dragon jade, and I'll spare your life." Qin Renyue could tell things were not looking good, so he turned back and said, "Retreat again." Everyone flew back. Their eyes were focused on Ingo, who seemed to be on the brink of exploding with power. Then, they watched as Ingo made a move that was completely out of her expectations. Ingo's eyes suddenly widened, and his head shrank back. Then, he hastily yanked the white tiger dragon jade off his armor and tossed it over. Following that, he sank back down into the abyss, as deep as the chains allowed him to. Everyone was dumbfounded. In fact, Lu Zhou was also dumbfounded. The 4 elders of Mount Li. Lu Zhou looked at the white tiger coiling dragon jade in his hand with a frown. He could not figure out what happened. Yan Jinluo scratched his head and broke the silence first. He asked, "What's going on? Ingo seems frightened?" Lu Li could not believe his eyes. Nobody could believe it. "I don't understand. Ingo is scared." Jishir's eyelids kept twitching. He felt a burning pain on his cheek as if someone had given him a hard slap. Everyone flew over. Since Ingo did not resist and even tossed the white tiger dragon jade to Lu Zhou, it should be safe now. Without a soul, how could he be frightened? How's that possible? Ji Shi kept muttering to himself. Lu Zhou tossed the white tiger dragon jade. Qin Renyue tacitly caught it in his hands. Then, he descended into the abyss again to confirm the thoughts in his mind. When he drew close, Ingo trembled and shrank back with all his might. The chains clanked loudly as Ingo trembled. After a moment, Ingo timidly raised his head and looked up at Lu Zhou, who was hovering in the air with the sky as his background. In his eyes, Lu Zhou looked like the unholy one, a supreme demon. Lu Zhou mobilized the blue avatar in his Dantian Sea of Qi and imbued his body with a little divine power. As soon as Lu Zhou's body began to glow with a golden light, Ingo's eyes widened in fear. Clank, clank, clank. Ingo struggled, trying to retreat but was unfortunately restrained by the chains. In front of the unholy one, he felt very small, like a grain of sand in the vast universe. It let out a cry of fear as it struggled to run away. Ingo's fear and desire to escape baffled everyone. Ingo struggled to retreat, but fear seemed to cause his strength to seep away. His body was half curled up in a fetal position, and his fangs had long been retracted. The chains clanked and smashed against the wall of the abyss, causing sparks to fly. Ingo was one of the 10 zombie kings. His body was immortal. Even Qin Renyue, a venerable master, did not dare to appear in his range movements like Lu Zhou was doing. At this time, Qin Renyue demonstrated his extraordinary mental state as a venerable master. He raised his index finger to his lips and signaled everyone to be quiet. Noise and sudden movements could easily break a person's psychological defense and cause them to lose control. Silence was the best environment to organize one's thoughts. We've obtained the white tiger dragon jade, Brother Lu, Qin Renyue said. He was subtly trying to persuade Lu Zhou to leave. However, Qin Renyue did not expect Lu Zhou to not only stay in the range of Ingo's movements, but Lu Zhou made an even more daring move. Lu Zhou moved closer to Ingo before he came to a stop about 3 meters away. Ingo began pulling at the chains again, causing them to ring with an ear-piercing noise. He trembled violently, growing more and more frightened. Lu Zhou withdrew some of his divine power, causing the light on his body to dim slightly. As expected, Ingo gradually calmed down, and half of his fear seemed to have dissipated. So it's the divine power? The divine power came from the heavenly writing, and the heavenly writing came from the system. Hence, it should be a foreign power. However, even if it was a foreign power, it should not have caused Ingguo to be so frightened. Moreover, Tuoba Siqing, Tianwu, and Lord Jinan should have keener senses than Ingo, so why did they not sense anything? Do you know me? Lu Zhou suddenly asked. Ingo did not dare to speak, nor did he dare to look at Lu Zhou. He shrank back even more. Who tied you here? Lu Zhou asked again. Ingo opened and closed his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. Finally, he said 2 words, a supreme being. With Lu Zhou and Qin Renyue's current cultivation base, let alone a supreme being, they did not even have a way to measure how strong saints were. It's actually a supreme being? Qin Renyue said solemnly. The rumor outside had always been that the late Emperor Emeritus trapped Ingo here to guard his tomb. However, it was clearly not the case. Lu Zhou looked at Ingo and asked, "Do you want to be free?" When they heard this question, the 4 elders of Mount Li shook their heads vehemently, while Qin Renyue and the 49 swordsmen were shocked. When Qin Renyue regained his senses, he hastily said, "Brother Lu, you mustn't do that. If you free him, I'm afraid he'll bring disaster to the world." Before Lu Zhou could reply, Ingo shook his head repeatedly, confusing everyone. Following that, Lu Zhou flew back up to the wooden bridge to everyone's relief. The 4 chains stopped clanking as well. The sense of relief that came from the abyss was almost palpable. Finally, everyone shifted their eyes to the stone door on the other side of the wooden bridge. It was time to see what was behind the door. Qin Renyue looked at the white tiger coiling dragon jade in his hand and said, "This jade is comparable to a sacred relic. It's extraordinary. There's a special formation etched on the stone door. Ever since the late Emperor Emeritus was entombed, No one has ever entered the tomb. All the guardians like Jianzhen can only wander outside the tomb, Jishur said. Qin Renyue flew over to the stone door, followed by the 49 swordsmen and the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this time, the sound of clanking chains rang in the air again. When they looked down the abyss, they saw Ingo closed his eyes, and his hands were placed on his body, looking as though he was in a deep sleep. Let's stop looking. It's too scary, little Yuaner said. Jishur glanced at Ingo before looking at Lu Zhou, who was standing nearby. When he recalled Lu Zhou's fight with Meng Mingshi, he suddenly felt Ingo was not that frightening anymore. What was frightening was the person standing next to them wearing human skin. Lu Zhou looked at the stone door and said, "Open the stone door." "All right." Qin Renyue casually tossed the white tiger dragon jade out. Thump! It turned into a streak of light and struck the stone door. On the stone door, the white tiger carving on the left lit up as the coiling dragon carving on the right lit up. Then the stone door parted, sliding to both sides. Creak! The open door revealed an eerie scene. The stone room was dark and spacious. With the illumination from the energy seals, they could not see an end to the room at all. Lu Zhou flicked his fingers, sending out an orb of light that illuminated the room. The dark stone room was filled with all kinds of human figurines. Sacrificial warriors. The 4 elders of Mount Li's expressions were solemn. Sacrificial warriors? In fact, even at the moment of the late Emperor Emeritus' death, he was unwilling to give up his throne and wanted to continue conquering the world. In order to appease him and honor his final wish, the royal family selected over 10,000 living people to be made into terracotta warriors so that in death they would continue to follow the late Emperor Emeritus. It was difficult for them to understand this kind of sick mentality. However, it was not surprising to them. After all, when cultivators reached a certain realm, they would do everything they could to achieve immortality. It was not surprising that living people were buried to accompany emperors. He was dying at that time, and yet he was still so stubborn, Yan Zhenlua said with a sigh. The 4 elders of Mount Li remained silent. Lu Li turned to look at the 4 elders of Mount Li and asked, "Why are you so loyal to him?" "The late Emperor Emeritus did us a favor," Cui Mingguang replied. Upon hearing this, they thought it was no wonder the 4 elders of Mount Li were deceived by Meng Mingshi. They looked into the tomb again. "Will these sacrificial warriors come to life?" Little Yuaner asked, shrinking back. "Who knows? It's not surprising if there are monsters in here, so it wouldn't surprise me if they come to live. It's better to be careful," Qin Renyue said. Lu Zhou flew forward and cast the power of sight, power of hearing, and power of smell to survey the area. Then, he brought the golden Taishu mirror out and imbued it with the divine power before he shone it into the tomb. It revealed all the formations and traps easily. "Let's go," Lu Zhou said as he held the golden Taishu mirror and flew forward. Upon seeing this, everyone followed closely behind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. They flew above the heads of tens and thousands of sacrificial warriors. Soon after, they arrived in the center of the tomb. There was a square platform with 2 black sarcophagi on it. A ray of light fell on the platform like a spotlight on a stage. After everyone descended, Qin Renyue said, "Brother Lu's treasure is really amazing. If it weren't for the mirror, I'm afraid we would have triggered the traps." Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Qin Renyue's flattery. Instead, he pointed to the top and said, "The tomb is located underground, but look at the ray of light. It means the inside of Mount Li is hollow." "That's right. The royal family really spent a lot on the mausoleum." Lu Zhou said, "There should be a trap up there. It's probably difficult to exit once you go in." Everyone nodded. Yu Zhenghai walked to the 2 sarcophagi. He looked to the left and right as he asked, "Why are there 2 sarcophagi?" Jishur shook his head. "We know nothing about this. After all, we didn't come in at that time. Those who came in weren't allowed to leave." Zhao Yu said, "No matter how many there are, one of them definitely belongs to the late Emperor Emeritus. The other one likely belongs to His Majesty's favorite concubine or something like that." "That's impossible." Jishur shook his head. This isn't in accordance with etiquette and tradition. Concubines don't have the right to be buried next to emperors. Only the empress has the right. After the concubines die, they'll be buried together in the outer chamber. Who cares? We'll know once we open it, Mingshi said. Everyone nodded. This was the purpose of their visit, after all. Lu Zhou pointed at the sarcophagus on the left and said, "Open it." Yu Zhenghai pushed the lid open with one hand. It moved more easily than expected. Everyone looked over. Yan Xinluo ignited a talisman again and lit up the surroundings. After taking a glance, Yu Zhenghai exclaimed, "It's empty!" No one expected this. The 4 elders of Mount Li did not believe this and rushed over to have a look. Indeed, it was empty inside. There were only some funerary items, jewelry, personal belongings, and clothes. Impossible! The 4 elders of Mount Li were still in disbelief. I saw the late Emperor Emeritus being brought into the tomb with my own eyes. To this, Tang Zibing said, confused. According to etiquette, an emperor's sarcophagus was always placed on the left. Hence, the sarcophagus on the right could not have belonged to the late Emperor Emeritus. In any case, since the left side was empty, they had to take a look at the right side. Ji Shi was still unwilling to believe this. He went to the right sarcophagus and decisively pushed the lid off with one hand. Everyone looked over. As expected, it was also empty. Everyone was baffled. They looked at each other in confusion. Empty. After spending so much effort, the tomb was empty. Was this not a waste of time? At this moment, Yan Xinluo speculated out loud. Is it possible that the late Emperor Emeritus didn't die? The 4 elders of Mount Li's eyes widened slightly. Qin Emperor didn't die. Yan Xinluo deduced. Ji Shi said, back then, before the late Emperor Emeritus died, the 4 of us were by his side. When he died, there were many people present. His death couldn't be faked. Moreover, when he was alive, he searched everywhere for ways to live forever. He even found Ingo. If he were alive, why didn't he show himself? Although the later Emperor Emeritus did not imprison Ingo here, it was a fact that he had searched for and found Ingo. Everyone was puzzled. Indeed, even if the late Emperor Emeritus managed to find a way to live forever after being entombed, with his personality, he would have returned to Great Qin to take the throne. Lu Zhou did not care about this matter, so he did not dwell on it. Instead, he walked over and studied the old things in the sarcophagi. With a wave of his hand, a pile of funerary objects was uncovered. Cultivators were not too interested in worldly possessions. No one knew what Lu Zhou was looking for, so they only silently watched. After a moment, Mingshi could not help but say, "Master, we don't lack these things. The items of the dead were somewhat unlucky. Besides, they were not grave robbers." Zhao Yu's expression was a little unnatural upon hearing these words. Lu Zhou continued to look through the things. Swoosh! Ding! Completed the mission secret of the golden tokens. Reward, 10,000 merit points. Ding! Found the heavenly mark brocade box. The heavenly mark brocade box? Lu Zhou saw a brown brocade box, but there did not seem to be anything special about it. Perhaps it was because there was no corpse in the sarcophagus. There was not even a speck of dust on the brocade box. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the brocade box flew into his hand. Ding! The heavenly mark brocade box is an artifact. It can only be opened after reaching a certain realm. Upon seeing the brocade box, Ji Shi exclaimed, "I remember now. This is something His Majesty obtained at the Pillar of Destruction." He couldn't open the brocade box? Lu Zhou asked. Ji Shi shook his head and said, "This thing is very strange. It's impossible to open with external force. The late Emperor Emeritus tried various ways but couldn't open it. In the end, he forgot about it. The things found at the Pillars of Destruction are all treasures. I'm sure the box is no exception," Tanzibing said. Bang! Lu Zhou waved his hands. A barrage of energy seals fell on the brocade box, but there was not even one scratch on it. Qin Renue stepped forward and took a closer look. When he saw the fine and exquisite patterns carved on the box, he said, "It's an extremely powerful sealing technique." "A sealing technique? I've been to the Pillar of Destruction in Heaven Enlightenment in Pingdan. I've seen similar patterns there," Qin Renyue said. Lu Zhou recalled the interior of the Pillar of Destruction in Yuzhong. Indeed, there seemed to be similar patterns on the wall there. Although the patterns on the brocade box were not exactly the same as the ones in the Pillar of Destruction, the style was the same. Lu Zhou no longer tried to open it with force. He did not think there was a point. After all, the system had already notified him that it would open once he reached a certain realm. All he needed to do was focus on cultivating and raising his cultivation base, and it would open sooner or later. "Master," Yu Shangrong called out at this moment as he pointed to the sarcophagus on the right. Everyone looked over. Yu Shangrong had called out to his master because he had seen something familiar. It was none other than the scroll of the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. "My thing is here?" Lu Zhou waved his hand, bringing the scroll of the heavenly writing over. The others were baffled. "How can it be your thing?" Qin Renyue was filled with the urge to say something but hesitated. In the end, after thinking about it, he forcefully swallowed the words hanging at the tip of his tongue. He came here today not to obtain any benefits. His goal was to forge a closer relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion. At the same time, he wanted to satisfy his curiosity and broaden his horizons. Ding! Obtained the complete open heavenly writing scroll. Note: it's not recommended to use the scroll with your current cultivation base. At the same time, Lu Zhou saw a new tab appear on the system panel. Main mission. Following that, he received a notification about the mission. Ding! Main mission. Find the Great Void. Note: it's recommended to increase your strength as soon as possible. Lu Zhou looked at the interface for the heavenly writing on the system. A new column had appeared, but it was dark and could not be viewed. Then, he put the scroll away with very smooth and natural movements. "This thing. You want it?" Lu Zhou asked. No, Qin Renyue said with a smile. "This thing contains a special power. It's extraordinary." The Empress Dowager of Great Yen had once put one of the scrolls under her pillow and had benefited from it. Although Lu Zhou did not know why the heavenly writing scrolls were scattered everywhere, he was sure that the power contained in just one of them was enough to kill for. "Can my things be ordinary?" "Of course not. Master, there's nothing else here apart from what we've seen," Yu Zhenghai said helplessly. Originally, he thought they would be able to find many treasures here and could split them among themselves. Now, it seemed like he thought too much. "Congratulations, Brother Lu." Qin Renyue was a smart man. He naturally knew Lu Zhou was the biggest beneficiary of this trip to the mausoleum. Zhao Yu looked at the two sarcophagi and shook his head helplessly. Then he said, "Although there's no one, it is still the tomb of the late Emperor Emeritus. Old sir, can you please put the lid on?" Lu Zhou waved his hand. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong waved their hands at the same time, closing the sarcophagi on the right and left respectively. Zhao Yu bowed and said, "Thank you." The four elders of Mount Li sighed. Just as they were about to leave, a cold wind blew down from above. Cultivators were not afraid of the cold, but this gust of cold wind was extremely strange. It was as if it had penetrated their protective barrier, causing them to shiver. It was as if they were being chased away. Lu Zhou did not want to stay here any longer either, so he said, "Let's go." At this moment, thud! The four elders of Mount Li fell to their knees at the same time. Everyone exchanged a look of confusion. What are the four elders of Mount Li trying to do now? "The four of us are not leaving," Cui Mingguang said. During the journey here, the four of them had been making faces at each other and winking, clearly not in agreement with each other's actions. It was rare to see them agree on one thing. Lu Zhou looked at the four of them and said, "A mausoleum isn't a place for the living." The four elders kowtowed at the same time. The late Emperor Emeritus had been kind to the four of us. If it weren't for His Majesty, there would be no four elders of Mount Li. "I hope Senior will acquiesce to our wishes," Cui Mingguang said. In fact, Lu Zhou did not hold a grudge against the 4 elders of Mount Li. They were just on different sides. Moreover, they were manipulated by Meng Mingshi and had already been punished accordingly. They had lost many birth charts. Ji Shi said, "We kept our words and led you to the mausoleum. I hope you'll keep your word as well." A hint of disapproval flashed in Qin Renue's eyes as he said, "What right do you have to say that? Even without the 4 of you, we could still find our way here with young Master Zhao's help. Moreover, Brother Lu is so powerful that even Ingo is afraid of him. Do you think you'd be able to stop Brother Lu from coming to this shabby tomb, even if you didn't help?" Inwardly, he added, "Moreover, Brother Lu has a group of disciples with karmic fire and great void seeds who will become supreme beings in the future." A hint of sorrow could be seen flashing in the eyes of the 4 elders of Mount Li. Lu Zhou said, "I've always kept my words. Since you want to stay, then stay." Upon hearing this, Qin Renue said, "Brother Lu, this is the royal mausoleum. Ingo is still here. If they somehow managed to use Ingo as a venerable master," Qin Renue was naturally not naively optimistic. Human hearts were unpredictable, and it was necessary to guard against them sometimes. Ji Shi hastily said, "Venerable master, you're over-worrying. First of all, once the stone door closes, we won't be able to open them again. Even if we can leave, we don't dare to go near Ingo at all. Second, Ingo is frightened of the old senior. If we do try anything funny with him, aren't we just shooting our own feet? Finally, we're staying here because we don't intend to live anymore. With that, is there a point in us playing tricks?" Qin Renue nodded and said, "You have a point. However, I really don't understand. The late Emperor Emeritus' body isn't even here. What's the point of guarding an empty tomb?" Cui Mingguang sighed and said, "Even if we leave this place, what can we do now?" Cui Mingguang's words stopped Qin Renue from questioning them any further. He could no longer be bothered with them. He turned around and said, "Let's go." The 49 swordsmen replied in unison, "Yes." Swoosh! Qin Renue and the 49 swordsmen flew out of the tomb. Lu Zhou looked at the light shining down from above and the 2 sarcophagi as a question arose in his mind. "Have I been here before?" "Master!" Little Yuaner's voice pulled Lu Zhou back to his senses. He tapped his toes lightly and flew out of the tomb. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion followed closely behind him. After landing outside of the stone door, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. The white tiger dragon jade flew off the stone door and crumbled into pieces as it fell. Buzz! As the door slid close, everyone looked at the 4 elders of Mount Li through the crack in the door. They remained kneeling on the ground, facing the sarcophagi and kowtowing at the same time. After the stone door finally closed, everyone peeked at Ingo. He was in the same position. Subsequently, Lu Zhou and Qin Renue led the others out of the mausoleum. Not long after Lu Zhou and the others left, the 4 elders of Mount Li heard a noise in the tomb. Then, they watched as the tens of thousands of sacrificial warriors came to life, thrusting their halberds out in unison as pieces of clay began to fall off them. Following that, a mournful cry rang in the air. "The Unholy One has come. The world is coming to an end." The 4 elders of Mount Li rose to their feet in shock and hurriedly gathered back to back, looking at the sacrificial warriors as though they were facing a great enemy. These were soldiers who once followed the late Emperor Emeritus to conquer the land. They were brave, fearless, and skilled in fighting. However, all of them wore terrified expressions on their faces at this moment, and their bodies were trembling. Following that, they began to crumble like the clay that had encased them in life and in death. In just a moment, tens of thousands of sacrificial warriors were reduced to a pile of rubble. With Lu Zhou and Qin Renue in the lead, everyone exited the mausoleum safely. Everyone greedily inhaled the fresh air as soon as they stepped out of the mausoleum, enjoying the brightness of the sun. It felt as though they had been reborn and that their time in the mausoleum was a different lifetime. "It's so nice outside," little Yuaner said with a smile. "I agree," Conk chimed in. Qin Runyue felt really envious when he looked at Lu Zhou's disciples who possessed karmic fire. If he also had a few disciples with karmic fire, he would not have to worry about the Qin clan. Prodigies with their domineering talent were really hard to come by. With these thoughts in his mind, he was reminded of Qin Mozhang, causing him to sigh. Qin Runyue looked at the sky for a moment before he asked, "Brother Lu, why don't you visit my training hall?" Lu Zhou did not respond immediately. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, "There were no clouds in the sky when we came, but now there are so many clouds gathering. The weather is quite strange." A cool breeze blew past at this moment. "The weather is really fickle. Master, let's hurry up and leave this place," Little Yuaner said after running over to Lu Zhou's side. Then she waved Witzard over. Witzard obediently flew over. Lu Zhou nodded. "That's my intention as well." Whoosh! Another cool breeze blew past. Mingshi shivered. What's wrong with the damn weather? Everyone could clearly feel that something was amiss. They were all cultivators. They should be impervious to the cold. However, after surveying the surroundings, they discovered no abnormality. In the end, they left and went to the Qin clan. At the same time, in the sky thousands of miles away, a white-clad cultivator wielding a long halberd flew through the clouds like a meteor. When the white-clad cultivator finally came to a stop, he swept his bright eyes across the land. When the white-clad cultivator looked at Mount Li, a frown appeared on his face. He brought out a talisman and ignited it before he said, "The imbalance in the Green Lotus domain has worsened. I'm afraid it'll bring about the destruction of the world. Please instruct me on what I should do next." After a moment, the fire burning the talisman burned brighter as a voice rang in the air. "Check the 10 pillars of destruction. If you find abnormalities, report back immediately." With that, the white-clad cultivator extinguished the fire and swooped down. In just a few breaths, he landed on Mount Li and entered the royal mausoleum. After looking around for a moment, he sensed something, and his eyes widened slightly. A zombie king? His expression grew solemn as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to find a zombie king here." He flashed a few times, and in just a moment he arrived above the wooden bridge. When he looked down and saw Ingo, who was restrained by 4 chains, he exclaimed, "Ingo!" At this moment, Ingo's eyes snapped open. He glared at the white-clad cultivator and bared his fangs as he roared, "Human, do you know your sins?" Ingo shot up like an arrow, baring its teeth and brandishing its claws. Alas, it was firmly restrained by the 4 chains and did not go far. The white-clad cultivator said in a low voice, "So it's restrained." Ingo was enraged after being woken from his slumber again. He snarled and struggled against the chains, trying to charge at the white-clad cultivator. The white-clad cultivator did not expect Ingo to be so aggressive. In any case, he had gotten over his curiosity and no longer bothered with Ingo. Instead, he flew forward, intending to enter the tomb. Bang! The white tiger and coiling dragon carving on the stone door lit up, preventing him from entering. The white tiger and dragon lines on the stone door lit up and blocked it. The white-clad cultivator frowned. An isolated space formation? Despite trying various methods, he could not enter. After flying back and forth a few times, he had no choice but to give up. When he looked down, he saw the fragments of the white tiger dragon jade on the ground. At this time, he finally noticed the charred corpses of the monsters as well. These traces were new. Clearly, someone had just come and left. The white-clad cultivator flashed toward Ingo again. "Let me ask you." Clank, clank, clank. Ingo roared and rushed out. He lifted his halberd to block the attack. "You don't know what's good for you." He brandished his halberd, releasing countless energy seals that fell on Ingo like torrential rain. After a few waves of attacks, not only was Ingo unharmed, but it grew even more agitated. He frowned and reported the matter to the Sacred Hall. After he received the reply from the Sacred Hall telling him to put the matter of Ingo aside and check on the Pillars of Destruction first, he scoffed. "If it weren't for the Sacred Hall's order, I would have killed you." At this moment, Ingo suddenly spat out 2 words, Supreme Being. There's no point trying to scare me with your master. Then, Ingo spat out another 2 words, Unholy One. Nonsense. Ingo, your duty is to guard the tomb, not to confuse people with your words. If you dare spout nonsense again, I'll ask the sacred hall to refine your body, the white-clad cultivator said angrily. Ingo was not frightened at all. He grew even more enraged. He flew up all the way to the top, pulling the chains taut. The white-clad cultivator. If he were to fight now, he really had no way to kill Ingo. After a moment, he scoffed and flashed away with great fanfare. In the evening, in the Qin clan's training hall, Qin Renyue raised his wine cup and said to Lu Zhou, It's a rare occasion for Brother Lu to visit. I apologize for our previous misunderstandings. Please. After saying that, Qin Renyue finished the wine in his cup in one go. When cultivators reached the stage of a venerable master, they no longer had the desire for worldly things like wine and such. However, some traditions were so deeply ingrained that they were hard to dismiss. Lu Zhou took a perfunctory sip from the cup. Then he asked without beating around the bush, Humans have been cultivating and fighting fierce beasts for so long. Doesn't anyone know where the great void is? Qin Renyue was slightly startled by the abrupt change of subject. When he regained his composure, he said, No. However, there's no doubt it exists. There are people who have seen the equalizers with their own eyes. It's said that Venerable Master Duanmu from the Purple Lotus domain was taken away to the Great Void. But that was 30,000 years ago. Rumor has it that the Great Void is located somewhere in the unknown land. Lu Zhou nodded. Up until now, his activities were limited to the periphery of the unknown land. The closest he had been to the heart of the unknown land was when he went to Yuzhong. According to the map, the unknown land was divided into 3 major regions: the outer region, the middle region, and the core region. There were 3 pillars of destruction in each of the regions, with the 10th one being located directly in the heart of the unknown land. Have you been to the core region? Lu Zhou asked. Qin Renyue nodded. I've been there, but I didn't stay for long. In the core regions, there are divine beasts with keen senses. Moreover, there are also divine beasts comparable to supreme beings there. The zombie kings and sacred relics from the Great Void can also be found in the core region. In any case, there's only death waiting for those who go there. Yu Zhenghai asked curiously, So far as we know, in all the domains, venerable masters are the strongest. Isn't the difference in strength between humans and fierce beasts too vast? Where's the balance? Qin Renyue chuckled. That's what you think. Humans reign in the Great Void. Human beings are strange creatures. We talk about balance and whatnot, but we're ultimately biased toward our species. If I were a supreme being, I definitely wouldn't allow fierce beasts to attack humans indiscriminately. What do you think? According to the rumors in the cultivation world, once a cultivator reached a certain realm, he or she would be taken away by the equalizer. If humans suffered a catastrophe, did it not mean that there would be no more new blood in the Great Void? Yu Zhenghai nodded and said, You have a point. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly asked, Do you know Lu Tiantong? Lu Li, who was sitting at the side, felt speechless. Ancestor, what are you doing? Are you trying to trick others again? Outwardly, Lu Li looked calm and dignified as usual. Inwardly, many strange thoughts were racing in his mind. He picked up his wine cup and took a sip, enjoying the fragrance of the wine spreading on his taste buds. If the ancestor wants to put on a show, I should just enjoy the show. Qin Renyue was slightly surprised. Venerable Master Lu? The one from the Black Lotus domain 30,000 years ago. That's right. I've heard of him. Perhaps, if it weren't for the red line, I'd be friends with him. I heard he dominated the Black Lotus domain, garnered everyone's respect, and shocked the future generations. He's a legend in the cultivation world. It's a pity I don't know much about him. I hope Brother Lu won't disdain me for my ignorance. Lu Li gave Qin Renyue a thumbs up. As expected of a venerable master, even his flattery skills were worthy of being an example for the younger generation. Qin Renyue looked at Lu Li's thumbs up in confusion. However, since Lu Li was a guest, he just smiled in response. Lu Li nodded and smiled before he continued to drink. Qin Runyue also nodded and smiled. Lu Li thought to himself, "Indeed, smart people speak differently, and their words are pleasant to the ears." At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "Lu Tiantong is indeed a rare legend. When I was in the Black Lotus domain, I often heard about his heroic deeds. When I was in his Nine Twists illusory formation, I read his notes and gained an understanding of the power of the Tao. Is that so? For Brother Lu to be able to benefit from that formation, Venerable Master Lu's cultivation base must be very close to a saint," Qin Runyue said. Once again, Lu Li raised his hand and gave Qin Runyue a thumbs up. Qin Runyue. Nevertheless, Qin Runyue remained polite and smiled at Lu Li in response. Lu Zhou said, "This man is indeed close to becoming a saint. Based on his notes, he was only a step away from becoming a saint. What a pity. I'm afraid he was likely targeted by the people from the Great Void," Qin Runyue said with a sigh. Yu Zhenghai did not have a good impression of the Great Void. He asked, "Does this mean that no one from any of the domains is allowed to become a saint?" "Not really," Qin Runyue said. "In the Twin Lotus domain, there's a saint, the only saint in all the domains." Lu Zhou's heart moved upon hearing this. "Is what you said true?" "Yes," Qin Runyue smiled. "Not many people know about this. As it happens, I'm one of the few who knows about this." Everyone was curious. They stopped drinking, setting their cups down on the table as they looked at Qin Runyue. Qin Runyue felt slightly embarrassed by all the attention. Then he smiled and said, "However, it's not a big secret now. The rumors have been swirling for a while now." Seeing that people from the Evil Sky Pavilion were eager to know more, he paused dramatically before he said, "This saint lives in a parallel Green Lotus domain. To travel there without using a runic passage, it takes 2 months for a venerable master to fly across to the endless ocean to reach that place. The two domains were never one to begin with despite sharing the same roots. However, they were relatively close to each other. Later, due to some unknown force, they got closer and closer before they overlapped, forming a mountain and linking the roots together again. That's why people refer to them as the Twin Green Lotus domain. Think about this. Originally, humans and fierce beasts had no intersection but were pulled together because of some unknown force. With that, what do you think will happen?" Everyone grew even more curious after listening to these words. At this time, Lu Li said, "War." Qin Runyue looked at Lu Li and nodded. He said, "That's right. There'll be war." The two Green Lotus domains were at war for nearly 10,000 years. The people struggled to survive, but the forces in the cultivation world were only pursuing their own interests. The two domains were in a state of disunity, and there were endless fighting. After saying this, Qin Runyue sighed. Lu Zhou asked, "No one went there?" Qin Runyue replied, "No one was willing to go there at that time. Moreover, the war that lasted 10,000 years was a long time ago. It was very long ago from the present day. At that time, the cultivation world was not as mature as it was now. In ancient times, humans lived in the unknown land and were originally one. Gradually, chaos descended on the unknown land, and humans spread out to the 9 domains. The unknown land changed greatly, becoming less and less suitable for humans to live in. Due to huge migration of humans from the unknown land, the domains were formed. The reason the 10,000-year war ended for the Green Lotus domains was due to this saint. Similar to Venerable Master Lu of the Black Lotus domain, he appeared out of nowhere and dominated the land. All the forces submitted to him and the two domains called a truce. After that, the saint no longer cared about worldly affairs and retreated into seclusion. Lu Zhou said, "Saints are much stronger than venerable masters. If that saint were ambitious, wouldn't the world fall into danger?" "You're right, Brother Lu. However, this saint isn't ambitious. Saints are saints because they've long seen through the nature of the world. Power, status, possessions are just fleeting clouds in the eyes of saints. Saints pursued the great Tao. However, even if he were ambitious and wanted to conquer the 9 domains, he would still have to deal with the Great Void. The Great Void maintains the balance, after all. For a saint to be able to conquer the 9 domains is already a threat to the balance. Even venerable masters are regarded as unstable variables, and some of them have even been removed by the Great Void. So why wasn't anything done about the saint? Yan Zhenlua asked curiously. That's a good question. This is called the saint privilege, Qin Runyue said. The saint privilege? Regardless if it were powerful cultivators or fierce beasts, the Great Void is very cautious. Saints have relatively high chances of breaking through and becoming supreme beings. With the addition of each supreme being, the strength of humans increases collectively. In other words, if you're strong enough, the rules will change. This is what's called the saint privilege, Qin Runyue explained. Everyone nodded. They all understood this logic. For example, Li Yunzheng, the emperor of the Red Lotus domain. He had to address Lu Zhou as grandmaster. A ruler of a country did not necessarily have the highest status. The rules in the secular world and even in the cultivation world did not apply to very strong cultivators. After talking for such a long time, you've still yet to tell me his name, Lu Zhou said. Qin Runyue smacked his forehead lightly and said slightly sheepishly, his surname is Chan, and his name is Fu. Chen Fu. Lu Zhou was not familiar with this name at all. He follows the school of Confucianism. He's righteous and was raised between heaven and earth. It's almost impossible for ordinary cultivators to reach his realm. Do you think he knows the location of the Great Void? Lu Zhou asked. Qin Runyue nodded. I think he should know. He had dealings with the equalizers from the Great Void after all. Brother Lu, do you plan to look for him? Why? I'm afraid he might have already reached his limit and left the world. Qin Runyue sighed. Everyone was slightly surprised by these words. Even a saint couldn't break free of the heaven and earth shackles? Yan Zhenlua found this hard to believe. After passing 3 birth trials, every additional birth chart will grant 10,000 years of life. Venerable masters will gain 30,000 years of life. Even without counting other factors, 6 birth charts can already grant 60,000 years of life. This means saints have 90,000 years of life. It has been 100,000 years since the battle of the Twin Lotus domains. If he has made another breakthrough, perhaps. Qin Runyue trailed off, sighing as he shook his head. Since a venerable master had said so, what else can the others say? Lu Zhou said, you have a point. However, since Chen Fu passed the 4th birth trial and had contact with the Great Void, the possibility of him breaking through is very high. Moreover, it shouldn't be a pipe dream for a cultivator to walk to the end of the 36 birth chart path. Qin Runyue nodded. You're right, brothers Lu. I'm too short-sighted. In all the domains, there were the weak and the strong. The strong looked down on the weak as though the weak were frogs living at the bottom of the well. Similarly, the Great Void looked down on the Green Lotus domain as well. After all, they had not reached the point where their collective strength was that of saints. Following that, everyone chatted about other things and no longer spoke about saints. After a while, Qin Runyue said, Brother Lu, I've carefully observed your disciples. All of them are extraordinarily talented, especially this one. Qin Runyue pointed at Mingshi Yin, who was sitting on the left, enjoying himself and eating fruits at the moment. Everyone looked at Mingshi Yin in unison. Mingshi Yin restrained himself and maintained a low profile. He coughed and said with a hint of embarrassment, Venerable Master Qin, you overpraised me. Compared to my fellow disciples, I'm still lacking. Qin Runyue said, You're too modest. You have an extraordinary quality. Qin Runyue had wanted to say Great Void Seed instead of extraordinary quality. However, he felt that would be too direct. It was not too polite to keep focusing on the Great Void Seed even if rumors had spread all over about a Great Void Seed appearing in the Green Lotus domain. It was best to not carelessly mention it. There were many innocent people who had gotten into trouble just for possessing treasures. Who could guarantee there was no one who harbored ill intention and secretly coveted the Great Void Seed? I'm not being modest. I'm speaking the truth, Mingshi Yin said. Qin Runyue only smiled. All he knew was Mingshi Yin was a future supreme being. Mingshi Yin's future was limitless. Based on the Great Void Seed alone, how could he not seize this chance to forge a good relationship with Mingxirin? "I'd like to help you," Qin Runyue said. Upon hearing these words, the 49 swordsmen, the disciples of the Qin clan, and those from the Evil Sky Pavilion felt a trace of envy. After all, obtaining the help of a venerable master was not something cultivators even dared to dream about. Mingxirin smiled and said, "Venerable Master Qin is too generous. However, I prefer to depend on myself." "Listen to me first before you make a decision," Qin Runyue said. Lu Zhou raised his hand, stopping Mingxirin from speaking before gesturing for Qin Runyue to continue speaking. Lu Zhou turned to Qin Runyue and said, "If I'm not mistaken, your disciples are close to having to pass their second birth trials, or just recently passed their second birth trials. There's nothing I can do about the first and second birth trials, but I can help with their third birth trials." Upon hearing these, the eyes of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion lit up. Passing birth trials required very harsh and extreme environments. It was not so difficult with the first and second birth trials, but with each passing birth trial, the requirement would become even stricter. This issue did not only concern Mingxirin but all the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. In fact, it also concerned Lu Zhou. However, in Qin Renyue's eyes, Lu Zhou was even stronger than a venerable master, so he did not think he would be able to help Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou asked, "You know of places suitable to pass the third birth trials?" Qin Renyue nodded. "The Soaring Peak Skyhook Ropeway is the best place to pass the third birth trial. However, in Brother Lu's eyes, this place is likely nothing. I have many disciples, so it's not too bad to have an extra option. Moreover, my method is harsh and may not be suitable for them," Lu Zhou said. Qin Renyue, who understood the implication behind Lu Zhou's words, was overjoyed. He said, "That's great. I'm honored to be able to help Brother Lu." As Qin Renyue spoke, he looked at Mingxirin. He thought to himself that one day in the future, he would be able to brag to others that he had once helped Supreme Being Mingxi. Mingxi flesh erupted with goosebumps when he saw the fire of enthusiasm burning in Qin Renyue's eyes. He said, "Forget about me. I'm still far from having to face my third birth trial. I'll leave this good opportunity to my 2 senior brothers." Qin Renyue looked at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong before he looked at little Yuaner and Conk. He also thought highly of Lu Zhou's other disciples. After all, they all possessed the karmic fire. However, the karmic fire was far from being comparable to the Great Void Seed. Naturally, he thought the highest of the disciple who possessed the Great Void Seed. In the end, he said with a smile, "There's no rush. I can afford to wait. With the Great Void Seed, can your growth be slow?" At this moment, Lu Zhou asked, "Tell me more about the Skyhook Ropeway." Qin Renyue nodded before he said, "The Skyhook Ropeway is located at the soaring peaks in the southeastern direction. The ropeway is between the 2 peaks. The environment there isn't inferior to the locations of the Pillars of Destruction. The Skyhook Ropeway was left behind by the great saints from ancient times. It's said to be used to maintain the balance and is someone like the Pillars of Destruction. After many expeditions there, it eventually became the ultimate place for cultivators to face their third and fourth birth trials." "You can pass both the third and fourth birth trials there?" Lu Zhou asked. "Yes," Qin Renyue said. "The essence of passing birth trials is the same after all. As long as the requirements are met, there shouldn't be a problem. In fact, there are various ways to face the birth trials. For example, Fan Zhong used the lightning tribulation to pass his third birth trial. However, that method is really dangerous. He almost lost his birth charts at that time." "It may be dangerous, but it's a good method," Lu Zhou said. He thought the lightning tribulation was more suitable for him. After all, at the critical moment, he could even use the lightning bolts to increase the level of his blue avatar. With the blue avatar, he would not suffer much damage from the lightning tribulation at all. Not only that, but it would be easier for him to pass his birth trial as well. Indeed, it's a good method. However, apart from the difficulty, there are also other factors to consider. After all, one would need to depend on the weather and heaven's cooperation to summon a lightning tribulation. The only other way to summon a lightning tribulation is through powerful formations or sacred relics. With this, you can see how difficult it is to create an environment where you can summon a lightning tribulation. Fan Zhong was able to use the lightning tribulation to pass his birth trial only because he was lucky. I don't really recommend the lightning tribulation method to pass the third birth trial. Perhaps, it's more suitable to be used to pass the fourth birth trials, Qin Renyue said. He clearly did not think the lightning tribulation was the best method to pass the third birth trial. Lu Zhou agreed with Qin Renyue. He had once experienced the lightning tribulation when he was at the White Tower Council. It was only due to the 30,000 inscriptions that the lightning tribulation was summoned. He knew it was difficult to summon a lightning tribulation. In any case, he could think about his fourth birth trial later. After all, he still had to pass his third birth trial. How do we endure the environment of the skyhook ropeway? Lu Zhou asked. Upon hearing this question, Qin Renyue's admiration for Lu Zhou grew. A good master would help his disciples to resolve their doubts and problems, on top of educating them. With Lu Zhou's status, it was rather embarrassing to ask this question so directly, but Lu Zhou acted shamelessly for the sake of his disciples. Qin Renyue said, "The soaring peaks are very tall, so the vitality energy there is thin. When you're up there, you can only use about 1/3 of your cultivation base. All sorts of formations are carved on the ropeway. These formations respond differently to different individuals. For example, the formations respond to your fears." At this moment, Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, chimed in, "We, the 49 swordsmen, have gone to that place before. For me, I'm incredibly afraid of the cold. So when I was there, the formation manipulated the environment and made it freezing cold." Everyone's interest was piqued upon hearing this. "So you're saying the formations on the skyhook ropeway can see into people's hearts?" Mingshi asked. "Yes," Qin Renyue said confidently. "Although it sounds unbelievable, when you experience it, you'll have no choice but to believe it. The 49 swordsmen haven't even passed their second birth trials yet, but they went to a place that's used for passing third birth trials?" Mingshi asked, curiously. Yuan Lang laughed before he replied, "We only went there for training. Passing the third birth trials requires one to walk from one end of the ropeway to the other. We only went a quarter of the way. As long as you don't pass that point, there's no real danger." Indeed, the skyhook ropeway sounded like an ideal training place. Although its environment was harsh, one was able to control the danger within reason through the distance one traveled. Hence, it was safe enough not to threaten one's life, but it was dangerous enough to help one improve one's strength. It was like the 9 twists illusory formation that Lu Tiantong left behind. To travel the entire length of the ropeway, one must possess a rare and valuable quality. It's similar to how the pillars of destruction acknowledge individuals with certain criteria. Based on my own experience there, that specific quality is what will help one the most to overcome one's inner demons when on the ropeway, Qin Renyue said. Yu Zhenghai asked, "I want to try. Is it very dangerous?" Qin Renyue looked at Yu Zhenghai and replied, "You've only passed your first birth trial, so it'll be even more dangerous for you. Nothing can be obtained without risks," Yu Zhenghai said. "You're very courageous. If you can really pass your second birth trial using the skyhook ropeway, passing the third birth trials would be easy. However, the risk is really great. I advise you not to do this." Then, he pointed at Mingshi and said, "However, he should do it." "Him?" Yu Zhenghai was puzzled. Mingshi, eldest senior brother. What's with the skeptical expression on your face? There are so many people here. Can you please spare me some of my dignity? Qin Renyue only smiled and did not say anything else. Some words should not be said. After all, they could hurt some people's self-esteem. He could not say that Mingshi was different since Mingshi had the great void seed, after all. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "Your meaning is that Old Fourth has the great void seed and has been acknowledged by the Pillar of Destruction in Yuzhong, so he can easily pass the skyhook ropeway, right?" Qin Renyue chuckled. "Brother Lu, you really know me well." Lu Zhou nodded as he continued to say, "Although Old Fourth is quite good, compared to his 2 senior brothers, he lacks courage and spirit. I'll have to trouble you to help my two oldest disciples pass their third birth trials in the future. Mingshi-in's sad expression. Qin Runyue felt a little confused, but he maintained the smile on his face and said, Of course, of course. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong cupped their fists together at Qin Runyue at the same time and said, Thank you. Upon seeing the strange expression on Mingshi-in's face, Yu Zhenghai asked, Old Fourth, do you have any objections? Mingshi-in hastily waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Elder senior brother and second senior brother's talents far surpass mine. In front of both of you, I'm not worth mentioning. Qin Runyue. This future supreme being is really too modest. Qin Runyue sighed inwardly as he thought to himself that if Qin Mozhang was even half as modest, Qin Mozhang would not have had such a tragic outcome. Lu Zhou said, Old Fourth, if you want, you can have a try as well. After all, you've been acknowledged by the Pillar of Destruction, and this will help your cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds. Mingshi-in was overjoyed when he heard these words. Yes, master, Qin Runyue said with a smile. I believe junior nephew Mingshi will be the first to cross the skyhook ropeway. The great void seat aside, Qin Runyue did not forget Mingshi-in had a life heart in his birth palace that was just waiting to be activated. Mingshi-in only needed to sprout the 11th leaf and pass his birth trial. Mingshi-in's talent and speed in cultivation were evident. Mingshi-in coughed upon hearing these words before he solemnly said, Venerable Master Qin, you're overpraising me. My eldest senior brother and second senior brother will definitely do better than me. At this moment, little Yuaner suddenly said, Master, I want to go too. Lu Zhou shook his head. Although your innate talent and aptitude are the best, you're still far from facing your third birth trials. When the time is right, you'll have your chance. Little Yuaner lifted her hand and counted her fingers as she said, I already have 3 birth charts. At this rate, I'll be able to surpass eldest senior brother and second senior brother in 10 years. Didn't you say you'll surpass them in 5 years previously? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuaner said sheepishly, I forgot to consider that my senior brothers will keep improving as well. Master, this time, I'm sure. 10 years. I'll surpass them in 10 years. Qin Runyue. Is this how they calculate the speed of their cultivation? Why does it sound like it's easier than buying vegetables from the market? Brother Lu is really friendly. He can even joke around with his disciples. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. I'm not worried about your talent. I'm only worried you'll slack off. Little Yuaner said earnestly. I will work hard. Conk chimed in. I'll work hard too. Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily before he said, All right, I'll wait for 9th junior sister to surpass me. Yu Shangrong added with a smile. 9th junior sister and little junior sister are highly talented. This is as it should be. Qin Runyue was really baffled by the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion's behavior. They did not praise the one with the Great Void Seed but those without the Great Void Seed. After thinking about it for a moment, he thought perhaps Lu Zhou did not want Mingshi-in to grow too arrogant. He was again filled with admiration. For the sake of his disciples, Lu Zhou really expended a lot of effort and thoughts. Since that's the case, why don't Brother Lu stay in our Qin clan for the time being? Qin Runyue asked with a smile. With the loss of 2 venerable masters, the imbalance will definitely worsen. It would be best if a mighty figure like Lu Zhou could stay in the Qin clan. Lu Zhou said, I've left the Evil Sky Pavilion for a long time, and I've been away for too long. It's time for me to return. No matter how vast the Green Lotus domain or the Unknown Land was, it was not still Lu Zhou's territory after all. The others from the Evil Sky Pavilion nodded. They wanted to return as well. Qin Runyue said, Brother Lu, if I may speak. Lu Zhou nodded, indicating for Qin Runyue to continue. Qin Runyue said, I can understand everyone's desire to return home. Since ancient times, the best place to be is in one's territory. This is especially true among the domains. After all, inhabitants of different domains are generally hostile toward outsiders. However, currently the imbalance is really bad. The cultivation environment in the Golden Lotus domain, the Red Lotus domain, and the Black Lotus domain isn't very good. It's difficult to find a better cultivation environment or resources than the ones in the Qin clan's training hall. After a quick pause, he continued to say, "Moreover, you can return to the Golden Lotus domain from the Green Lotus domain anytime. I'll prepare a collective teleportation jade talisman for you and order our clan's runemaster to construct a runic passage as well. What do you think?" The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion remained silent, but they had to admit Qin Renyue had a point. It was not just the cultivation environment and the resources, but there was also the Skyhook ropeway. It was definitely superior to the Golden Lotus domain. However, they knew the decision lay with Lu Zhou. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhou said, "Humans are never kind unless they have ulterior motives." Qin Renyue waved his hand and said, "Brother Lu, you're thinking too much. I'm being sincere and treat you as a friend. If Brother Lu feels uncomfortable, Brother Lu can't leave at any time." With these words, who would leave? Lu Zhou said, "I've never liked owing others favors. If you have a request, you can bring it up." Qin Renyue said with a smile, "I really don't have a request. I have two." Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion was speechless. As expected of a sly old fox, there was no such thing as free lunch in this world. Even those who lived for a long time would not easily suffer losses even if they wanted to forge a good relationship. "Speak," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. "All these years, I've been painstakingly cultivating the Tao and comprehending the power of the Tao. However, no matter how hard I work, it's difficult for me to advance any further. Hence, I'd like to ask Brother Lu to guide me." Lu Zhou's expression did not change, but inwardly, he thought to himself, "I haven't even comprehended the true power of the Tao. I've been relying on the purple glazed ceramic and the heavenly writing so far. How am I going to guide you? This kind of thing depends on one's comprehension skills. Innate talent and aptitude," Mingxirin said. "Under normal circumstances, a cultivator would only impart core techniques to their disciples. Moreover, the comprehension of the power of the Tao was quite taboo since most people would not speak about it freely. This was also one of the reasons why Qin Renyue was willing to expend so much effort on the Evil Sky Pavilion." Qin Renyue smiled. "Of course. Moreover, Brother Lu and I are not master and disciple. The guidance I asked for is only pointers. If I still can't comprehend it, then I only have myself to blame. I'm not someone who can't distinguish right from wrong. After all." One had to admit that Qin Renyue was very tactful. Lu Zhou nodded. "What's your second request?" "Now that 2 of the 4 venerable masters in the Green Lotus domain are gone, based on the law of balance, it's highly likely that a beast emperor will appear in the Green Lotus domain soon. It'll either stay at the periphery of the unknown land bordering the Green Lotus domain, or it'll invade the Green Lotus domain. I don't trust Fan Zhong. Hence, I hope Brother Lu will lend me a hand," Qin Renyue said. Mingxirin asked doubtfully, "The law of balance is supposed to balance both sides of the red line. If my master kills them, won't the imbalance worsen and attract even more fierce beasts? With this, there'll be no end to it." It seemed like there was a huge flaw with this request. Beast emperors don't appear so easily. After killing the one that invades, it's unlikely for another to show up so soon. There are many powerful fierce beasts in the core region, and they've yet to invade. The Great Void won't allow the powerful fierce beasts to act over the line as well. Moreover, instead of killing them, we can also drive them away so it won't affect the balance any further, Qin Renyue explained. Everyone nodded. Lu Zhou said, "All right." Qin Renyue was overjoyed. He immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Quickly tidy up and clear out the southern training hall. All members of the clan are not to approach without permission." Understood. The 49 swordsmen left together, flying toward the Qin clan's southern training hall. At this moment, various disciples could be seen practicing with their swords on the cloud platform near the southern training hall. Yuan Lang said loudly, "Venerable Master Qin has ordered everyone to evacuate the southern training hall. No one's allowed to approach the hall without permission or disturb our honorable guests." Upon hearing this, the disciples discussed animated among themselves. "What's going on? Which honorable guests came that we have to evacuate the Southern Training Hall? Even the other venerable masters won't be given such a grand treatment even if they visited, right? At this moment, a disciple flew in front of Yuan Lang and asked, "Brother Lang, is this really venerable master's order?" Yuan Lang frowned. "Are you saying I'm falsifying venerable Master Qin's order?" No, no, no. I'm just curious about the honorable guests who are given such a grand treatment." The disciple said, extremely curious. "Don't ask so many questions. Just carry out venerable Master Qin's orders. I can only tell you that the guests can only be respected, not provoked," Yuan Lang said. Everyone gasped. It would have been better if Yuan Lang did not say these words. After listening to these words, they grew even more curious. Under Yuan Lang's supervision, the disciples in the Southern Training Hall quickly tidied the place, packed up, and left. They left behind a group of attendants to guard the cloud platform. An hour later, Lu Zhou and the others were led over by a disciple of the Qin clan. Upon seeing this, Yuan Lang said to the other disciples, "Tell everyone to hurry. The rest of you follow me." Understood. Then they hovered in the air and bowed. "Welcome, Senior Lu." Lu Zhou looked at the Qin clan's Southern Training Hall. It was quiet and secluded, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and forests. It was indeed a training hall in an excellent location. Yuan Lang said, "Old Mister, this Southern Training Hall is specially arranged for you by Venerable Master Qin. Okay, I've left some attendants here. If there's anything else you need, please let me know," Yuan Lang said. "There's no need. You can bring all the attendants away as well." Lu Zhou planned to use the Pillar of Impermanence here. The effect was not something ordinary people could bear. "Understood," Yuan Lang replied. At this moment, the sounds of fighting rang from the distance. Tens of thousands of energy swords and energy sabers fought fiercely, moving in the Southern Training Hall's direction. Yuan Lang was taken aback upon seeing this. He immediately rebuked, "Little Zhou, Little Wei, stop messing around." The two young cultivators, who were called Little Zhou and Little Wei respectively, were stunned. After a moment, Little Zhou cried out, "Senior brother Yuan Lang, don't interfere. We'll be able to decide the victor in a moment." Little Wu said, "Your 10,000 energy sabers aren't enough." With that, the duo started fighting again. Yuan Lang was so angry that he almost ground his teeth into dust. He was about to lose his temper when Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "It's all right. Let's go." Yes. Yuan Lang and the other swordsmen led the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion toward the Southern Training Hall. Meanwhile, the longer Little Zhou and Little Wu fought, the more intense their battle became. Lu Zhou knew the purposes of training halls, after all. Seeing that the duo's cultivation was not bad and was in the midst of sparring, he did not think there was a need to force them to stop. After all, the duo was brought up in the noble Qin clan, so he was certain they would not do anything that crossed the line. Just as they were about to land on the cloud platform, Little Zhou and Little Yu's energy swords and energy sabers swept over. Yuan Lang turned pale with fright upon seeing this. If they offended the old man next to him, he would be in big trouble. Lu Zhou slowly turned around and looked at the sky filled with energy swords and energy sabers curiously. He said, "Interesting, Yuan Lang." "How's this interesting?" Lu Zhou turned to look at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong as he said, "They're somewhat like both of you when you were younger." An awkward and embarrassed expression appeared on Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's faces immediately. At this time, little Yuaner poked her head out to look at the two young disciples from the Qin clan who were fiercely sparring before she asked, "Eldest senior brother and second senior brother fought each so much when they were younger?" Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou sighed, feeling a hint of nostalgia. When he looked back, he was reminded the past was only memories now. After a moment, he said, "Your eldest senior brother and second senior brother's attainments in the sword and saber, respectively, are unmatched. Since before, they always competed with each other. In fact, in comparison, these two aren't that bad." Yu Zhenghai said, "I'm sorry for making Master worry." Yu Shangrong did not say anything, but he quietly bowed. Yuan Lang sighed in relief. As it turned out, the old man saw the shadows of his own disciples in little Zhou and little Wu. At this time, tens of thousands of energy swords and energy sabers flew above the heads of the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Little Zhou said happily, "Senior brother Yuan Lang, look, I can already control tens of thousands of energy sabers." Not to be outdone, little Wu said, "What's so great about that? I can also control tens of thousands of energy swords." Bang, 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 bang. The energy swords and energy sabers collide above their heads. At this time, little Yuaner asked curiously, "Senior brothers, how many can you control?" A proud expression appeared on Yu Zhenghai's face as he said, "It's not worth mentioning. My limit is 5 million. On the other hand, Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and replied, "I dare not say too much when comparing myself to eldest senior brother. About 6 million energy swords are still manageable for me." Yu Zhenghai. At the same time, Yu Zhenghai looked at Yu Shangrong with an expression that clearly said, "Very well, keep bragging." Upon hearing Yu Shangrong's words, Yuan Lang and the swordsman clicked their tongues in amazement. They cultivated the sword path as well, so they naturally understood what being able to manifest and control 6 million energy swords meant. All of them looked at him with hints of shock and disbelief on their faces. Yuan Lang said, "As it turns out, both of you have such a high attainment in both swords and sabers respectively." "You're overpraising us," Yu Shangrong replied. "Even with the cultivation base of a Venerable Master Qin could only barely control such a number of energy swords," Yuan Lang said. Then, the scenes in Xiangyang City appeared in Yuan Lang's mind before he continued to say, "Old sir, during the battle in Xiangyang City, you easily controlled so many swords. Moreover, you even controlled them from such a great distance. Your control far surpassed Venerable Master Qin's." After saying these words, Yuan Lang inwardly apologized to Qin Runyue. "Don't be angry, Venerable Master Qin." Bang, 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 bang. The collision of the energy swords and energy sabers in the air grew even more intense. Yu Zhenghai looked at the scene in the sky and said, "You, the one who uses the saber, retreat 30 meters. You should concern yourself too much with the details. When using the saber, you must be explosive and break through 10,000 techniques with just one move." Upon hearing this, little Zhou nodded and hurriedly retreated 30 meters. Then, the dragon-like energy sabers fused into a huge energy saber before slashing forward. Bang! The energy saber broke through the energy swords. Little Wu retreated hastily. His expression was grim. At this time, Yu Shangrong said, "The sword isn't a saber. Why use your own weakness to confront his strength? Since he wants you to retreat, you mustn't retreat." "Oh!" Little Wu flashed forward and moved close to little Zhou. He used his energy swords to attack again. The duo fought against each other, and this little Zhou was at a disadvantage. Yu Zhenghai called out, "If he sticks close to you, retreat." "Oh! If he retreats, move close to him again," Yu Shangrong added. Little Zhou and little Wu kept moving according to the instructions. Yu Zhenghai said seriously, "If he uses his energy swords to attack again, move up half a foot and stab your energy sabers at him. There's no need to meet him head-on." Everyone was speechless. Even Lu Zhou was speechless. This scene reminded him of the scene on Earth where two old men played chess in the park while being instructed by two experts. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong continued to instruct the two young cultivators as the smell of gunpowder grew stronger. Little Yuaner covered her face as she muttered, "They're at it again." Little Zhou and little Wu grew confused by the commands. The battle grew even more chaotic with their commands. After all, their comprehension of the sword and the saber was not as profound compared to Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai. It was only natural they could achieve the effect that Lu Zhou's two disciples intended. The two disciples from the Qin clan had been rather angry when they started sparring. It was fine in the beginning, but as time passed, they grew tired of sparring. In the end, the duo tacitly came to a stop and hovered in the air. Nevertheless, Little Zhou still said as he panted, "If you're capable, you can attack again." Little Wu raised his hand, gesturing for Little Zhou to make a move as well. Indeed, it was reasonable. If any one of the duo was capable, then they should continue to attack. At this moment, Yuan Lang said reproachfully, "Stop this nonsense." The two young disciples lowered their heads. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's competitive spirit had been aroused at this moment. How could they care if the two young disciples were rude or not at this moment? Lu Zhou's two eldest disciples looked at each other for a moment before Yu Zhenghai said, "Second junior brother, please." Yu Shangrong nodded. "Eldest senior brother, please." With that, the duo flashed and arrived above Little Zhou and Little Five. A faint worried expression appeared on Yuan Lang's face as he asked, "Old sir, are you going to stop them?" Lu Zhou looked at the sky for a moment before he said, "Lead the way." The training hall was originally a place for cultivation and sparring. As long as they were sparring and not killing each other, there was no reason to stop them. "All right," Yuan Lang said before he led Lu Zhou and the others toward the southern training hall. Meanwhile, the disciples who were evacuated from the southern training hall looked at the strangers curiously. Similarly, Little Wu and Little Zhou landed on the cloud platform and looked at the unfamiliar guests as well. At this time, Yu Zhenghai raised his hand. The Jasper saber flew out immediately. As energy sabers appeared in the sky, millions of energy swords began to fill the sky. Then, the energy sabers and the energy swords clashed with each other. Upon seeing this, Little Zhou and Little Wu were stunned. Their mouths were agape as their feet seemed rooted to the ground. Similarly, the Qin clan disciples were stunned by the energy sabers and energy swords that filled the sky as well. On the contrary, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion who were already used to this had already grown bored. Before entering the southern training hall, Yuan Lang pointed at the flying beasts in the distance and said, "Old sir, I apologize for the flying beasts. Before the imbalance, there were no flying beasts in this place." Lu Zhou glanced at the distant sky and said, "It's fine." The flying beasts' cries were agitated and strange. After a moment, Kongwen leaned over and said, "I think there should be a decent life heart among them. I want to go over to have a look." After looking at the flying beast, Lu Zhou said, "Go. Make sure you don't wander too far away." "Understood." Meanwhile, many disciples of the Qin clan were attracted to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's battle. On the other hand, those who were not paying attention to the battle saw the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion entering the southern training hall. Although the disciples of the Qin clan were curious, they did not dare to ask questions. After Lu Zhou and the others disappeared into the southern training hall, their attention was now all focused on the energy sabers and energy swords that were clashing fiercely in the sky. Meanwhile, Little Zhou and Little Wu had yet to recover from their shock. They only watched the collision in the sky speechlessly. After a moment, when Little Zhou saw a brilliant move, he exclaimed, "No way! Can be used in this way as well? Why doesn't the energy sabers attack the formation?" Little Wu shook his head. "It's better for him to defend than attack. If it were me, I would have chosen to..." "Huh? He's attacking? How fast?" "The control of the energy swords is really flawless." The duo continued to chat, completely engrossed in Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's energy sabers and energy swords. The other disciples from the Qin family were the same. They had never seen such a majestic display of sabers and swords. Even if Qin Renyue was capable of this, this was not his main skill. When the battle was at its most intense, sparks flew from the collision of the energy sabers and the energy swords. Yu Shangrong held a slight advantage as he used his sword to push Yu Zhenghai. The duo had been flying and circling the sky above the southern training hall the entire time. For an hour, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai continued to clash using their energy swords and energy sabers. Their movements and techniques remained the same. It was as though they were in the midst of a long tug of war. In the end, their speed began to slow down. "The sword is superior. Didn't I tell you that before?" Little Wu said to Little Zhou. "Nonsense. The sword isn't superior to the saber. It's clear that the cultivation base of the senior who wields the saber is slightly lower than the sword user. In a fight between experts, a slight difference is a huge difference, Little Zhou retorted. Little Wu shook his head. No, the senior who uses the sword didn't use his full strength. If he were to use all his strength, it'd be easy for him to suppress all his opponents. No, this is just a sparring match. If they fight with their lives on the line, the saber user will definitely have the advantage. You're really funny. If one can't even win a sparring match, how's one going to win a life or death match? As the two young disciples from the Qin clan continued to argue, the energy sabers and energy swords in the sky swept out in all directions. Their lights were brilliant, illuminating the sky. At the same time, Lu Zhou's two disciples flew back at the same time and faced each other from a distance. The sparring match was finally over. Your cultivation in the sword path has improved tremendously, Yu Zhanghai said. Yu Shangrong replied, It's the same for elder senior brother's saber skills. Each of your 12 leaves is a formidable weapon, Yu Zhanghai said. Elder senior brother is overpraising me. No matter how strong 12 leaves are, they can't compare to birth charts. If we really fight with our lives on the land, it'll be easy to decide the victor and the loser. Then, the duo no longer spoke and only cupped their fists at each other. Meanwhile, the others who were looking at the duo were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the duo had fought so fiercely, but now they were suddenly subtly bragging and praising. What kind of show was this? In fact, the duo was very familiar with each other's strengths. Yu Shangrong benefited a lot from severing his lotus. In terms of cultivation base, he was slightly ahead of Yu Zhanghai. After Yu Zhanghai had yet to pass his second birth trial. However, those who severed their lotuses did not have life hearts. It was akin to having only one birth chart. On the other hand, Yu Zhanghai, who was still in possession of his lotus path, walked a clear path. Breaking through was just a matter of activating his birth charts. All he had to do in exchange was give up some of the years of his life, which would eventually be returned to him. Both of you. In the end, who won? Little Zhou and Little Wu were curious. They did not care about Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong's identities. They only cared about the results. After Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong descended, they looked at the two young disciples from the Qin clan. What are your names? I'm Qin Xiaozhou. I'm Qin Xiaowu. I'm the fifth in the family. The duo from the Qin clan answered honestly. At this moment, a disciple hurried over and said to the duo in a hushed voice, Little Zhou, Little Wu, these two are distinguished guests of the Qin clan. Senior brother Yuan Lang has ordered us not to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Little Zhou and Little Wu bowed at Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong in unison. The disciple of the Qin clan turned to Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong and said, Please forgive us for making fools out of ourselves. Little Zhou and Little Wu are young, so they don't know the immensity of the world. They usually spar and cultivate in the southern training hall. Yu Zhanghai laughed, clearly not offended. Just like Lu Zhou said, he saw shadows of the past in Little Zhou and Little Wu, so he had a good impression of them. After a moment, he asked, How long have both of you cultivated and what are your cultivation bases? Little Zhou replied, 65 years. I've just broken through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage this year. Little Wu replied as well, I've also cultivated for 65 years and broke through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage this year. They were considered novices in the Thousand Realms whirling stage. With their cultivation bases, it was indeed quite a feat for them to be able to control tens of thousands of energy swords and energy sabers. Hence, Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong nodded inwardly, thinking the talents of the two disciples from the Qin clan were not bad. Naturally, if they were compared to Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong, they were still lacking. Moreover, 4 years, the Golden Lotus domain's cultivation limit was stuck at the 8-leaf stage. 65 years in the Green Lotus domain and 300 years in the Golden Lotus domain were completely different. After the limit was broken in the Golden Lotus domain, Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong's cultivation bases had improved by leaps and bounds. They went from 8 leaves to almost close to facing the second birth trial. This was not only due to their great void seeds but the results of their hard work as well. Not bad. Continue to work hard. Yu Zhenghai said encouragingly. Just as Yu Zhenghai was about to leave, little Zhou stammered. "See, can I look for you for guidance with the saber in the future?" Yu Zhenghai was slightly startled by the fire of determination and the passion to learn in little Zhou's eyes. Meanwhile, little Wu definitely would not fall behind little Zhou. He said, "I'd also like to ask for guidance regarding the sword." Upon hearing these words, the elder of the Qin clan softly rebuked them. "Don't mess around. Don't talk about such things again. Honorable guests, please. One should only ask for guidance from one's master." It was considered rude to ask another person for guidance so rashly. Nevertheless, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong were not offended. Moreover, they knew how bumpy the paths of the sabers and the swords were. The difficulties they had encountered were not something ordinary people could imagine. Yu Zhenghai laughed loudly before he said, "You can look for me any time." Little Zhou was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "Thank you. Thank you very much." At the same time, Yu Shangrong pointed at little Wu and said, "You can come over with him." Little Wu was extremely excited and kept bowing to express his gratitude. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong only smiled before they flew toward the southern training hall. In the evening, Lu Zhou brought out the Pillar of Impermanence and sent it into the ground of the southern training hall before increasing the speed by 100 times. Following that, he brought out the Celestial Mark brocade box and placed it in front of him. He tried a few times but failed to open it like before. Lu Zhou wondered out loud. Can it only be opened by a venerable master? If that was the case, then he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. With 14 birth charts, I need another 4 birth charts to become a venerable master. Lu Zhou brought out the life hearts of He Luoyu and the moon whale. He had obtained these to Beast Emperor's life hearts from Meng Mingsh through the super reduction card. As he looked at the 2 life hearts, he muttered to himself, "I still need another 2 life hearts." The remaining 2 did not need Beast Emperor's life hearts. Beast King's life hearts would suffice. Currently, the region for the Great Birth Chart had yet to open. It was useless even if Lu Zhou had Beast Emperor's life hearts. During the time in the unknown land, Lu Zhou had obtained many Beast King's life hearts. When he needed them, he could just take 2 from Mingshi. What Lu Zhou needed now was time. Instead of cultivating, Lu Zhou decided to observe his disciples. Naturally, he did not need to observe his disciples in the southern training hall. Zhu Honggong was still bedridden, recuperating from his injuries. Yi Tianxin was still quietly cultivating in the White Tower Council. When she was not cultivating, she would go for a stroll with Cheng Huang. Duan Mushang was in the Evil Sky Pavilion and spent most of his time sparring with Lu Wu. He was improving rapidly. The 4 elders lived a carefree life. They discussed the Tao every day before they cultivated. The speed of their improvement could not compare to his disciples who had great void seeds, but that was to be expected. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and the Guardian's speed of improvement were a little slow as well. Finally, Lu Zhou discovered Si Wuya had been behaving strangely, so he had been observing Si Wuya for 3 days in a row. At this moment, in the Sky Martial Academy, Si Wuya, who had just put away the ancient sheepskin map, shook his head. "Mr. 7th, my sword." A voice rang from outside. Si Wuya interjected. "You can look for Wang Dachui. There's no need to bother me with this." "Mr. 7th, this is all your fault. You told me to look for you directly." The figure jumped in through the windowsill. Si Wuya asked, "Did you find anything regarding that matter I asked you to investigate?" "Of course. Do you know who I am? I'm Jiang Aijian. With my sword, I'm invincible," Jiang Aijian said as he flipped his hair. "Speaking of which, you've been staying in Penglai Island all this time. Did you go to Great Yen to have a look?" Si Wuya asked. Jiang Aijian scratched his head. "Who says I've only been staying in Penglai? So is there any movement in Penglai?" Si Wuya asked with a smile. "Is this what you wanted me to investigate, or did you want to come here and personally deliver this letter to you? Is this enough?" Jiang Aijian said as he tossed a letter out after leaning against the table. Then, he continued to say, "The Penglai Island is quite stable. With the imbalance, the water level rose quite a bit. Anyway, about 30,000 miles to the east, There's Mount Halcyon, just as you said. I almost got lost in the endless ocean because of you. You have to make it up to me. Thank you, Wuxia said as he nodded in satisfaction. I'll give you a fire spirit stone to upgrade Dragon Song. Zhang Aijian's eyes lit up immediately. Good, very good. Zhang Aijian then changed the topic, tentatively asking, how do you know Mount Halcyon is located 30,000 east of here? Wuxia said, I can't explain it. Well, try to explain it, Zhang Aijian said. My knowledge is far greater than yours. You won't understand even if I explain it, Wuxia said. Zhang Aijian said with a frown, I investigated the mountain on my own initiative as well. It used to be the habitat of halcyon birds. No one knew why the halcyon birds left. Wuxia raised an eyebrow, looking slightly surprised. Indeed. If you know that, why are you investigating it? I'm curious, Wuxia replied expressionlessly. How boring. Seeing Wuxia did not intend to say more, Zhang Aijian could only leave and look for Wang Dachui. After cutting off the power of sight, Lu Zhou recalled the scene when the halcyon divine bird appeared at the White Tower Council. Does Wuxia have something to do with the halcyon bird? Lu Zhou muttered to himself when he recalled Wuxia's strange behavior. However, due to his trust in Wuxia, this matter did not bother him. He decided to focus on his cultivation instead. It was imperative that he become a venerable master as soon as possible. Although the imbalance had worsened, fortunately, there were not many conflicts in the domains. Due to the delicate balance between humans and fierce beasts, a delicate balance had also formed between foes. With the purple glazed ceramic and the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, Lu Zhou immersed himself in his cultivation. Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong would spend most of their time cultivating under the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence as well. When little Zhou and little Wu came to look for them, they would leave the range of the Pillar of Impermanence. Little Yuaner and Conk had also been seriously cultivating. Day after day, their routines remained the same. As the host, Qin Renyue would visit Lu Zhou every once in a while to discuss the power of the Tao. However, Lu Zhou was in closed-door cultivation, so he could only exchange insight with Mingshi Yin to guide Mingshi Yin. There were many talents in the Evil Sky Pavilion, but his attitude was the best toward Mingshi Yin. It was so obvious that it was not a secret at all. Winter left, and spring arrived. Spring left, and autumn arrived before autumn left and made way for winter again. This cycle went on for 5 years in just a blink of an eye. In a quiet room in the southern training hall. Click. Lu Zhou heard a crisp noise from his Dantian's sea of qi. This indicated that he was about to break through. He opened his eyes and swallowed, discovering that his mouth and throat were dry. The sunlight streamed into the room from the windowsill. The breeze stirred up the yellow leaves outside, a sign that autumn was arriving. When Lu Zhou stopped cultivating, he felt like he had woken up from a long sleep. When he looked at the ground, he saw a thin layer of dust. Apart from that, the room was free from spiderwebs, rot, and strange smells. Lu Zhou waved his hand as a gentle wave of energy swept out, clearing the dust in just a blink of an eye. 10 days to half a month should have passed. Lu Zhou called up the system face and looked at his remaining lifespan. Remaining lifespan: 6, 188, 731. 16,460 years. I lost 500 years? Lu Zhou was stunned. According to the years he lost and increased speed by 100 times, it meant that 5 years had passed. 5 years. This was beyond Lu Zhou's expectations. He did not expect so much time would pass during his closed-door cultivation. Old Fourth, Lu Zhou called out softly. On a mountain peak 300 meters away from the southern training hall. A shocked expression appeared on Mingshi Yin's face before he said, Venerable Master Qin, let's talk another day. I think my master has just come out from his closed-door cultivation. Qin Renyue was delighted by this. Brother Lu has come out from his closed-door cultivation? That's great. I'll come with you. With that, the two of them flashed and arrived in front of Lu Zhou's room. Greetings, Master. Brother Lu, it's been a long time. Lu Zhou said in an even tone. Come in. The two of them entered the training hall. Qin Renyue looked around and sensed the traces left behind by the Pillar of Impermanence. No wonder their cultivation speed is so swift. As it turns out, it's due to the Pillar of Impermanence. The pillar has both advantages and disadvantages. Brother Lu is truly bold to dare to cultivate near the pillar. After all, cultivating with the Pillar of Impermanence was like exchanging one's life for cultivation. It's just 500 years of life. That's nothing. Those years will pass with just a snap of a finger, Lu Zhou said. Qin Renyue said, I'm enlightened. Master, why did you call me here? What are your orders? Mingshi Yin asked. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Mingshi Yin. He could clearly feel that Mingshi Yin's aura had changed. It was reserved and filled with vigor. Clearly, his fourth disciple had improved greatly over the past 5 years. On the contrary, he had spent the last 5 years stabilizing his realm. Lu Zhou's original intention was to spend a few months stabilizing his realm. Who knew he would take 5 years? 5 years were with the Pillar of Impermanence's help. Although it was 5 years in the outside world, 500 years had passed within the range of the pillar. The time he took was unreasonable and unprecedented. Even the system and heavenly writings upgrade took a few months at most. Moreover, he did not even have the Pillar of Impermanence at that time. He found it really problematic that it essentially took him 500 years to stabilize his realm. At this moment, Qin Renyue said, Brother Lu, it's really not easy for me to see you. You've been in closed-door cultivation all this time. I really missed you so much. Mingshi Yin scratched his head. He felt goosebumps erupting on his flesh when he heard these mushy words. Lu Zhou asked, Is there something you need? Have you forgotten, Brother Lu? Qin Renyue asked. Lu Zhou nodded. I remember. Originally, I planned to enter closed-door cultivation for just a while. I didn't expect 5 years to pass by in just a blink of an eye. This wasn't part of my plan. Qin Renyue nodded. He did not doubt Lu Zhou's words. Moreover, if one paid a little more attention, one could tell based on the fluctuations in the southern training hall and the trees and grass around it that Lu Zhou was telling the truth. Qin Renyue said with a smile, Congratulations, Brother Lu. It seems like you entered a state of epiphany. What's a state of epiphany? Mingshi Yin asked. When one has an epiphany, one becomes so immersed in cultivation that one forgets the time. Many people yearn to have an epiphany, but it's not easy. After entering that immersive state, one's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds, Qin Renyue explained. Then, he sighed before he continued to say, If I'm able to enter a state of epiphany like Brother Lu, activating my 19th birth chart wouldn't be a problem at all. Mingshi Yin asked, Is it very difficult to advance beyond the stage of a venerable master? Qin Renyue nodded. Of course. After activating the 18th birth chart, progressing no longer relies on only cultivation but the power of the Tao, the comprehension of heaven and earth, and control over the rules. Moreover, suitable life hearts would become increasingly rare as well. Apart from that, in regard to the first 18 birth charts, if one forsake quality for quantity, not only would it hinder one's cultivation in the future, but it would also make it difficult for one to comprehend the more profound power of the Tao in the future. Mingshi Yin nodded. Then, why do you think I'll surely become a supreme being? Over the past 5 years, Qin Renyue had visited very often to look for Lu Zhou. However, since Lu Zhou was unavailable, he would spend a lot of time chatting with Mingshi Yin. Hence, the two of them could be considered quite familiar with each other. There was no politeness between a host and his guest when they spoke. Qin Renyue said with a smile, What can I say? This is why everyone covets the great void seed. Mingshi Yin really wanted to say all his fellow disciples had the great void seeds as well, but he endured and suppressed the urge. It was not good to expose such things. Moreover, it was not a bad feeling to be flattered and praised. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and said, Entering the state of epiphany is just pure luck. Qin Renyue said, Regardless, I still have to congratulate you. Brother Lu, your consciousness will be chaotic after emerging from the state of epiphany, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll visit again another day. Seeing that Lu Zhou had something to say to his disciple, Qin Runyue tactfully found an excuse and left. After Qin Runyue left, Mingshi Yin said with a smile, "He's really very tactful. How's everyone doing over the years?" Lu Zhou asked. Mingshi Yi reported the general situation of the Evil Sky Pavilion to Lu Zhou. Apart from the disciples' significant improvement, everything was normal. Then Mingshi Yin sighed when he spoke about the imbalance and the 9 domains. After the imbalance phenomena appeared, the situations in the 9 domains were still rather stable. However, over the past 2 years, things have changed. Some Green Lotus cultivators had gone to the Red Lotus domain and the Black Lotus domain to plunder resources. 2 years ago, a Beast Emperor appeared in the Green Lotus domain. However, strangely, it left. At that time, Venerable Master Qin and I waited for you for 2 days and 2 nights. Lu Zhou nodded. Are there any more unusual movements? Someone said that a divine beast appeared in the Endless Ocean near the Golden Lotus domain. That's about it. Oh, 9th junior sister's improvement is really unusual. How can she improve so quickly? What's her cultivation base now? Lu Zhou asked. He remembered that when they first came here, little Yuaner only had 2 birth charts. Mingshi Yin said, I've never seen 9th junior sister so serious before. Anyway, I'm guessing she's about to face her first birth trial soon. This meant that little Yuaner had about 6 birth charts now. It was almost equivalent to activating a birth chart once a year with the help of the Pillar of Impermanence. Her speed was passable. Eldest senior brother is also preparing to face his second birth trial. But Mingshi Yin trailed off. Speak your mind, Lu Zhou said. We're running out of life hearts, Mingshi Yin said. This was within Lu Zhou's expectations. With so many people activating their birth charts, this was not surprising. Lu Zhou nodded. I'll allow all of you to leave the Southern Training Hall to hunt fierce beasts. When you're strong enough, you can go to the Pillars of Destruction. Yes. Over the past few years, Mingshi Yin had felt really suffocated. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong felt even more uncomfortable. They had stayed in the Southern Training Hall for so long, and it was too peaceful. It did not fit their habits. As a result, Little Zhou and Little Wu were tormented by the duo until they did not look like humans. Bring the remaining life hearts over. Mingshi Yin left the room, and it did not take long before he returned with the remaining life hearts. Lu Zhou glanced at the life hearts and found there 6 or 7 left. Most of them were rudimentary life hearts and were speed and healing life hearts. The speed-type life hearts were still not bad, but the healing-type life hearts were completely useless. After selecting 2 speed-type life hearts, Lu Zhou said, You can have the rest of the life hearts. Ah? Master, the ones you selected are the Ling Ho's life hearts. Master, I have no use for these remaining life hearts. If you have no use for them, you can give them away, Lu Zhou said. Aren't you leaving? Lu Zhou asked. Yes. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly, lamenting his lack of foresight. He had obtained quite a lot of life hearts in the unknown land, but there were only so few left now. After Mingshi Yin left, Lu Zhou sighed and studied the 2 Ling House life hearts. They should be at the level of a Beast King's life heart. They're most suitable to be used to lay the foundation for the Great Birth Chart. Lu Zhou manifested his lotus and looked at his birth palace. He was briefly stunned when he saw that his birth palace had expanded slightly. It did not just expand by a region, but it had expanded by 2 or 3 regions. This meant he had broken the limit. What's going on? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He only stabilized his realm over the past 5 years, so why did his birth palace expand? Did entering the state of Epiphany increase his limit? Tuoba Siqing activated the 19th birth chart after entering the state of Epiphany. He activated his 20th birth chart after consuming the Great Void Pills given by Yi Zheng. Perhaps, the state of Epiphany was much more mysterious and complex than he had thought. The surface of his birth palace was very smooth, indicating the cultivation base was very stable. No matter what, the state of Epiphany was a good thing. Based on Qin Renue's reaction, it seemed that this kind of opportunity was hard to come by as well. No wonder, 5 years went by like a dream. Since his cultivation base was stable now, he could activate his birth chart now. Lu Zhou looked at positions on the birth palace. The great birth chart could be activated using the gracious moon forms the beam position. This was because it could help stabilize a great birth chart. However, after activating this birth chart, it would open another 4 birth charts. Open another 4 birth charts? Lu Zhou did not quite understand the gracious moon forms the beam. A few more positions appeared in his mind. The meeting of the 4 stars, the fortunes are in harmony, and the 3 wonders? With these 3 positions, including the gracious moon forms the beam, Lu Zhou selected 4 positions. However, they were not very suitable. There's the extreme Yin, another great birth chart position that fits the criteria, Lu Zhou muttered to himself. In the end, there was only one position that seemed suitable now. He chose to activate the birth chart in the bringing the sheep into the temple position in the human region. With that, he placed the Ling Ho's life heart in its position. Clack! It was much easier than he had imagined. Perhaps that was why when it suddenly submerged a little, he was somewhat caught off guard by the wave of pain that assaulted him. So fast! He hurriedly activated the purple glazed ceramic to resist the pain. After waiting for a moment, he discovered there was no movement at all. Based on his previous experience, after placing the life heart into the birth palace, it would begin to slowly submerge before it would absorb his lifespan. However, there was no movement at all. He waited for a while, but there was still no movement. Feeling something was amiss, he reached out with his bare hand, intending to grab the life heart. After all, he had spent 500 years stabilizing his realm. There was no reason for him to fail. However, as soon as his hand touched the life heart, with the gracious moon forms the beam as the starting point, a ray of light appeared, connecting it to the extreme Yin, the 3 wonders, and bringing the sheep into the temple positions. What's going on? Lu Zhou was perplexed. It just so happened that the few positions that had caught his eyes were connected. Was it a coincidence? Lu Zhou exerted a little more strength, but the life heart was stuck and could not be pulled out. He mobilized his primal chi to help him, but before his primal chi surged out, it collided with another force and disappeared. The power of a cultivator originated from the Dantian Sea of Qi. The Dantian Sea of Qi and the birth palace complemented each other. From a certain perspective, Lu Zhou's action was akin to stepping on his own feet to rise up into the sky. It was not surprising the primal chi had vanished. I can't take it out and it's not moving. Is it just going to be stuck like this? Lu Zhou continued observing the 4 positions in his birth palace as they continued to shine. After a moment, he picked up the second Ling Ho's life heart and checked the position again. There's no mistake. The position I chose earlier is a good match. Lu Zhou had always been careful when activating his birth chart. Hence, he never encountered any problems so far. It was really difficult for him to understand why such a thing would happen now. At this moment, the birth palace began to hum as the light from the 4 positions grew brighter. Soon after, vitality energy surged out from the birth palace, overflowing from the lotus seat. In just a second, it lit up the training hall like a miniature aurora. Then, it grew brighter, illuminating the sky above the training hall. It was beautiful and magnificent. Go and inform Venerable Master Qin that a heaven and earth phenomenon has occurred. Understood. Disciples rushed out of the 5 major training halls in the Qin clan to look at the sky. When Qin Runyue received the report, he hurried out and flew up into the sky to look at the aurora from afar. 4 lives on the same branch? Venerable Master, what's 4 lives on the same branch? 4 lives on the same branch means that one can activate 4 birth charts at once. This is an incredibly rare opportunity that will cause a heaven and earth phenomenon, Qin Runyue explained. Upon hearing these words, the disciples in the vicinity looked envious. Who could it be? Yuan Lang, one of the 49 swordsmen, asked in a low voice. Brother Lu is already a venerable master, so it shouldn't be him. If it's really him, it'd be too shocking, and it would definitely attract the Great Void's attention. It's like that it's my honorable junior nephew, Qin Runyue said. The 4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Apart from him, I can think of anyone who would be given such a rare opportunity, Qin Renue said as he nodded. In a few years, his achievements would definitely not be inferior to Brother Lu's. Yuan Lang was astonished. The longer Qin Renue watched, the more he felt that any miracles could happen to the owner of a great void seed. Although Qin Renue was curious, he did not dare to disturb Mingshi, whom he thought was the cause of this phenomenon. Hence, he ordered everyone to stay clear of the southern training hall. He even sent out the 49 swordsmen to patrol the vicinity of the southern training hall to drive away fierce beasts or cultivators who came to watch the show. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked at the power that kept surging out and thought to himself, this can't go on. If this continued, would his cultivation base and strength that he had raised with great difficulty disappear? Perhaps it's really activating a few birth charts at the same time. The more Lu Zhou thought about this, the more convinced he became. Hence, he directly placed another life heart in his birth palace. Clack! With that, the aurora dimmed slightly, and the power that was surging out slowed down as well. It works! Lu Zhou brought the life hearts of He Luoyu and the moon whale and looked at the positions for the great birth charts in his birth palace. Then, he decisively placed them into their respective positions in his birth chart again. Clack! After placing 4 life hearts into his birth chart, they began to spin and absorb his lifespan. This meant that his disciples would not be able to reuse He Luoyu and moon whale's life hearts. Forget it. There's no need to worry about them for now. Lu Zhou paid close attention to his birth palace, looking for changes. He felt his cultivation and lifespan fluctuating. At the same time, the aurora completely vanished from the sky above the southern training hall in the Qin clan. At the White Palace in the Great Void, the blue-clad female attendant bowed before she said, Master, the phenomenon for the 4 lives on the same branch appeared in the Green Lotus domain. It's likely that the owner of the Great Void Seed has appeared. The Sacred Hall has sent people over. Lan Shiha nodded. Back then, we lost the 10 Great Void Seeds. As long as someone uses the seeds, we'll find out sooner or later. There's no need to care about anything apart from the White Tower Council. The Sacred Hall will deal with this matter. The blue-clad female attendant said, But the current Tower Master, she won't be exposed. That's my training hall. Don't forget, I'm also an equalizer. I know better than anyone how to avoid the Great Void's attention, Lan Shiha said. I understand. Lan Shiha continued, Don't tell anyone that Yi Tianxin has the Great Void Seed. I won't let you off easily if you dare to speak nonsense. The blue-clad female attendant hurriedly fell to her knees. I'm loyal to you, Master. The sun and moon can bear witness to this. If I'm even the slightest bit disloyal, I'm willing to die a terrible death. Lan Shiha stepped forward and helped the female attendant up. Of course, I believe you. You've been with me for so many years. Even your incarnation followed me to the White Tower Council to maintain the balance. If I can't trust you, then I really don't know who else I can trust. These words sounded a little sad. It was as though Lan Shiha had no one else she could trust despite being the vast great void. The blue-clad female attendant said in an attempt to lighten the mood, Master Tower Master Yi can be trusted. Lan Shiha sighed. But she doesn't trust me. The only reason she agreed to stay in the White Tower Council and to become the Tower Master is only due to Pavilion Master Lu. I am such a failure. No, there are many people who trust you, the blue-clad female attendant said comfortingly. Forget about them. They're all trying to benefit from me or take advantage of me, Lan Shiha said. The blue-clad female attendant nodded. Master is right. Lan Shiha continued to say with a soft sigh. Now that the Great Void Seed has appeared, the other 8 seeds will most likely appear as well. The Great Void Seed can drastically change a cultivator's physique and talent. If one's talent is already high, it's even better. Perhaps the imbalance is heralding the chaos that is about to descend on the world. The blue-clad female attendant said reassuringly, Master, don't worry so much. In any case, I'll protect Tower Master Yi. Even if I die, I'll guard the White Tower Council for you. Lan Shiha and the blue-clad female attendant stood in the Great Hall and looked at the blue sky outside in silence. In the southern training hall in the Green Lotus Domain's Qin clan, Lu Zhou looked at the 4 life hearts in his birth palace incredulously. Based on his current knowledge, this feat was almost impossible, and yet he did it. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. It was akin to gathering all the risks and pains of activating 4 birth charts into one point. After stabilizing his realm for 500 years, Lu Zhou's birth palace had, in fact, reached an unprecedented level. Even if he could not activate 4 birth charts at once, it should not be difficult to activate 2 at once. 500 years for this? Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After estimating the absorption of his lifespan, he increased the speed of the Pillar of Impermanence from 100 to 400 times faster. He discovered the absorption speed of his life hearts was almost similar to his speed when he was in closed-door cultivation. With the increase by 400 times and the simultaneous activation of 4 birth charts, Lu Zhou felt a slight pain. Fortunately, he had spent 500 years stabilizing his realm, so the pain was bearable. Then, he decided to use his divine power to numb the pain as well. Avatar. He brought out the blue avatar. It was now pure blue. The concealment card had long lost its effect during the years he spent in closed-door cultivation. So much energy? He did not expect the energy in the blue avatar to be so abundant. He did not spend much time cultivating it, after all. Apart from killing his enemies with his divine power, he found the golden lotus was much more useful to him. However, its growth was not too surprising. After all, comprehending and meditating on the heavenly writing also helped its growth. Seeing its abundant energy, Lu Zhou decided to see if he could break through. With that, he pushed his palm down, causing the vitality energy in his Dantian's sea of qi to stir. A blue ring of light appeared at the waist of the blue avatar and began to fall. However, its descent was not smooth. In fact, it looked like it was struggling to descend. It was not as easy as the golden avatar. It seems like it's quite difficult to break through with the blue avatar. It's easier to break through using my lifespan. However, sprouting 1 leaf requires 10,000 years of life. Is the system trying to kill me? If he was patient, breaking through by meditating on the heavenly writing was a good choice. However, it took too long. The blue circle of light looked as though it was being stopped by an invisible force from descending. It even brought about a pressure in his Dantian sea of qi and will. Breaking through with the golden avatar brought about pain, but with the blue avatar it was sort of like a mental torture. Very good. So they both bring about physical and mental torture. Lu Zhou thought he was a little reckless and impulsive. He should have waited for the completion of his 4 birth charts before he attempted to upgrade his blue avatar. However, now that he had started, he could not stop. He could only grit his teeth and continue. I don't believe I can't do this. Lu Zhou pressed his hand down, shrinking the blue avatar and enlarging the blue circle of light. A bubbling noise began to ring loudly. It sounded like the sound of boiling water. Beads of sweat appeared on Lu Zhou's forehead. It was as though he was being pressured by an extreme weight. Even his spirit and will were under pressure. As a transmigrator, he suddenly recalled the golden hoop that the Monkey King wore that restrained him. He felt as though the blur circle ring was trying to restrain him. I'm not a monkey. You can't restrain me. Lu Zhou pressed his hand down again. A golden palm seal fell on the blue ring around the blue avatar. Bang! Like a pool of clear water, the blue ring of light finally fell. Lu Zhou felt a mysterious force rushing toward him before he was sent flying back. Bang! Lu Zhou's back crashed against the inscriptions for the formations in the training hall. They lit up and wrapped around him like a spider web. At the same time, the blue avatar spun rapidly as divine power surged out from it. Lu Zhou suppressed his surging blood and qi before he flew forward and pressed the ring of light down again. It's so difficult? After stabilizing his cultivation base for 500 years, it was still so difficult to upgrade the blue avatar using the conventional method. How much more difficult would it be if he did not stabilize his cultivation base for such a long time? The golden and blue light shone brilliantly, one on the left and one on the right. At this time, Lu Zhou saw the light from the 4 lives on the same branch fused with the blue ring of light. Lu Zhou landed on the small cushion and inhaled deeply before he studied the puzzling scene before him. This was beyond his understanding, and he believed it was beyond the understanding of everyone in the current cultivation world. No one had ever cultivated two avatars after all. When he had first manifested the blue avatars, he had looked through the ancient books. He did not find anything about anyone cultivating two avatars. In other words, it was likely that since ancient times, he was the first person to cultivate two avatars. He endured the oppressive pressure and looked at the energy and light that complemented each other, feeling rather happy. Beautiful things tend to make people happy after all. The merging of the light was a rather dazzling sight. Alas, beautiful things were mostly short-lived. At this time, the 4 lives on the same branch suddenly stopped. Clack! Then, the birth chart positions lit up one after another. The light was like an electric arc as it spread to the blue ring of light. The blue ring of light flashed faintly with a golden light a few times before it suddenly dropped. Clack! At the same time, the 4 positions in the birth palace were flat and smooth. This meant that the 4 birth charts had been activated. The pain in Lu Zhou's Dantian sea of qi vanished as well. Instead, a warm surge of energy filled his sea of qi, making him feel a sense of unprecedented comfort. At this moment, the 6th leaf sprouted from the blue avatar's lotus. It's done. This was out of Lu Zhou's expectations. He did not expect to successfully activate 4 birth charts and upgrade his avatar at the same time. The mental pressure vanished, and he felt very comfortable and relaxed. It almost felt as though he was flying. Lu Zhou flipped his hand. Jump! The blue avatar leaped a meter up. When it landed, it returned to normal again. Lu Zhou moved his hand, and the blue lotus flew up. The blue avatar vanished, and only 6 leaves could be seen spinning in the air. He controlled the 6 leaves and shot them at the table. Bang! 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 Then the leaves returned to the lotus. The table was reduced to rubble. Lu Zhou knew this could not gauge the blue avatar's strength. He was only testing its mobility and his ability to control its various parts. He found them quite satisfactory. With the heavenly writing power, there was no need to consider the avatar's strength for now. He did not think his 18-chart Golden Lotus avatar would be able to withstand a strike from the blue avatar that had been imbued with the divine power. Lu Zhou turned his attention to his Golden Lotus. He looked at it as though he was admiring a perfect piece of art. The patterns on the lotus seat were exquisite. 18 birth charts. Let's go out and test it to see how stable the realm is. In fact, he could test it out in the training hall. For safety's sake, he could also go to a remote place and test its power. If there was nothing wrong, he could go to the Skyhook ropeway. If it was not too stable, he would return to this place and stabilize it more. This was to ensure it would be easier to pass the Venerable Master Trial. The 3rd birth trial was also known as the Venerable Master Trial for obvious reasons. After passing the birth trial, one would be a Venerable Master. Lu Zhou looked at his remaining lifespan. Remaining lifespan: 10, 387, 556, 28,459 years. Venerable Masters have 30,000 years of life. Then there are 12,000 years of life. Lu Zhou muttered to himself, calculating his lifespan. If it were not for him recycling life hearts, he would have more than 30,000 years of life now. In any case, 28,000 years were not bad. However, Lu Zhou still needed to be cautious. With the blue avatar that was like a vampire, 28,000 years was nothing. When the blue avatars entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage, 28,000 years might not even be able to fill the gap between its teeth. Then Lu Zhou waved his hand, decreasing the speed of the Pillar of Impermanence to 100 times faster again. In the time it took to blink, a figure appeared at the northern peak near the southern training hall. The abilities of the 4 birth charts actually resonate with each other. The speed from the 2 Ling House life hearts was a pleasant surprise. This speed was unprecedented if one did not consider the power of the Tao. What's He Luoyu's ability? Lu Zhou wondered as he extended a strand of consciousness toward He Luoyu's position in his birth palace. As soon as it lit up, the other 3 positions would instantly resonate and transfer their powers over. Buzz. 10 clones of Lu Zhou appeared immediately. He Luoyu has 1 head and 10 bodies, so its ability is to create 10 clones? Lu Zhou shook his head. These clones could only be used to confuse laymen, but they were ineffective against experts. Lu Zhou looked at the moon whale's position. It was also his 18th birth chart. He muttered to himself, I've activated 6 great birth charts in total with the life hearts of Lu Wu, Yong He, Tian Wu, He Luoyu, and the moon whale. What's the moon whale's ability? The 18th birth chart marked the becoming of a venerable master. Its importance was self-evident. When the position lit up, it resonated with the other 3 birth charts again. Then, a buzzing noise rang in the air. Then, the power of the birth chart shot up into the sky that was covered with dark clouds. A thunderous noise rang in the air as it rained down. The aquatic lives, sea beasts and ordinary aquatic beasts alike, fled for their lives. After a moment, everything returned to normal. Is that all? Lu Zhou frowned. He felt that his 2 newest great birth charts were really lacking in strength. After a moment, he gauged his cultivation base and found they were relatively stable. He nodded in satisfaction. At least those 500 years didn't go to waste. Lu Zhou looked north. It was time for him to visit the Skyhook ropeway. He would pass his birth trial there. He glanced at the southern training hall for a moment. He did not plan to bring anyone with him, not even Witzard. With just a flash, he flew toward the soaring peaks where the Skyhook ropeway was located. Soaring peaks. 1 peak was on the left and the other was on the right. They pierced through the clouds and towered into the sky. The Skyhook ropeway connected the 2 peaks, and it was one of the best places to train in the Green Lotus domain. Hundreds and thousands of cultivators could be seen on the mountainside of the southern soaring peak. Many young cultivators hovered in the air as well. They were all trying to make their way across the Skyhook ropeway. It's too difficult. I only managed to advance 1/10 of the length this time. I'll try to advance further next time. The sect master said we have at least 1/4 of the ropeway before we're qualified to compete for the positions of core disciples. Don't feel disheartened. After all, only venerable masters can travel the length of the ropeway. There's no way we can do that, so whatever we do is good enough. Everyone nodded. Behind the group of young cultivators, an old man leaned against a huge boulder and drank wine as he looked at the young cultivators. His robes were thin and simple, making him look like a vagrant. Despite the state of his clothes, he was clean. His hair was thick, and he seemed to be in high spirits. Although his face was filled with wrinkles, he did not look haggard. A young man walked over and asked, "Old man, you've been here for more than 10 years. Why don't you give it a try?" The old man said with a smile, "I'm waiting for someone." "Waiting for someone? Who?" "The time you used to wait is enough for you to challenge the ropeway a few times. It's a good opportunity to challenge yourself and learn from your failures," the young man said. The old man continued to lean against the boulder as he said with a smile, "I'm waiting for a fated person." "A fated person? This person will definitely be able to travel the length of the ropeway," the old man said. Upon hearing this, many cultivators laughed. "You really know how to joke. A venerable master would have to be bored to come over here and play. You're saying you're waiting for a venerable master, right?" the young man asked. The old man only laughed and did not say anything else. At this time, a figure flew over from the distance. In just a few breaths, it was nearing the soaring peaks. Since the figure's speed was too fast, the young cultivators could not catch its speed. The old man's smile widened. "He's here." When Lu Zhou approached the soaring peaks, he deliberately slowed down. When he was halfway up the mountain, he saw a platform jutting out from the mountain wall where several hundred cultivators were gathered. He flew over immediately. Since no one knew Lu Zhou, no one stepped forward to greet him. Moreover, many people would come and go in this place. After landing on the platform, Lu Zhou looked up inside. "So this is the Skyhook ropeway?" "That's right." The old man walked to Lu Zhou's side. Lu Zhou looked at the old man suspiciously and asked, "You're here to challenge the ropeway as well?" The old man smiled. No, I came here to wait for you. I'm waiting for a venerable master. Lu Zhou was puzzled. He studied the old man. The old man's complexion was ruddy and his body looked healthy. After confirming the old man was not a vagrant, he said, I don't recognize you. What was even stranger was that the information of the young cultivators had appeared in front of Lu Zhou. But he did not see the old man's information. Me? The old man's eyes lit up. He chuckled and said, But I know you. Lu Zhou felt the old man was very strange. He had always been cautious in order to ensure his survival. The other cultivators were no match for Lu Zhou. It was good enough if they were even at a quarter of his cultivation base. They were not a threat to him. However, the old man in front of him was like an ordinary person. There were no fluctuations of energy that indicated he was a cultivator. However, the peak was so high up. Even if an ordinary person could climb up so high, he or she would not be able to stay for long. This meant that the old man's cultivation base was unfathomable and could not be underestimated. He could have asked Qin Renyue to guard him while he faced his birth trial. However, doing so would only lead to more questions. Hence, it was not convenient. Lu Zhou wondered how did the old man recognize him. Was the old man a fanatical fan who admired him and remembered him? The old man interrupted Lu Zhou's thoughts when he said, Sit. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to cross the skyhook ropeway. He walked over and sat on a rock across from the old man. He asked, Did you come to challenge the ropeway? From time to time, the old man would raise his head to look at the cultivators who were trying to cross the skyhook ropeway. The old man shook his head and replied, The skyhook ropeway is useless to me. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised by these words. Based on the old man's composure and bearing, the old man should not be an ordinary person. Hence, he said, So you're an expert. I don't deserve that title, the old man said as he cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou. You said you recognized me and have been waiting for me at this place? Lu Zhou asked again. The old man nodded. Lu Zhou carefully searched his memories, but he had no impression of the old man at all. The old man did not smell familiar as well when he used the power of smell to sniff the old man. He was 100% certain this was his first meeting with the old man. Thus, he said confidently, I've never met you before. That's not important, the old man said as he raised his hand and pointed at the skyhook ropeway. No, it's very important, Lu Zhou said. The old man was briefly stunned. Then he laughed. His expression was rather complicated when he looked at Lu Zhou as he said with a sigh, You're still the same. Lu Tiantong? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Tiantong, the venerable master from the Black Lotus domain, is indeed a rare talent, but he's still far from being comparable to the fated person I've been waiting for, the old man replied. Fated person? It's you. The old man said earnestly, I've been waiting here for 10 years. For the past 10 years, I've been here every day, watching the sunrise and sunset, watching the young men attempt to cross the ropeway. I finally met you today. Lu Zhou thought the old man was crazy and weird. He brought out a manual and said with a straight face, Young man, I see that your bones are strange. The old man played along. He brought out a brown bag from his chest and said with a smile, Fated person, I see that your talent isn't bad. Stop. Lu Zhou immediately raised his hand and stood up. I don't have time to waste with you. When the old man saw Lu Zhou was about to leave, he hurriedly rose to his feet to stop Lu Zhou. No, listen to me. I have a way to help you pass the ropeway. Lu Zhou glanced at the old man and asked, Your understanding of the skyhook ropeway is definitely not as good as mine. In fact, it might even be worse than these young cultivators. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure that you win all your battles. If you don't understand the ropeway, even if you're talented, you'll still have to suffer, the old man said. At this moment, a few young men looked over at them. Lu Zhou turned back and said, I don't associate with nameless people. The old man understood and hurriedly said, Jie Jinan. Lu Zhou had no impression of this name as well. He asked, How can you be certain that I'm the fated person you're waiting for? Jie Jinan laughed. After the imbalance appeared, 2 venerable masters died. At that time I was certain a new venerable master would appear. That venerable master is the fated person. And you're the fated person. Lu Zhou was shocked and speechless. The old man's foresight was not bad. Outwardly, he calmly asked, "Could it be that you've said these same words to many people over the years?" Jie Jinan frowned before he swiftly changed the topic. "Look at the skyhook ropeway. Look at how long it is. About 10,000 feet. Lu Zhou said after studying it for a moment. "You're greatly mistaken," Jie Jinan said. "It looks like it's 10,000 feet long, but it's actually infinite." "Infinite? Is there an illusory formation?" Lu Zhou asked. No, Jie Jinan said. "The soaring peaks and the pillars of destruction are quite similar. They can look into people's hearts. If you want to cross the ropeway, you have to have an extraordinary ability, and you must have at least 18 birth charts." Lu Zhou already knew this. Jie Jinan continued to say, "The extraordinary ability refers to your ability to overcome your inner demons. Without that ability, even if you have 20 birth charts, you'll still fail. This is also the reason why many venerable masters refuse to come here. No one's willing to face their fears and weaknesses after all." Lu Zhou looked at the skyhook ropeway and did not say anything. Jie Jinan said, "I've been waiting here for 10 years. Apart from helping you to cross the ropeway, there's another thing. That's to return something to its original owner." "Return something to its original owner?" Lu Zhou asked skeptically. I meant I have a gift for you," Jie Jinan said, immediately correcting his words. Then he brought out the bag again and pushed it toward Lu Zhou. "It's in this bag." Lu Zhou reached out to take it, when Jie Jinan put the bag away and said, "Cross the ropeway first. This thing is too valuable. If you can't cross it, it means you're not the fated person. If I give it to you, it'll only bring you danger." Lu Zhou frowned. A second ago, the old man was adamant he was the fated person, but now the old man changed his words. Thinking that the old man was a scam artist, he lost all interest in speaking to him. Jie Jinan suddenly called out when Lu Zhou was about to walk away, "You have the impeccable body. Hence, the difficulty of the ropeway is much more difficult for you compared to ordinary cultivators. You have to be careful." "Impeccable body?" "The impeccable body attracts 10 times the disaster. I'll wait for you at the northern soaring peak," Jie Jinan said before he flew away. Following that, one of the 3 young men who overheard the conversation stepped forward and said, "Hello. May I ask if you're here to challenge the ropeway as well?" "What's the matter?" Lu Zhou asked. "It's nothing. We just hope to gain experience and insight. We don't mean to offend you." These young men were not fools. After listening to Lu Zhou and Jie Jinan's conversation, they were certain the person in front of them was an expert with 18 birth charts. They were just young men who came here to gain experience. The expert before them was a venerable master who came to the battlefield. How could they compare? After the information of the 3 young men appeared, he asked, "Is it very difficult?" The information of the 3 young men appeared before his eyes. He asked, "Is it very difficult?" One of them sighed. "It's very difficult. The further I went is only 1/4 of the way. I didn't even reach 1/5 before I fell. I only traveled 1/6. The 3 of them looked dejected. Lu Zhou frowned and said, "Young men, don't be impetuous. The further you go, the more stable you must be. Didn't your master teach you this?" The 3 young men exchanged a look and bowed at the same time. "Thank you for your words." Lu Zhou no longer paid attention to the trio. With a tap of his toes, he flew up. "Remember to be impetuous. The further you go, the more important your temperament is. Didn't your master teach you?" The 3 of them looked at each other and bowed at the same time. "Thank you." Lu Zhou no longer paid any attention to the 3 of them. With a tap of his toes, he flew toward the top of Soaring Peak. The trio followed suit. It was a rare learning opportunity to watch an expert cross the ropeway, after all. Lu Zhou landed on the top of the Soaring Peak. The 3 young people flew up as well. Hundreds of cultivators surrounded a huge rock. The end of the ropeway was connected to the huge rock, and it connected to the opposing peak. As soon as he landed, he saw dozens of cultivators falling from the ropeway. After falling a certain distance, they suddenly jolted awake and hurriedly mobilized their primal chi. They were so frightened that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They would rest a rock nearby before they attempted to cross the ropeway again. Many of the young cultivators repeated this same cycle. At this moment, make way. There's an expert crossing the ropeway. Expert. Come. Place your bets. How much do you want to bet? A cultivator who seemed used to this shouted immediately. I'll bet a fire spirit stone that he can't pass even 1/3 of the ropeway. I'll bet 10 obsidian essences that he can't even cross 1/3 of the ropeway. Swoosh! A red object flew over from the distance and landed in front of the bookie. Everyone was shocked upon seeing the red object. Blood ginseng. Then, Jiejinen's calm voice rang from the distance. I bet a piece of blood ginseng that he'll pass the skyhook ropeway. Everyone was in an uproar. The bookie looked at Lu Zhou, who had just arrived. Is this the expert who plans to cross the ropeway? The bookie gulped. To be honest, even if he thought it was impossible for the person in front of him to succeed, he did not dare to accept the blood ginseng as a bet. The stake was too big for him. Senior, I can't afford to accept your bet. Jiejinen's voice rang from the distance again. It doesn't matter. If you lose, congratulate the fated person on my behalf. Shout your congratulatory words 10 times into the sky. As for the congratulatory words, I'll leave it up to you. If I lose, the blood ginseng will belong to you. Is there such a good deal in this world? The bookie said in disbelief. Senior, aren't you just giving me the blood ginseng? How can it be so simple? When he crosses the ropeway, all of you are to stay away and keep quiet, Jiejinen said with a smile. The bookie's eyes lit up. That's easy. Those who could stay on the soaring peaks for a long time were not too weak after all. It was not difficult for them to keep each other in check. The bookie said, if I win, I'll keep 1/5 of the blood ginseng. The rest will be divided among all the cultivators with 5 or more birth charts. Agreed. There was no objection. Winning or losing aside, who would not want to participate in such a fun activity? Those with fewer than 5 birth charts could only watch enviously. The weak had no right to speak after all. Lu Zhou looked at the northern soaring peak and asked, You're really generous. Are you so certain I'll succeed? No, I don't think you'll succeed on your first try. I have high hopes for you, but I don't think you'll succeed today, Jiejinen said with a smile. Not necessarily. 1 try is all I need, Lu Zhou calmly said. The bookie was naturally invested in this matter. He said, It seems you don't know much about the skyhook ropeway. Even Venerable Master Fan took 2 years before he successfully crossed it. He would attempt to cross it once a month, which means he attempted to cross the ropeway 24 times. It took Venerable Master Qin 13 months to cross the ropeway, which means he attempted 13 times. Venerable Master Tuoba took 8 months, which is equivalent to 8 attempts. As for Venerable Master Yi, he tried 11 times in 5 months, which is an average of 2 attempts a month. Lu Zhou was inwardly startled when he heard these words. There's such a thing? Then, aren't my earlier words too arrogant? Jiejinen said. Nevertheless, the fated person I've been waiting for will definitely succeed in 3 to 5 attempts. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard these words. One of the cultivators said respectfully, With all due respect, Senior, I don't think anyone's capable of crossing the ropeway with so few attempts. Jiejinen only smiled. He did not say anything. Lu Zhou no longer paid attention to the others. Instead, he placed his hands on his back and stepped onto the ropeway. As soon as his feet touched the incomparably thick chain, a chill surged into the soles of his feet. The cold was not any less than the cold pond at the peak of the snowy mountain in Cloud Mountain. So cold. Lu Zhou was surprised. Was it really true that the impeccable body meant 10 times the difficulty? After all, the cold in the cold pond was incredibly cold. It was the place where he faced his birth trial. Lu Zhou mobilized a little divine power to resist the cold before he continued forward. He had just taken 3 steps when the scene around him changed completely. The cultivators had all vanished. Lu Zhou found that he seemed to be walking on an empty broad road. Illusory formation? He continued walking forward. His instincts told him that something more complex than illusory formations was at play on the skyhook ropeway. The first and second birth trials tempered the birth palace, while the third birth trial tempered one's will. Lu Zhou continued forward, unwavering. Crack. The scene cracked like shards of glass before he reappeared on the ropeway. The spectating cultivators reappeared as well. However, it was incredibly cold. It snowed heavily as the wind howled in his ears. Lu Zhou continued forward before the scene changed again. Golden Court Mountain? Lu Zhou found he was now at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. While he was in a daze, a figure flew over from afar, attacking him with a large saber. Master, you've lived long enough. It's time for you to go. Lu Zhou raised his head and saw that his attacker was his eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai. He struck with his palm immediately. Bang! The palm seal sent Yu Zhenghai flying back. Master! Yu Zhenghai cried out in surprise. Lu Zhou's blood and qi surged in his body. His energy in his Dantian sea of qi was chaotic as well. My palm seal backfired? It's an illusion. It's a test. Lu Zhou kept reminding himself inwardly. He held his breath, alert, guarding his Dantian sea of qi. Due to the heavenly writing, it was easy for him to ignore distractions. He recited the mantras for the power of sight and the power of hearing. For all lives in the universe, their lives, deaths, kindness, evil, merits, and sins can be clearly seen. To gain the power to hear everything so that we can hear voices in all realms at will. The divine power glowed in Lu Zhou's eyes and ears immediately. His eyes swept across his surroundings. However, Golden Court Mountain still stood before him, not the skyhook ropeway. The heavenly writing power is ineffective?